people are like, if even we're seeing it. Probably pretty bad, I imagine. Fucking Elon really shit the bed, didn't he? I guess Twitter's going to become the new Gab. Gab will become the new fucking what was the Nazi website? Daily Stormer. I guess that's what Gab will become. What'll be even funnier?
What did you say in the beginning, though?
Which part?
The first thing you said.
Elon shit the bed. Twitter.
Oh, I thought you said something else.
I don't think so. I said Gab.
No, I don't know. You said something about seeing something.
No idea. I don't know. What did I? I'll bump the Discord. Oh my god. Great. Okay. Cool. That being said, I should change the titles.
Yeah, make sure we're in the politics category as well.
We are. Yep. Hello. Hello. Log in. How do we play with this title? Okay. Huh.
Hit play on the video while you're just doing nothing.
I mean, nobody's watching. But
They
sure.
will later. People will watch the whole stream.
Hey, Ceasefire here with another podcast. This time I want to talk about something that's been going on in the news quite recently.
Yes, it should have stopped because I changed my source, my audio source, because I couldn't hear it.
And quite a bit for a long time now in America, and it has a lot of historical connotations. Everyone is aware we've had a lot of recent massacres. And people have been looking at Australia as an example for what America could do to stymie the whole trend of American gun violence.
We know that other countries, in response to one mass shooting, have been able to craft laws that almost eliminate mass shootings.
Interesting. He did not repeat the lie.
He said almost eliminate.
Almost eliminate. He did not repeat the lie. Interesting. I am perplexed.
Friends of ours, allies of ours, Great Britain, Australia, countries like ours.
So I want to take a look at its effectiveness. And I've actually gone out and done quite a bit of research on this particular question, since Australia is always used as the primary example of what America could do. Now, I'm not going to go into whether or not it's right for America to do that, or even if it's constitutional. I'll put a link in the description to videos that are pertinent to that. I've actually done videos on that particular subject, and anybody who thinks that there isn't gun control already in America is just fooling themselves. We have had gun control.
Well, this is a pretty good start.
Since the 1930s, and it's pretty well established. But I'm not going to go.
This all depends on when he starts looking at the data, because the Australian government has done a lot of work to start the statistics at 1996. And that's the key. You got to look 10 years before 96.
Go into that. I'm more concerned
muted.
about how
I was
well
like, why can't I hear
Australia's
myself?
going
Because I was eating, so I muted myself.
Mm.
But yeah, he's not necessarily a statistical, like, sociologist type.
Mm.
Like
All
his
you
PhDs
need,
in history,
all you
and
need,
specifically
is
American history too. I believe.
Like all you really need to understand this issue is to look at the correct parameters and not the parameters that the government and all that shit use. You actually have to look through the statistics. You have to read the tables, and you have to have a basic level of numerical reasoning skill and literacy to actually understand the fucking statistics that you're reading. And then also understand how laws change and how definitions change and how thresholds for what a mass shooting changes, how they hide statistics in domestic violence, because a lot of the mass shootings are domestic violence situations, which some people are like, they're not mass shootings. Well, I don't know. In America, where you can actually differentiate a mass shooting in a domestic situation versus on the street in public,
The issue
You know?
is that you'll hear the people cite how there's been 100 mass shootings.
yeah,
So they
they're
include
using
those shootings
inflated.
as well in their statistics.
Yeah, and they're also inflated statistics, which we've spoken about as well. But it depends on what you're using as your threshold, because I use the legal definition of 3, which is mass murder, mass shooting, 3 or more, which is how the US state aligned their reasoning and their laws in the Obama administration. They literally streamlined the legislation so mass murder and mass shooting lined up. Yet people still use 3 injured, 4 injured, 4 killed. None of those are correct. The language needs to be attempted mass shooting. Something like that. That's fine. To call the injured one is not correct.
How come they took Booba from our video games?
That would be Anita Sarkeesian. Blame her.
No, it's not.
Awful person.
First of all, it's so stupid because like Baldur's Gate, you can literally like fuck an octopus. It's the horniest game.
That does not surprise me, honestly.
So it's like just because one game doesn't let you have big boobuck.
Yeah, exactly. It's just they're so focused on certain types of games that they just expect to be certain ways. Anything different and they lose their shit. It's child mentality.
Oh, that reminds me. There's this video. It's called like, "Why do Republican women look like that?"
Oh my god.
I think a better title would have been "The Bimbofication of Republican Women."
Yes.
But I'll show a little bit of it later. Like when
Okay.
you go make food.
Yeah. No, she's an awful person. Think about what she did. She was literally trying to ruin an entire industry for money. She was the DEI grifter before the DEI grifters were a thing. That's her. Awful person.
gun control actually applies to America, and whether or not it actually...
I mean, feminist frequency, that whole thing is an issue as well.
I bet you she's a TERF.
She probably is a fucking TERF.
Because like a lot of the real man-hater ones hate trans women because they see them as men.
Yes. Yeah.
They just hate men so much that they can't get over it.
Yeah, it's fucking crazy.
Had any good effect for Australia. I can tell you right now, it actually has had a positive effect, at least according to most experts. You have to understand, there has been a lot of debate on this, and I'm not just talking about...
Like, okay. To be completely fair in this situation, the basic lib take of less guns equals less gun deaths is like a general fact, right?
Yeah.
If the state can remove
less heroin means less overdoses.
But like in general, right, the accidental deaths, suicides and all that, they can point to go, hey, look, gun deaths are down because the general person can't get their hands on a shotgun to Kurt Cobain themselves and fucking add themselves to a statistic. Go from the census to the statistic. Like, you just... it's just sort of a general, like, from the state's perspective, a fact to them, because they're like, oh, we need more workers. We can't have them committing suicide. How do we force them to stay in this world to fucking extract their life essence? That's what it boils down to. Also, black people.
Should I become a VTuber?
What
and
is that?
What should my avatar be?
Yes, do it.
I don't know how.
I don't know how either. Right? And this is not me advocating for it, because obviously gun control doesn't reduce crime, which is what they say it does, right? Crime's going to happen. The spontaneous criminal with a gun is far less likely than the normal, everyday, violent crime person, B&Es, assaults, that sort of shit. They're probably going to have a gun, right? You can't really stop that. That's going to happen regardless. All the gun control does is really take it out of the hands of the citizens, which in the case of Australia was punishing everybody for the crimes of one dude.
Chat, do you see why I've added this out of like almost every LTEC?
What do you mean? It's relevant. This is literally relevant. To the video that we're watching.
Oh, okay.
Stupid politicians making stupid political points. I'm talking about legitimate scholarship on this. Because, in reality, it's the scholarship that matters. So back in 1996, a gunman in Port Arthur, Tasmania, which is a state in Australia, went and killed 35 people, and 23 people were wounded as well. And it's one of the worst massacres in Australia's history.
Download a Doom mod where you recreate this?
100% there is.
I know there's a Christchurch and Columbine one, so...
Jesus Christ. Well, this one I don't think it was any, like, racially motivated one. It was, like, he's still alive, I think. I think he's in a loony bin. If I recall correctly. Not sure. Pretty bad, though. I'm pretty sure his mum claims that he was a patsy, which is kind of funny. And maybe we should look into the conspiracy theories around this one day.
Oh, of course. Well, I mean, it's mom's coping.
Yes,
mom's
exactly.
be coping.
Mm-hmm.
Australia rallied around a gun control measure. And what they did is institute a ban on all semi-automatic rifles.
I cannot express how many...
Mel Gibson.
How many Australian SLRs were destroyed in 1996 because of this?
Yeah, you could imagine all the arms you could be selling to Myanmar right now.
Exactly. Or to Americans who want to buy guns.
Yeah, the amount of covert ops you can't be doing with smuggled weapons now.
Yeah, imagine the Myanmar rebels wrecking
with civilian
junta.
Australian guns.
with Australian SLRs from World War II. That'd be sick.
Rifles and automatic.
It'd be like the Bush War again. Didn't they have the FEL? Wasn't that the whole thing? The Rhodesian Bush War. Didn't they have the FEL?
I assume so. You tell me.
Rifles, as
I'm
well as
actually not
shotguns.
sure. I don't know
And
much
then
about
institute-
it. I've only learned recently that it was called Rhodesia, like South Africa, sort of white people thing.
You didn't know it was called Rhodesia?
No, I knew that it was called Rhodesia. I didn't know that it was Zimbabwe, and I didn't realize it was like a Nazi thing, like a white supremacist thing. Pretty crazy.
Where do you think Rhodesia went?
That's kind of gangster.
Where do you think Rhodesia went?
I have no idea. South Africa?
You know? Oh, you thought it was part of South Africa?
Yeah, maybe a province, or like I thought it might have been close to it. I didn't realize it was Zimbabwe.
Okay, so you thought it was like something like apartheid thing.
Yeah.
I mean, it's same region. It is right there.
Yeah. So I didn't know. I knew about the Bush War. I didn't realize that it was like literally like a blacks versus white thing.
Well, they talk about how they had the most effective tactics and stuff.
Didn't they get wrecked?
Yeah, well, that's the whole thing. It's like, you know, it's something like you couldn't keep your ethno state, but you enriched the soil. There's like a meme that they post on these people.
That's fucking
because there's
great.
Rhodesia simps.
Of course there is. Jesus Christ.
You've never seen them?
mandatory.
No.
Watch, you're gonna start seeing them all over now. Now that you're aware of it.
That'll be something that'll happen to Russians from Ukrainians in a little bit. If Ukraine successfully keeps the eastern regions somehow, it'll just be invades, can't hold it, enriches the soil, or something to do with the sunflowers, something like that. There's 100% there'll be a meme about it. African Idaho.
Buyback programs that would force people to go and sell their currently owned guns of those particular classes. And they actually managed to procure 600,000 guns. And that's just
I will say
huge, especially considering Australia only had
if you want to lower the amount of guns, not on the street, just the amount of guns total, gun buybacks are effective.
Yeah, but
so if the thing is, if the liberal theory is reducing the amount of guns, will reduce the amount of shootings, the best thing that America can do is try to fucking lower the gun ownership through buybacks. As long as they're not mandatory.
Yes, the mandatory thing I think might put a lot of
because they never will
off.
be mandatory.
I agree.
I mean, they will be in certain areas.
I 100%.
So that's what happened. It's like a bunch of people 3D printed guns.
Hilarious.
And then did them to it was like a police buyback. Because that's what they do, is they do a local PD thing.
Yeah. I think Brandon Herrera did a couple things about buybacks in the Austin area or something like that.
Yeah, I'm sure he has no bias whatsoever.
No, but he just goes and shows what's happening and then offers to buy people's guns. That's basically the gimmick. And he's like, saving the guns, which is kind of funny. But the one thing that's kind of interesting is seeing what guns people are selling back to the state.
Dr. Disrespect's playing Stalker 2. Should we allow that? Be like, sure. You know what? You can't play this one, Doctor.
Get the Ukrainians to harass him.
Yeah.
It's not a bad idea.
Deplatform him.
I'm actually not against this.
We don't want you here.
Yeah, get the fuck away from here. That's right. I was gonna surprise you guys. But
Everything
I
is
forgot.
interpreted as confiscation, though. Yeah.
Guess what? Stalker 2 is on the Game Pass, so I can play it.
Oh, where the glitches are might be on console.
Okay.
So it might be better to like wait for the next patch if you're doing on console.
Sure. Okay.
18 million residents. Now think about that.
It's
They
just
only had
it's the
18
kind of
million
game you
residents
don't
in
like, though. The
What do you mean?
survival type games. But you also hate every game.
No,
It can't be this. It can't be that.
exclusively dislike top down
You also have said that you hate
and
survival
strategy
games.
games. No, I didn't.
You said yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
You have. Yes, you have.
Like what? Like what games?
Oh, I said like stuff where you like have to manage resources and like defend like buildings. You know, there's like 7 Days to Die or something.
I don't know. I've never played that game. We've never talked about those kinds of games.
Yes, we have.
They were able to procure
Because I remember bringing it up because
600,000
there's a game that I wanted to get and
Which
just have
was-
you blind fire it.
Okay.
And I described what the game was, and you
Was it
hated.
top down?
No. It was literally a stalker type game themed
Sure.
around piss. And that the joke would be is making you play a game about piss.
I don't remember that at all. That sounds like it would sound.
It was a
out,
long
but,
time ago. I don't forget things.
guns over the course of a couple of years. That's incredible. Now, mass shootings were obviously the thing that this law was trying to stop. And actually, it's gone off splendidly.
No, it hasn't.
There's been barely any mass shootings in Australia.
Interesting. 18 years. Yeah, look. Unfucking believable. Well fucking done. Look, he's actually reading. Look, you're actually reading and you're figuring out that it's actually just a continuing fucking trend. I'm very interested to see whether he actually figures out that it's pretty much the same downtrend as it was before.
Since the Gun Control Act. The decade after it, there were
No, mate, that's not true.
basically no shootings that killed more than 3 people. And the decade prior, there were a
Victims by gunshot. There you go. Look at that. That's a table that I haven't found. What the fuck? That's an awesome table. Why don't people do shit like this? Make tables like this. This is great. This is easy to read. This is excellent. God damn.
11. So there's a very clear before and after in terms of mass shootings on this particular thing. Now, crime is a different matter. You see, there has been a downward trend since around the early 90s in terms of violent crime. Not only
done.
in Australia,
In
actually,
America as
but
well.
pretty much the
entire
entire
world.
Western
Yep.
world. We've even seen that here in America. And I made an episode on that, so I'll put a link somewhere.
It is
So
just
there has
vindicating
been
me.
significant debate over whether or not this Gun Control Act has reduced the amount of violent crime, or whether or not it was just this downward trend that the entire Western world has
I'm
experienced.
actually interested.
Now, a number of
to hear what
studies
you have
say
to
that
say.
the Australian Gun Control Act actually did make a significant difference, but there is significant argument against that fact. Of course, many of the studies that
The violent crime went up between 97 and 2002 before trending back down in Australia. So it actually didn't, it made it worse for the initial 5 years.
have argued against this were
Well, it's hard to
co-opted
say what
by
one thing made worse or better.
True. Well, how about this? There are more guns in private hands now than ever before, and violent crime and guns deaths are lower than ever before. Explain that. It can't be gun control because there are more guns than ever before. So what's the difference? The only conclusion that I can logically come to is the same one that you've come to, which is it's a social problem. If it's not mass shootings, it's bombing.
Everything
so
is.
what's the fucking issue, right? We need to figure out what the fucking problem is. Gun laws don't fix the problem. Gun laws are a band-aid. Like I don't understand why it's so hard for liberals to understand this.
I love when people are like, haha, you don't even have 1,000 views on your stream. It's like, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think it happens like overnight?
Yeah, they literally do. It's pathetic.
So these are the same people that think you can just do OnlyFans and instantly be a millionaire.
Yes, they literally
And they're
are.
the same people that think that this coin is totally safe. I'm going to be a millionaire. You know what I'm saying? They believe everything is get rich quick.
Yes.
And they just need to hustle to the top. And all these other people who have money besides them are cheating because they have vaginas or something, so they can use their vaginas to get paid.
Gun advocacy groups and have been shown to have problems with their research methodology. But still, most of the ones that are saying that it has made a significant effect don't take into account the downward...
The gays, like the nude and porn quality, I think it's significantly under par compared to like anything straight, or like even like anything that can be marketed to straight people, like trans women.
What do you mean? The gays don't do the photography properly?
No,
Or
I don't.
you're-
That's what I'm saying. So like when you are actual sluts, you know,
you get
like
proper
I
crisp
think you are,
photography.
the quality is just way lower. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, interesting.
Because they don't actually care. They're like, here's my hole.
That's funny. That's true. They need a production budget.
Well, I know because the same amateur quality stuff that's like trans couples and stuff like that can be marketed to straights is like way better quality.
Interesting.
I don't know. I just think it's pretty hard to find good gay porn.
That's fucking perfect. Check the title now. What do we think? Refresh if you have to.
I think it's gay.
It is gay. All right.
Trend that was already being experienced by Australia at that point in time. So there is a bit of argument to be made in terms of whether or not it made a difference in terms of violent crime. But here's the other thing that nobody seems to be talking about in terms of Australia in relation to America.
I didn't say the gay content creators are poorer. That's not what I said.
He said that they're sluts, thus don't care about the production value.
Yes. I say they're like, you know, like there's like endless videos that are just a POV jack off and nut, you know? Like you're not elevating yourself.
Do better.
You need to put some into it. But then there's like certain people. Like there's this one guy who's like a femboy. It's like Jay Sunbeam or something.
Okay.
And he's got like, you know, like he does hole puckering, all kinds of stuff. Very creative.
Australia is very, very small in
damn it.
population in comparison to America. It is 10 times less the amount of population that we have here. That's pretty significant in difference. Trying to legislate for 300 million as opposed to 30 million people is a very different prospect. Furthermore, I'm pretty sure that in America, if we tried to pass this, it would be counted as unconstitutional, at least according to the Supreme Court, and they're really the only ones who matter on this. But getting back to Australia, there's another thing that has been significantly studied in terms of the impact of gun control on the population and crime and whatnot, and that is suicides. Now, there has been a significant decrease in suicide.
I have seen these memes before. That's fucking great.
It's J Bay, son. All right, here, Jack. Just type this word in Google Images off stream, and you tell me that's not good quality. Like, you gotta at least appreciate the lighting and shit.
God damn it.
You'll see what I mean, though.
Sure. What, the purple lighting?
I'm just saying, he deserves it. Everything else is just POV, here's me coming.
That's true. It's different.
You know? He's different. Like, I don't even know how he does these poses. All self-shot, too. Like, he deserves whatever bag he gets.
That's true. Because, look, I've seen some of the production value. It's pretty good production value. You know, you're getting what you pay for. God fucking damn it.
Suicide by gun, but there's virtually no change in terms of the amount of suicide. And in recent years, there's actually been a significant uptick in suicide rates in Australia. Actually, in most of the Western world. Now, how much of that is counting towards the growth of population? I haven't really seen any studies on that, and I don't feel like doing this statistical analysis myself.
If it was a girl taking those photos, you'd be rock hard. You wish girls would take photos like that.
But to sum it all up, Australia's gun laws have made a significant impact on mass shootings.
Show me your
At least
genitals.
most likely. Will it work for America? Probably not. Since after all, it's unconstitutional here. But let's look at one thing that isn't really talked about in terms of the amount of mass shootings here. We have seen a significant increase in terms of mass shootings here, but we haven't seen a significant increase in comparison to the increase of population here. When accounted for by population growth, we've actually seen a decrease. Now, that's something that
this guy doesn't miss, bro.
I never thought about that.
This guy really, he's never missed. This
That's
is also
so
somebody I'd love to
interesting.
talk to and like be very friendly with.
Dude. The pop, of course. Because it's not a population issue. It's a social issue. The social issue still affects like reasonably the same amount of people. That's interesting. That's very fucking interesting.
that is really hard for people to get a grip on because we just keep on hearing about it in the news over and over and over again. But the fact is,
and this goes, you can watch in our episode on guns, talk about this.
What's happening right now with the rebels in Syria? Well, last I checked, they were within 5 to 8 kilometers of the official city outskirts of Aleppo. So they've seized a few neighborhoods. There's been artillery exchanged. It's just a matter of, are they gonna hunker down on these positions or not? But them taking back Aleppo would be crazy. And it wouldn't happen this year. But they could entrench in positions to begin a siege on the city. Because, Aleppo's been taken multiple times. It's been back and forth for, like 2 decades.
Mm-hmm.
Russians have done airstrikes on their positions. Yeah.
I saw that it was HTS.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Different factions are probably involved.
Interesting.
So you can a general Free Syrian Army. It's very funny how different reporting is, and I'll see it from the same people. Where they've been HTS terrorist, and then
I sent one to you.
Free Syrians on other posts.
Yeah, I sent one to you. That was the only one that I saw.
Yeah, well, they've been talking about it for a few weeks, like it was likely going to happen.
Yeah. Okay.
And they've taken more ground than I expected. But they launch assaults pretty often.
Okay.
Like 4 a year on different locations, maybe. Pretty hard ones. But this seems like their hardest in a while. Most ground taken in a while.
It seems pretty full on.
Can you tell me if this PDF is readable? The words are down
this is
at the
pretty
bottom.
easily Googleable.
It starts on page 18 where you can read the rest is pictures. Would you be able to read that out loud?
The fuck? Fuck did you send me?
It's just stuff for a tier list. But I was seeing if that's legible enough for you. Because I'm not sure if I can read it. But I'm also
Abagor?
Yeah, but like all the can you actually legibly read the font?
Oh, it's pretty small.
Okay.
Maybe. It's a lot of effort though. Jesus.
Yeah, I'll find ones that it's easier.
Bad.
Population has been growing significantly for quite a long time. And here's the ultimate thing in terms of trying to apply Australia's gun laws to our own. We have this thing in the Constitution called the Grandfather Clause. You cannot institute a buyback policy that's mandatory according to that. We could feasibly outlaw semi-automatic weapons or whatnot, but for everyone who currently owns a semi-automatic weapon, they would be legally able to continue owning it or even selling it on the open market because it is not illegal now. And nothing the US can do can change that. All these idiots who are afraid that Obama's going to come and take their guns don't really understand how the Constitution works because nobody can come and take that because of the Grandfather Clause. And we actually have a significant precedent for that. For instance, back in the 80s, Reagan actually passed a anti-machine gun legislation that makes it so that you can't buy machine guns anymore that were manufactured after that particular date. It's not illegal to own the ones that were made prior to that point because, well, they were made prior to that point, and the Grandfather Clause specifically states that you cannot make anything illegal retroactively. So, of course, Australia's gun law would never really be implementable here in the United States because we couldn't have mandatory gun buybacks. Did it work for them? Kind of, yeah. But not as significantly as the current political left would have you believe here in America. There's still significant gun ownership in Australia, and the potential for mass shootings is still there. Yeah, of course, all took a great stand back in 1996 against that, and made a significant difference. But we can't here, not in the same way.
Very, very unexpected. That might be one of 8 fucking years ago.
Mm-hmm.
This might
Bro
be
doesn't
one
miss.
of the best videos on Australian gun control I've ever seen, while also not actually taking a stance on whether it was good or not. Well fucking done.
Well, that's not his job. In his view, he tries to be objective.
This is fine. That's fantastic. There has just recently been a mass shooting in Australia, though not a spree killing. It is a family murder-suicide. See what I fucking like. Believe me when I talk, motherfuckers. If I don't know, I'll let you know. I'm like, check me as well. Like, if you reckon I'm wrong, pull me up on it. But I'm telling you, I'm right.
He'll definitely listen.
Sometimes. That's interesting though. So 6 years ago, 2018 was the murder, mother and her children, first mass shooting. What the fuck? Wish he didn't. There was also one in Darwin. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay. Next.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. We end today's show in Pakistan, where security forces in Islamabad arrested over 1,000 protesters in a massive crackdown targeting supporters of jailed former Prime Minister Imran Khan during a march on the capital city. At least 6 people died in the protests that began Sunday. Khan's supporters had vowed to stage a sit-in until he was released, but they ended the protests following the security crackdown, which has been described by Khan's supporters as a massacre. Imran Khan has been in prison since August 2023. On what are widely viewed as politically motivated charges. We're joined right now by Asim Sajjad Akhtar. He is Associate Professor of Political Economy at Quaid-e-Azam University in Islamabad. He's also affiliated with Pakistan's left-wing Awami Workers' Party. Thanks so much for being with us, Professor. If you can just start off by talking about what took place in the last few days. Now, Imran Khan supporters have called off the protests, but the mass protest has taken place and the number of arrests and deaths.
Yes, thanks, Amy. Well, I mean, some of your viewers will know that this is a long simmering conflict between the PTI, which is Imran Khan's party, and the present government. It has many phases. The most recent sort of big
I hope Donald Trump gets involved.
Sort of part of this sort of conflict was in February of 24, when in general elections, it's widely sort of understood that Khan's party won the majority of seats, but through various kinds of post-poll rigging, was denied an opportunity to run the government, and this was while Khan was in jail, and he's been in jail now for I think 14 months. So this protest, which was called on the 24th of November, was yet another sort of big mass mobilization to demand his release, to demand the release of many other PTI leaders and supporters who have been in and out of prison both before and during this protest, and to basically say, or to demand, in a sense, that what the PTI believes, and what I think is reasonable for it to believe, is an illegitimate government, is called to account, and then sort of polls are held afresh. And what transpired, as you noted, was a crackdown. Despite the crackdown, mind you, the PTI and its supporters managed to get into the city of Islamabad and all the way to what is called the D Chowk, which is right close to a series of government buildings, including the parliament. But then late last night, they were pushed back after a lot of, initially skirmishes and then serious repression. And right now, we don't actually know the extent of how many people have lost their lives, how many people are injured, because a lot of that is being blanked out by the state media.
And Professor Akhtar, to what do you attribute the mass popularity of Imran Khan, and also this whole question that some of his supporters have raised that he ran afoul of the United States when he was in office?
Well, I mean, Imran Khan is I think, a phenomenon that has many parallels around the world, sort of a self-proclaimed outsider who I think has built his popularity around the unpopularity of the so-called liberal centrist parties, or what I would call the liberal establishment, which have over many, many decades now acceded to, for instance, IMF conditionalities, have allowed the military, which of course is Pakistan's most prominent and powerful political force, a free hand. And so, all of these things, and there was a war on terror in Afghanistan and its effects in Pakistan. And Khan sort of pitched himself as an outsider, as an anti-establishment outsider who wanted to change the system. He came to power, as some of your viewers will know, and was in power for the best part of 4 years between 2018 and 2022. And when he fell afoul of the military, initially his coming to power was largely assisted by the military, but it was when he fell afoul of the military in 2022 is when he was booted out. But people like Imran, I think, are in a sense, are able to play to their gallery better when they're out of power. And so the last couple of years, anti-incumbency, with whether it be because of inflation, unemployment, again, a regime that is pandering to the military at every juncture, I think that has, in a sense, further inflated this support base that Khan enjoys. In a very youthful country, mind you, Pakistan's median age is about 23. And as far as the America thing goes, I don't think there's any conclusive evidence that there was sort of direct meddling in that particular decision for Khan to be booted out in April 2022. That was largely because he fell afoul of the military. But again, as your viewers will know, this is not a country in which the United States needs to intervene at any one juncture. It's had a larger-than-life role.
The Pakistani government, it was still constitutional. It shouldn't have been done, but it was still constitutional. They did it with a vote of no confidence. The issue is a lot of countries want their Senate to be on top. And, under Zia Hawk, right? It was like a military dictatorship. The Senate didn't have a lot of power under him. And like Imran Khan being a populist Donald Trump type figure, he was pulling more power under his position, which the Senate and military, who are powerful institutions, saw as pulling power away from them. So they vote of no confidence to him, which their constitution allows. And considering their history with a military dictatorship, I can understand why they would do it, even though it is like shady as fuck and undermines the democracy. It's just like banning Gaddafi in Libya. Like, the people may not have supported him, but they still think the ban undermines their democracy. Like, they rather have him on the ticket and win than to just not be on the ticket at all.
Partly in
there's also Rad Libs too, but just a Pakistan version of it.
Military since the Cold War. So the fact that Khan touches a nerve by speaking about American involvement, I think also speaks to how you can take a particular grain of truth and sort of combine it with mass anti-incumbency to generate a great deal of resentment.
Because as I've said, with Ryan Grimm's retardation, who tries to blame the entire thing on the U.S. interfering in Pakistan, because he's Ryan Grimm. So like this guy they brought on, who's an expert, it was literally saying the grain of truth that's in there. You don't jump to intercept conclusions. Like, to think that Pakistan wasn't going to do it unless the U.S. came in and the U.S. forced their hand. That's not what happened. The U.S. literally said, they went to the U.S. and said, hey, we're going to do this. Are you cool with that? Will you back us if we do? And the U.S. says, that sounds perfectly reasonable. It's in your Constitution, after all. And that was what Ryan Grimm thinks is U.S. overthrowing Imran Khan.
Within Pakistani society, and are there the long-established ties between it and the U.S. military?
That's right. Yes, as I said, this is a story that goes all the way back to the Cold War. Pakistan was widely viewed by the Washington as an anti-communist frontline state through the 1950s, 60s, and then most notoriously after 1977, when the so-called jihad was backed by America and sort of, in a sense, operationalized by the Pakistani military. And then again, when that story turned on its head and the old jihadis were now cast as terrorists after 2001. Again, it was a military dictatorship of Pervez Musharraf, which was backed heavily by the Bush administrations and even later on by the Obama administration. So there's a long story, and the Pakistani military has benefited from American support to not only dominate Pakistan's political life, but also largely dominate its economy. And I think what has happened with Khan, because as I noted earlier, Khan actually initially came to power with the support of the military. But what has happened is that this long sort of gestating, simmering sort of undercurrent of sentiment amongst ordinary people about the outsized, as you said, role of the military in Pakistan's political, economic, and social life. I think it is coming to a head somewhat now. Time will tell, however, whether Khan and his party are really able and willing to take on the military and sort of the militarized political economy. So as I would say, rather than perhaps just seeking a route back into power. But that doesn't excuse, of course, the fact that they have been subject to serious repression over the last couple of years, and I think that has simply reinforced Khan's massive popularity.
So do you see parallels between Imran Khan, who can, as you say, mobilize massive number of people from prison into the streets, even as so many are arrested and a number killed? Do you see parallels between him, who faces a number of corruption charges, and President Trump?
Yeah, as I noted earlier, I mean, he is, as I said, Imran is I think is sort of in a sense a symbol of the type of political leader that has emerged, I think, over the last 15, 20 years. Trump is another example. Right next door to us in India is Modi. I mean, there's many such examples. Sort of this so-called new outsider, who perhaps really isn't as much of an outsider as the narrative would suggest, that builds upon, as I said, the resentment, the disillusionment of the liberal establishment, of people with established parties and with the establishment at large. And certainly there's parallels. In fact, Trump and Imran, when they were both in their earlier incarnations in office in 2019, sort of had this very buddy-buddy type engagement when they met. And right now, right after your election on November 5th, there was a lot of PTI online sort of media, mind you, a lot of the PTI has a great deal of support in the diaspora, that have played up this notion that maybe a Trump administration would coax the Pakistani military into getting Imran out of power. So there's a lot of parallels. They're not the same thing. They can't be reduced to the same thing, but I do think that it tells us a lot about how the liberal center continues to fail and pave the way for these so-called outsiders to thrive.
Asam Sajjad Akhtar, we thank you so much for being with
See
us,
what I mean, though,
professor of political
when I always
economy
say
at
Pakistan is literally America? The fucking liberal institutions are failing, allowing for outsiders to come in.
University in Islamabad. That does it for our show. Tune in Thursday, Thanksgiving, for a special broadcast with Indigenous scholar Nick Estes and Ta-Nehisi Coates, author of The Message. And on Friday, we'll speak to Namanti Nankimo, an Indigenous leader from the Amazon in Ecuador, as well as Palestinian poet Masab Abu Toha from Gaza. That does it for our show. Special thanks to Mike Burker, Nate Feltz, Dina Guzder, Messiah Rhodes, Nermeen Sheikh, Maria Tarasena, Tammy Warrenup, Tarina Nodura, Sam Alcoff, Tamaria Studio. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez.
Protests in Pakistan's capital calling for the release of jailed former Prime Minister Imran Khan have been called off, his party has said. That's after a midnight raid by security forces saw hundreds of Khan's supporters arrested, according to local media. Islamabad residents woke up on Wednesday to empty streets, littered with smashed-up vehicles. A spokesman for Khan's PTI party confirmed a planned sit-in and street protests had been called off, citing what he called the massacre. The protests have resulted in the deaths of at least 6 people, among them 4 paramilitary soldiers and 2 protesters. Interior Minister Mohsin Naqvi said Pakistan's law enforcement had cleared protesters from the spot targeted for the sit-in, the city's highly fortified red zone, and other areas of the capital. Thousands of protesters descended on Islamabad centre the previous day. A convoy led by Khan's wife, Bushra Bibi, broke through several lines of security to reach the edge of the red zone. The remains of a truck used by Bibi appeared charred by flames, witnesses said. The PTI party's president for the city of Peshawar said the protest was called off and they would chalk out the new strategy. He said Khan's wife had returned safely to the province from the capital.
Well, the former Pakistani Prime Minister Imran Khan is urging his supporters to, quote, fight to the end after thousands of protesters broke through barricades around Islamabad. Now, Pakistani police fired tear gas to disperse the crowds and blocked roads to try to prevent them from pushing through. Khan praised protesters for standing firm in the face of what he described as the mafia, he says, that has been imposed on the country. The protests are led by Khan's party, which says he is being held on politically motivated charges. Well, Fad Hussain is a Pakistani journalist and president at AIK News Channel. Good to have you. Joining us now live from Lahore in Pakistan. Thank you. And what do you understand to be happening on the ground at present, sir?
Thank you very much. Well, the situation is very much fluid at this stage. The PTI protesters, they came in today, this morning. They were able to enter the federal capital, Islamabad, in very large numbers. They were heading straight to what is called the D Chowk, or the red zone, which is right in front of the parliament and the prime minister's house and the Supreme Court. A few of them got there, but they were pushed back by the security forces. Right now, they are camped about maybe about a kilometer or 2 kilometers away from that place. The government still has control of that main area. And the government has just now said that it has absolutely refused to negotiate or open any kind of dialogue with the PTI. So it's kind of a standstill right now.
So, talks between the government and Khan's party breaking down. The aim, of course, on the Khan party side was to get these criminal cases cleared. So, as you say, the status quo hasn't changed. Imran Khan, meantime, urging his supporters to, quote, fight to the end. Despite being in prison since last August, he continues to have a strong influence on those who support him. So what happens next at this stage, sir? What should we expect?
Well, a couple of very important things have become clear in the last about 24 hours. One, of course, is that, as you very correctly said, that Mr. Khan still maintains this hold, this influence over his people, even though he is himself in jail, and that he has been able to mobilize a very large number of people from the province of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, one province, and they've been able to come because they hold the government there. So they've been able to manage an entry into the federal capital. So he's absolutely very much reminded everybody that he can have very strong street influence. But unfortunately, an element of violence has also, crept into this whole affair. And yesterday, last night, 4 members of the law enforcement agencies were killed in a hit and run. The driver was ultimately arrested, but they were killed. And in addition, the government says that 3 or 4 other policemen have also lost their lives. So the violence has escalated, which has created a very difficult situation. The government says that it is holding back, that it is not retaliating with violence and restraining troops not to use any live ammunition. So there is a stalemate, but the issue is, the longer the stalemate continues, the more difficult it would become for the thousands of people gathered in Islamabad to be able to sustain just sitting there. The temperatures are cold, they're out in the street. So perhaps the PTI might have missed a moment of absolute leverage that they had a couple of hours back. Now it is a waiting game, and I think a waiting game suits the government.
Yeah. Can I just read a statement from the State Department in the US? It's the spokesman, Matthew Miller, speaking to reporters. He said, and I quote, "We call on protesters to demonstrate peacefully and refrain from violence. And at the same time, we call on the Pakistani authorities to, quote, respect human rights and fundamental freedoms and to ensure respect for Pakistan's law and constitution as they work to maintain law and order." Is there, do you feel, any sense of groundswell of international pressure on the government to negotiate with Khan and his party at this point?
Well, as yet, there are no indications. Yes, the statement that you just referred to is there, but beyond that, we do not see any indication. This is very early in this whole conflict, and the whole issue may dissipate in a short time. Then, of course, the whole issue of international pressure will go away with it. We have not seen that. What we have seen, in fact, is an element of violence which has so far remained under control. But if it were to spiral out, then things could change. So, for example, the offices of our news channel, 8 News, were also attacked today by protesters and vandalized. They were controlled later on. So right now, I think the government wants somehow to ensure that the violence does not escalate. As long as that doesn't happen, I think the international pressure will probably not come down very hard on the government. But ultimately, of course, this issue, if it drags on, then I think a negotiated settlement would become a bit more difficult for Mr. Khan if he wants it in his favor. despite the fact that he's shown that he has street muscle and street power.
Yep. Well, Khan supporters will say that, the hope will be from the government that they will quieten down. And, that remains to be seen whether indeed that happens and whether the government is prepared to negotiate at any point with Mr. Khan himself or indeed the party. It's good to have you, sir. Important insight and analysis on what is a very, very important story. Thank you. You're watching Connect the World with me, Becky Anderson. Time here in Abu Dhabi is 33 minutes past 7.
Multiple people died on Tuesday in Pakistan's capital during clashes between police and protesters demanding the release of ex-Prime Minister Imran Khan. The Interior Ministry confirmed the deaths of paramilitary soldiers but did not say who was responsible. While Khan's opposition party, Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf, or PTI, said 2 protesters had died during the march. Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif blamed the protesters for the soldiers' deaths, accusing them of ramming the paramilitary troops with a convoy of vehicles. A witness said hundreds of protesters, supporters of PTI, had reached a square near the parliament in Islamabad that has been a historic rallying point for protests. Calling for the government's resignation, among other demands, they ransacked vehicles and set a police kiosk on fire. They also attacked and wounded journalists at 2 separate locations, people from 2 media houses said. Sharif branded the actions extremism aimed at achieving evil political designs. Authorities have said a curfew could be imposed in the capital. Khan has been jailed on a series of corruption charges since August 2023. The last time supporters of his PTI party marched on the
You're muted, bro. You're always muted.
Okay, the show sucks. Fuck off then. How about that?
Bye.
Who cares about the rest of the world? Literally everyone in the world, you fucking moron. Are you dumb? This literally impacts all of us. Everything we cover is about everyone, not just your little bubble of fuckwits. None of our business if they want to... See, this is the problem. This is Russian disinformation that has done this shit, right? This is what the information warfare has actually led it to become.
No, this is just general racism. They would think this regardless.
Sure, but like this attitude, this like we're anti-war, but anti-war is just letting fascists take countries and land. That's never been America. I
Pearl
saw
Harbor
something
wouldn't have happened.
Hold on.
If America
I screenshot
didn't stop Japan with those, oil tariffs and shit.
There's a guy that I found, and I'm sure everybody's already following him. I'm sure everybody's already following him. You ever heard the term "Why die for Danzig"? You ever heard this? No. It's a pro-appeasement French political slogan created on the eve of World War II by fascist sympathizers. These people are saying, "Why die for Ukraine?" That's what you are saying. Literally the same shit. Literally just fascist rhetoric revealing itself over and over and over again, reused by fascists, this time Russia, to get the rest of the world on board with not helping a country defend themselves. You know how you guys, I know he's probably not here anymore, whatever, I don't give a shit. You know how you guys always talk about how self-defense is so crucial? I love self-defense. Self-defense is great. Why does that not apply for Ukraine? Hey, look, he's here. Fucking, you're an idiot. It was the summary of what I just said.
Capital was in October. The PTI party rejected Sharif's accusation that the paramilitary troops had been rammed. It reiterated that party supporters would hold a sit-in outside the parliament.
You're the one came in here crying, my dude. You are literally crying because we're not covering America. You fucking idiot. Brother, we are journalists, not activists. You're an idiot. You're an actual idiot. Fuck your team.
Until their demands were
you're an
met.
idiot.
Stormy politics and unrest during Pakistan's 77-year history have included protests and sit-ins by
That's the
opposition
best
parties.
quality I can find in English.
Is Imran Khan a rapist as well? Is that another similarity between Trump and Imran Khan?
So
damn,
it's really funny actually. So they annulled his marriage and then said, basically saying that it was never legal, and therefore, since he has kids, that's against the law. That's adultery. So they literally locked the dude up for fucking his wife.
That's incredible.
Yeah, but that part of it that they dropped it. Cover it on the ground. We have.
You're a fucking idiot.
Literally,
I
literally lived in Syria.
You don't know what journalism is. That is an aspect of it. Yes, that is not journalism. You fucking fool.
The big industry.
There's
even people who just report on sports.
Yeah, did you know? Did you also know that the people that you likely watch, Ben Shapiro, people like that, Steven Crowder,
they're the real journalists.
Right, real journalists, right? Oh, Steven Crowder goes and bullies college kids. Oh, cool, journalism.
Yeah, at least
Ben
he's on
Shapiro
the ground.
goes and sees Barbie with a notebook and a scowl. Yeah, journalism.
More than you've done.
The last march by PTI supporters sparked days of clashes, resulting in one officer being killed. But authorities say this week's protest is bigger in size and more violent.
After the presidential election, there was a spike.
Hey, look. Perfect timing.
In incidents involving neo-Nazi marches and racist and hateful messages sent online, stoking fear for people in a number of states across the country. Stephanie Tsai has more on this. It's part of our Race Matters coverage.
William, in Waterloo, Iowa, earlier this month,
watch him cry about PBS, even though it's like the most unbiased shit you could watch. You fucking watch.
Residents received flyers advertising the Aryan Freedom Network. That same week in Michigan, men waved not.
Why are you so mad, buddy? What's wrong? What's wrong? Why are you so mad? You should change your name to Boot Cleaner. You little bitch.
Oh, so everyone's a Nazi now?
Nazi flags outside a community theater production of The Diary of Anne Frank. Days later in Columbus, Ohio, a small group of neo-Nazi men carried swastika flags. And since the...
They're feds,
They're the coolest people, aren't they? They're so cool, these Nazis. Aren't they cool?
They're just feds. Psyop.
Exactly. More feds. More feds.
Election. Black, Latino, and LGBTQ Americans in at least 25 states, including kids and teens.
Man, this guy's very aggressive. I wonder what's wrong with him. Maybe he's coping with the fact that he voted and put a rapist in charge. I don't know. Probably not. Actually, he probably is pro-rape. Let's be real.
What is this weed stuff?
Have been subjected to racist text messages. The messages told recipients to report to a plantation to pick cotton.
There's not going to be World War III, my dude. You live in an unreality. But don't worry, stay. We're covering the Russia stuff at the end, the stuff that you're here for.
Destiny Legrone, a New Yorker, was one of the recipients of those texts.
I truly felt fearful because this was the day after the election. I didn't know if the winner of the election gave the authority for people to push hate, but then also fearing for my safety in the sense of who was able to obtain my information and violate my personal space as in contacting me to send such a thing. Who has that type of hate in their heart?
For more on these incidents and what can be done, I'm joined by Margaret Huang, President and CEO of the Southern Poverty Law Center, an organization that monitors hate and extremism in the U.S. Margaret, thank you so much.
Why?
What?
Is the SPLC is one of the bad ones, isn't it? Like the
I don't know enough. I don't keep track of this woke shit.
What's the ACLU? No. What's
Anti-Defamation League is what you're thinking of, probably.
Yeah, ADL.
Yeah, fucking Zionists.
Yeah, it's either the SPLC or the other
Southern
one.
Poverty Law Center can be You know, it depends on who their donors are.
Yeah.
So much for joining the NewsHour. As you know, the FBI is investigating those texts, but as of now, we have no clearer sense of who sent them. Based on the content, Margaret, what do you make of these mass texts, and what is the intention behind them?
It's really clear to us that hate and extremist groups are using the election of Donald Trump as an encouragement to cause fear and anxiety in communities of color, in religious communities, and in the LGBTQ community. Because of his use of racist, sexist, and other discriminatory rhetoric on the campaign trail, he's essentially encouraged his followers to spew hateful rhetoric, and he's emboldened them to embrace this hateful ideology.
You know, even if Trump has stirred up feelings of racial animus, he also saw gains, as you know, in this election among Latinos and African Americans.
I don't know. I think it's kind of silly to put it all on Trump. You know? It's like yin and yang, entropy and shit, you know? Like the energy had to be right for him to begin with.
Yeah.
There's not like A-B connections to societal things.
With the second Trump term, do you expect that there will be more or less tolerance for this kind of hate speech?
I think that many people who supported the president-elect did so because they share his rhetoric and ideology, but many other people did not. Many people voted for him for economic reasons because they're frustrated by the economic situation of the country, and they wanted a change from what they were experiencing over the last few years. That is not a mandate to embrace racial hatred or misogyny. And I believe, in fact, that as we move forward with the incoming administration, more and more people are going to reject that rhetoric and call for a change.
These mass text messages that were sent out, that seems unprecedented. And we were hearing of middle schoolers who received these texts. What can be done about that?
So we actually spoke with students from across the country, including students from the University of Alabama, Troy University, University of West Georgia, and Alabama State. We also spoke with a 13-year-old in DeKalb County, Georgia, and a 14-year-old in Rockdale County. It is very clear to us that the texts have been collected and sold by first from an international company to a domestic company, and then we've been unable to trace those texts, who purchased the text from that U.S. company subsequently. We think that internet companies that do this mass text service need better regulations to ensure that they can report who is using those numbers they've purchased for these kinds of activities. And the FBI is currently investigating this trail of who purchased the text.
Separately, white supremacist incidents like the ones we just described have been rising for the last 18 months. What would you attribute that to?
I think, again, so much of that was heard on the campaign trail from the candidate Trump himself. I think that's what spurs so many other people to feel emboldened to embrace that rhetoric. And I think we're going to see more.
Yeah, that's kind of, yeah. It's very irrationally angry. Like it's
not a hard name.
Kind of
a harder name.
Kind of embarrassing.
So tough.
More of it for a time, particularly as Trump nominates people for senior level positions in his administration who also echo that hateful rhetoric. We're going to see more and more people openly embracing it. But I will also note those incidents that you mentioned, Stephanie, where there were people marching or flyering. So far, those people have not sought to be identified. They don't have the courage to identify with that rhetoric. They just want to cause the fear that such activities usually spur. And so it's important for people to stand proud in their communities and to reject this hateful rhetoric.
In this country, hate speech, including the display of swastikas, Nazi symbols, are all protected by the First Amendment. What laws do come into play based on the incidents we've described?
There has been violence. And of course, on the campaign trail, there were also incidences of violence. I think that is, in fact, the intention of these organizations. They hope that this rhetoric and these hateful acts will actually encourage individuals to take action. And that's why it's so important for us to focus on prevention and to speak out against hateful rhetoric whenever we can. We need leaders in communities across the country, whether they're political, whether they're religious, whether they're community leaders, to speak out against hateful rhetoric and to reject any kind of that intolerance.
Is chat just dogpiling this guy? This is great. Yes. In 5th Gen's chat, we bully fascists.
Tolerance in their communities.
Margaret Huang with the
What standards and behaviors have changed ever since the Russia-Ukraine war?
Yeah.
So, like, it's because it's holidays, we might have to do, like, bonus stuff.
Okay.
Because there's just not going to be people around.
Yeah.
So, I've been trying to find this shit in English, right? And that's the highest quality I could find. Now, I will admit, this method is a pain in the ass, but you can use Google Lens and then highlight the text. And then, like, sometimes it shows up on the side. If you select enough, you have to select a little enough of it, see? And then you can read it from there.
That's a lot of work.
Yep. Well,
can you find
that's the highest quality English translation I could find.
Great.
Or this.
And you want specific names?
Oh, no. I have the names.
So why am I reading it?
Well, it's just in case we want more info on each thing.
Oh.
Like if we don't, if we can't decide based on the look alone.
Okay.
Then we can open the grimoire.
Sure. Okay.
This kind of comes from Samarth, who's an international relations high school student in Kenya, and he's doing a report. He reached out to me with a couple of questions that I'm going to try to answer. I am in Ireland right now on a 2-3 hour layover before I head to Dulles and head back home. I've been at NATO headquarters this past week. Spoke with a lot of interesting people. Spoke with quite a few Ukrainians as well. And
we are a superpower, but we do not have super patience.
These questions kind of come on the tail of that because I think I'm much better prepared to answer them now. So thank you to NATO for inviting me out. So the first question here is, how have NATO's actions impacted the conflict? For the most part, NATO's actions have impacted.
He's the type of guy who like reads the Iron Gates and jacks off. Oh yeah, stab that baby.
For the better. When you say NATO, NATO is a treaty between right now 32 organizations, 32 countries. And it's tough to get 32 countries to agree on anything, right? But we've managed to corral 32 countries into one cohesive group that...
It's funny because, at the end of civilization, if it was just him and one chick, I feel like the chick would rather just doom humanity. Although at that point it's doomed anyway. You're not coming back from two.
That's not how it works in the Iron Gates.
Is the world's, I think, the largest alliance the world has ever seen. I don't know, maybe Xerxes, from Persian times might have something bigger. This is the largest alliance, essentially, the world has ever seen, at least in modern times. Because NATO has streamlined things like standards and practices across the entire organization, it's made it a lot easier to get help where it is needed.
I mean, would that be an accurate statement? Like, it's definitely a defensive cartel at this point, but the biggest ever? Maybe.
Genghis Khan.
Well, that's exactly what I'm thinking. It's like, there were some pretty big fucking empires out there. Are we talking relative or are we talking comparatively? Like, what are we talking here? I feel like that's an unquantifiable claim. Maybe it seems a little pedantic, but...
Especially when it comes to something like Ukraine. So, and when I say NATO, there is no such thing as the NATO army. There's no NATO army. It's 32 different armies who all agree to somewhat the same standards and practices and the standard way of doing things. Probably one of the greatest things NATO ever...
coalition?
True. This is basically the entire world, right?
Yeah.
There you go. We figured it out. Anti-ISIS coalition.
Did is 7.62, a cartridge, a freaking cartridge. We got a whole bunch of nations to agree on one standard cartridge. That way a British dude could hand ammunition to a German dude, or you could send out crates of ammunition, and it didn't matter what country it was going to, they could take that ammunition and fight with it. So when you think of NATO, don't just think of command and of armies. Think of the kind of standardized equipment, like my watch. My watch right here, this is a NATO strap. So you can now this is a custom-made orange strap, but you can get an olive green NATO strap, and it has an NSN number, a stock number that is specified to the strap. And so all nations can order this one specific strap, and that strap will be standardized across the entire inventory. So NATO's actions, how have NATO's actions impacted the conflict? They've been able to work together in order to get Ukrainians the training they've needed and weapon systems they've needed to defend themselves. And they've also taught classes. They've done things like they've helped Ukraine gain an NCO corps, or I don't know how this translates into Kenyan NCO, Sergeant Corps. Sergeants are these non-commissioned officers that lead troops at the lower level, and they tend to be professionals. At least in Western armies, they are professionals. They've gone to schools, they know how to handle troops, they know leadership. And one of the things NATO has done is they've set up schools for Ukrainian non-commissioned officers. So that way these officers can behave in a professional manner, and that gives them a significant force multiplier on the battlefield, because Russia doesn't tend to have professional non-commissioned
I thought this was about Ukraine, not NATO dick sucking
officers. Next question here is, in your view, has it improved or worsened the situation? It's definitely improved the situation for the Ukrainians. Just because we have all of this...
No, it's getting to it now. Relax.
And we've made relationships. I mean, look, a lot of what you see at NATO headquarters is you see this cross-pollination. So you have people from different countries talking to each other and sharing ideas with each other. Hey, how do you do it? Oh, we do it like this. Maybe we should do it like this. Maybe we should do it like the way you do it. So in a lot of ways, it's improved the situation in Ukraine because it has gotten all of the hard stuff out of the way. We get the hard stuff out of the way so that when the rubber hits the road, when we're actually in combat or when we're aiding another country in combat, we can actually get them the aid they need at the right speed, because we've already figured out all this other stuff ahead of time. Things like, standardization of equipment, things like standardization of training. So I think that NATO's impact on the war has been positive. It has given Ukraine the weapons and training they need to stay alive, even though we haven't given them enough to finish the fight. Next is, what state actors have been impacted the most by the conflict? Well, of course, Ukraine has been impacted the most. But I would actually say to that, the two countries that you don't really think of during this conflict, it would be Iran and Poland. Those are two countries that have been impacted the most. In Poland, it's cool to be in the military again. Like, they have a territorial army. It's kind of like the National Guard. It's like a reserve force. In the Polish TA, or their territorial army, I was told, again, I don't know how true this is, but I was told, like, if you're a college student and you want a girlfriend, if you're not in the territorial army, you're not getting a girlfriend. Probably because your girlfriend is in the territorial army. I don't know how true that is, but it's one of those things that sounds pretty good, because it does seem like it is cool to be in the military again in Poland. And Poland has committed itself to becoming the largest land army in Europe. I think they've ordered more K2 South Korean tanks than South Korea can produce. And they've ordered more American M1 tanks. They've ordered the American F-35 fighter. They would probably order the F-22 if we sold it, right?
They would. You're muted. You're always muted.
So did the F-35... They're selling it to Ukraine? Surely not.
No.
That's not what he said, right?
No.
Who's he talking about?
He's talking about Poland buying stuff.
Okay. Poland makes more sense. Okay.
The American F-35 fighter, they would probably order the F-22 if we sold it, right? So it is kind of funny looking at Poland, how like Poland is grabbing every weapon they can possibly grab. Another nation that's been impacted is Iran. And I say that because I think Iran has proven their ability to create chaos.
No, I was posting the stream to Blue Sky, actually.
Iran has enough technology to build these small, cheap drones that can provide an operational advantage in conflict, even if you're a country that doesn't have a lot of money. And one example of that might be the war in Sudan, where Iran is just flooding small, cheap drones into Sudan.
To that frame. Doesn't that logo look like a skull? That's totally the Saudi Arabia like tree logo, right?
No.
Is that a skull? That's
no.
Tell on my monitor.
No, it's not. It's low quality. It's definitely not a skull though.
Yeah, it looks like the Saudi Arabia
Show me a picture of it.
intelligence service shit.
I don't know what it looks like. You're gonna have to show me a picture.
I'm typing in Saudi CIA. See if that works. Okay. It's like their armed forces symbol.
Yeah.
Like this is the intelligence. But you see it's like the crossed swords and then the tree.
No, it's not that.
Yeah. It's because it's a different type of symbol, but these types of things, it's
Yeah.
a tree with crossed swords.
Yeah. I literally couldn't even tell you. Yeah. Like I literally couldn't even tell you what it is. It could be so many things. I literally no idea.
I'm pretty sure it's
the war in Sudan, where Iran is just flooding small, cheap drones into Sudan, allowing units there to fight with high-tech, low-cost weapons, including airdrop munitions or drone drop munitions. So those are probably the two countries that have been affected the most. Which state actors have impacted the conflict the most? The United States has impacted the conflict the most because Ukraine, I don't want to say they live or die based on our aid, but we did something really horrible. I mean, it was really good to get Ukraine the aid they needed, but to only deliver it in these drips and drabs, little by little by little by little.
Yeah, fuck.
It's really, it's almost like giving. I've said this before. It's like giving a firefighter a hose to put out a fire, and you tell them only make the fire a little damp. And that's not what we should be doing. We should be giving Ukraine the tools they need to put out the fire. So the U.S. has been impacted by it in the sense that we've learned a lot of stuff about how our weapon systems operate. We've learned a heck of a lot of stuff. We've gotten like Patriot telemetry data from the Ukrainians to learn how to make these missiles even better than they already are now. And we've been impacted by it by realizing that our doctrine is very 1995. You know, and I was there. I was there I was there for that moment in 1995 when our army didn't know what to do. Who were we supposed to fight? Because the Soviet Union was no more. I guess we're supposed to fight these brush fire wars, but 9/11 hadn't happened yet, so we weren't really sure what our purpose was, you know. And we're at this weird state, and we're getting out of it, where we've done COIN, or counterinsurgency, for 20 years, and now we have to figure out how to pivot to LSCO. I would say that we figured out that pivot, LSCO meaning large-scale combat operations. I think we figured out that pivot in probably around 2022. That's kind of when we went, okay, this is the path we need to go forward, and then the Ukraine war happened, and all of a sudden, we're doing things the wrong way. Because we never really thought of using small, cheap drones or the impact of small, cheap drones. And in Ukraine, they're using small, cheap drones. I want to say they're manufacturing 10,000, they're losing 10,000 drones a month. And so they're manufacturing 10,000 drones a month, which I don't even think that's a capability the United States can touch. So we've learned a lot about the future of war. So the impact on the United States has been that we've realized, my God, we're fighting the wrong war. And actually kind of the scary thing, or the thing that scares me the most, is we don't know what war we're going to fight in the future because it might not look like Ukraine. I actually am of the opinion that the war in Ukraine will see the rise and fall of the drone. That while Ukraine and Russia
That's an interesting prediction.
That's a very interesting prediction. I cannot disagree more.
If we're talking about these micro drones, maybe, but like on aerial platforms, you know, like being able to command from the F-35, a bunch of different like drone platforms. Like that's still drones. But so I think he specifically means the micro drones. But for reconnaissance, they're so good too as well. Like maybe we won't see the grenade drops in another modern conflict because it won't require like improvising things, but I don't know.
We're fighting each other. We're going to see drones kind of come to power, and then we're going to develop counter-drone systems and electronic warfare systems that will reduce the drone's effectiveness. And then when we start adding in AI, the drones will become more important again, but I don't know if the conflict will last that long to actually get AI into these drones and have them become autonomous, completely human out of the loop autonomy. So that's one country, right? That's one country, United States. Other countries that have impacted the conflict the most would be the Czech Republic. They've the Czech Republic is like freaking Columbo hunting down shells. They've given a heck of a lot of artillery ammunition to Ukraine, and they've gone out on the world market and they've tried to buy up artillery shells to get to Ukraine. So they've impacted the conflict. Canada, Great Britain, they have trained Ukrainian soldiers in their own country in order to give them the knowledge they need to get up to speed on how to do combined arms. So they've impacted the conflict quite a bit. Again, Iran has impacted the conflict in the sense that they have sent weapons and munitions over to Russia, and these small cheap drones like the Shahed, that has really shown that Iran is a force to be reckoned with in the future, in the sense that they can develop these cheap drones you can buy for $20,000. So any wannabe dictator can buy quite a few of these drones and become like some sort of regional threat, or at least threaten their neighbors. Last is, what has this conflict revealed about the ability of intergovernmental organizations to enforce international law? International law is kind of weird because I guess in a lot of ways there's no such thing as international law. You might sign a treaty and you all kind of agree to abide by that treaty. But if one party decides not to abide by that treaty, it's not like you can take them to court. Right? There is a world court, but we all have to agree to play by its rules. And if you're a bad guy, you don't play by rules. Well, one of the things that I realized while at NATO headquarters was they are tracking over 130,000 Russian war crimes in Ukraine. 130,000 war crimes. That's a lot of war crimes. And, unless Ukraine can actually finish the fight, there isn't a chance that the people that committed those war crimes will ever be brought to justice. And there was a guy that I met there. He's a former model and a former actor who volunteered for the Ukrainian army. And his house, he lived in Bucha. And Russian soldiers were actually in his house, peeing and pooping inside of his house.
Poop.
And this man really said peeing and pooping. Damn.
Poopies.
Yeah, that would make me want to join the army too.
This grown ass man really said peeing and pooping.
This is a fucking I need to fill this week's algorithm requirement.
Military leaders are,
isn't it?
Closely watching Russia and Ukraine right now as tensions continue to escalate. U.S. officials say Russia has launched a missile into...
It's a shame too, because he's like, from what we've seen, most of his Ukraine stuff is like pretty fine. And then his Israel stuff is woof. It's basically anything outside of Ukraine, it seems.
Ukraine designed to carry nuclear warheads. Russian President Vladimir Putin says the strike was an act of retaliation.
Or know how to play Hearthstone, right?
Is that the card game?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Okay, just checking. It was one of the things it's recommending for us.
I'd rather play the League one.
Yeah, I'm not...
Which, if you want to watch me play Teamfight Tactics, I'll play the fuck out of that game. That game's actually fun.
I mean, I'll check it. I don't know if it's
I don't know if it's that popular of a game, though. That's the thing.
Regular League is still going to be the most popular.
Fudge. What do you mean? Trump has no say. It's Ukraine.
My hard prediction is the Ukraine war is going to end this year. Not as in 2025. The war will end. It would have ended whether Trump or anyone else was in office.
Yep.
That's my issue, is that Trump will take credit for ending it when it's going to end regardless, and he's going to negotiate a bad deal.
Yeah.
Launched long-range missiles into Russia this week.
The Ukraine is too war weary.
They don't have soldiers.
Yeah. And Russia's going to face zero consequences for it. I really hope that the remnants of the Nazis in Ukraine turn into like underground terrorists and start just fucking the Russians up. Honestly. Like, just don't rejoin society. Just like underground terrorist cell. Just make their lives living hell.
I really liked this post. Come on. So he's just, everyone's like celebrating because the Russian bank is doing bad, and
Yeah,
Rich
the
Shirt is
ruble's
like, what is
collapsing.
happening exactly? What does the word collapse? What does the word collapse even mean anymore? Aren't people tired of becoming elated over stuff that eventually don't make a massive difference where it matters? How does a Russian economic downturn fix Ukraine's dire manpower shortage?
It's true. It's also very. It's also very funny.
This is what it's all about.
Yeah.
The manpower shortage. They don't have it. They could open up the draft to take the young people,
but they're not going to.
Yeah, especially when the highest amount that we've seen so far of Ukrainians support the war ending. Different conditions, but
Russia should be excommunicated from the global community. Honestly, like you can't be allowed to just do this. You have to be completely cut off. It's unacceptable. Because who's next? What's next? And what are you going to do? Don't do that. Please don't do that. Why? They did it. I'm going to do it. Fuck you.
After firing back at Ukraine, Putin claims U.S. air defense systems cannot counter this new type of missile. Analysts say it sends a message, and the warning is not just for Ukraine.
It's clearly a weapon designed for nuclear warfare. If we get hit too badly by Ukraine using American weapons, we can retaliate against the United States.
Officials with the Biden administration briefed Ukraine and other allies.
Should we bring up that photo? Should we bring up that picture, the graph?
What picture?
The population graph in Moscow.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, try that. Try and attack the US, please. That'll be a quick end.
Well, we were talking about doing like different types of like game days type stuff, but it's got to be like games that everyone has or that are free. And the only game that I know that's like free and able to do that would be Path of Exile. And I've been looking at other stuff, but I haven't found other things.
In recent days about Russia's possibly using the new weapon to help them prepare.
Let's get back to that escalation between Ukraine and Russia. After Monday, when President Biden greenlit Ukraine to fire U.S.-made long-range missiles into Russia. Well, by Tuesday, escalation. Russian President Vladimir Putin lowered.
What I'd like to see, though, is like get enough money put aside to buy me and Jack a copy of Baldur's Gate and then just torture him the whole time. That's going to get all the views.
Russia's threshold for using nuclear weapons when Ukraine fired those American-made ATACMS, as they're called, for the first time since the start of the war. Wednesday, more escalation. Ukraine then.
I just don't understand why people give a fuck. America, and this is what I've been trying to tell people, right? And this is honestly my genuine opinion. America is the world's biggest arms seller. This is an established fact. We're not going to be able to do anything about that. They're going to sell shit. Ukraine is being attacked. Ukraine is buying weapons from the world's biggest weapons dealer and then having restrictions put on them and told them that they're not allowed to buy any more if they defend themselves with them. How is that rational? If I buy something, why should I have restrictions on it? That's absurd. If I'm being attacked, why should I have my arm tied behind my back and told, go defend yourself? Seems absurd. So why is Ukraine being kneecapped while their territory and people are being slaughtered?
Did you see the Michael Knowles Thanksgiving cringe yet?
No. No, I haven't.
Fire British-made missiles into Russia. And the U.S. closed the embassy in Kyiv, warning of a threat of what they called a significant air attack. By Thursday, Russia fired an experimental non-nuclear ballistic missile into Ukraine. So a lot of discussion right now, and you can expect this in the days and weeks ahead, about Russia's weaponry. Russia calls it a new non-nuclear ballistic missile with medium range. You can see almost like fire from the sky raining down there.
Ballistic missiles are
Vladimir
non-nuclear.
Putin says that attack is a direct response to what he calls reckless decisions from the West. So let's bring in Dr. Stephen Wills. Mr. Wills, you're a navalist for the Center for Maritime Strategy. What do we know about these intermediate range missiles that Russia fired yesterday? We understand that we need to classify those as MRIVs, but tell us first of all about that first.
Hey, Reed, thank you so very much for having me this afternoon. First of all, we believe this to be the Russian RS-26 intermediate range ballistic missile. And it's got a unique twist on it because it combines a couple of Cold War technologies into one system.
This is here's another Twitter clip for news.
What?
I sent you one of the links. I'm looking for the thing that I actually was looking for, though. What did I initially say? Did you see the?
Were we talking about
It's gonna be
Ukraine?
here somewhere if I scroll long enough.
That's great. They made a killdozer. That's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, you can show that a little bit.
That's fucking
Little
epic.
raid.
Very good.
So this is the Kenyans.
Is that what it says?
Yeah. So the Kenyans used a killdozer against barbecue. Cool.
What was I looking up?
I don't know. You were looking it up.
I said I'll find it.
So intermediate range ballistic missiles have been around for a long time. We had a treaty with the Russians until 2019 to limit these weapons. And we left that treaty at that time under the assumption that the Russians were cheating. And this may be one of the products of that cheating effort. The difference with this intermediate range weapon is it combines something from the ballistic missile, intercontinental ballistic missile category, which is multiple independently retargetable reentry vehicles, or MIRVs. This is something developed in the 1970s so that one missile could carry multiple nuclear warheads. The difference here is the Russians have armed this with conventional warheads, where in the past intermediate range weapons have had a unitary single warhead. So this really complicates the defensive picture in trying to defend against these types of weapons. Thankfully, at least so far, this seems to be an experimental weapon, so we may not see many of these yet on the battlefield, but their implications for further use, especially around the world, are disturbing, I think.
Experimental weaponry for sure, but do you think also a message in choosing that particular weapon by Russia?
Yes, it certainly fits within this escalation cycle that we've seen take place, that you noted in your timeline, that we had the lifting of the U.S. ban on the use of ATACMS inside of Russia itself. The British and the French have allowed the use of Storm Shadow Scalp that you mentioned earlier this summer already. Mr. Putin obviously and very dramatically staged his response first, making the threat that caused the evacuation of those embassies in Kyiv, and then actually doing the launch itself. So maybe we've seen this particular escalation cycle play out. I certainly hope so that it's done. But again, the implications of this weapon going forward, I think, are significant.
Let's talk about those ATACMS. You mentioned them, and I think we are in an era where we are going to have to get familiar with what they are.
Yeah, ATACMS is a system developed during the Cold War, and it has real use within the current Ukraine-Russia conflict. We developed this weapon system as part of what used to be called air-land battle, which was the U.S. and NATO response to a projected Soviet invasion of Western Europe during the Cold War. These missiles were designed to be fired deep into Soviet rear areas and disrupt their ability to resupply their troops
Rear areas.
and move further troops and forces forward. So to disrupt in the rear area.
Yeah, disrupt the rear area.
They've had use in Operation Desert Storm, and we used them again in Operation Iraqi Freedom in 2003 with great success. So this is a proven weapon system, and it has both unitary warheads and distributive small munitions too. So really good against armored vehicles.
Okay, so we're also hearing about so-called storm shadows. What are their capabilities and uses?
So-called
300-mile
shadows.
range missile. That's an air-launched cruise missile. It has a bunker buster capability, so it's a very capable weapon. And we've already seen it in use. It's been credited with the destruction of one of the Russians' 5 cruise missile-capable Kilo-class submarines. These are submarines that have been used extensively in the Ukraine conflict to surreptitiously launch cruise missiles against the Ukraine.
Kenya. That was just what I saw on the way there. I wonder what I am looking for. Will I know when I see it?
Ukrainians, and for which they don't really have a defense against. Ukraine doesn't have an anti-submarine warfare capability. So this has been a really useful Russian weapon system. But this particular submarine, Rostov-on-Don, was hit in dock and probably destroyed, or at least severely damaged, by a Storm Shadow missile. That same attack also likely wrecked one of the Russian amphibious warfare ships designed to transport tanks and troops. So definitely this weapon system is getting some play in the war already.
Dr. Stephen Wills talking about that intersection between the science of weaponry, politics, and war. We appreciate you so much. That was such an informative conversation. Have a good weekend.
Hey everybody, Peter Zine here, coming to you from Chile, Colorado. It is Monday, November 18th, and yesterday on the 17th, the Biden administration lifted restrictions on the use of...
I'm not sure if there's copyrighted music, but it's just as effective muted. That's how I watched it. It's like the most I'm pissing my pants to own the libs video I've ever seen.
Funny. Are you playing it?
No, I sent it, but I can.
You just play it.
Yeah, I'll grab it.
It's way easier now that you can bring shit up when you.
Well, it's just going to be the other screens, so you'll echo.
Muted.
Okay, yeah, it's definitely copyright. That's right. This looks like a job for me. Is the music he sets it to? Okay, so the caption is POV. You're the conservative uncle at Thanksgiving. 6 places for Thanksgiving. All these people are the same age. Is there no kids in your family? Are these just 2 couples? Like these are the sons, these are the daughters? What's going on, Mike? She slapped the birth control out of her hands. Haha. Ha ha ha, hilarious. My family hates me, hilarious. Not gay. 0 gay energy here. Jack, comments? You're muted. You're always muted.
You said it'll echo.
I know.
So I muted myself.
Now it's over, and I'm letting you know you're muted.
Awful. Awful. That is.
I pissed my pants so hard. Take that, libs.
One of the worst things I've ever seen. Oh my god, this bitch is literally digging through my tweets.
They'll do that.
Oh my god. Blocked. Jesus Christ. When is this tweet from? 6 months ago.
of American weapons by the Ukrainian government, and they can now launch wherever they want in the Russian space.
Get
The
a
weapon
life.
system that is of the most importance are the ATACMS, which are kind of a rocket ballistic missile that has a range of about 200 miles. And it's broadly expected that within the next day or three, the Ukrainians will be using them to target things like ammo dumps and air assets, and especially things like rail bridges. Basically anything to snarl the logistics on the Russian side of the equation. The two areas you're going to see the most activity here are in the vicinity of Kursk, where the Ukrainians have a foothold in Russian territory, and an area in the Donbass near Pokrovsk, where the Russians have been focusing really strongly on capturing the city of Pokrovsk and the fact that it's a rail hub. So the whole idea is to disrupt the ability of the Russians to get military assets to those theaters. There's probably not going to be too much of an impact on things like air power on the Russian side, because already 90% of the jets that the Russians have been using to operate in Ukraine are beyond that 200-mile range already, so you might push a few more back. So this is concentrating the fight on those two main salients, but it's probably not going to be generating any sort of meaningful breakthrough in either way, but it'll certainly help the Ukrainians hold out. But there are three big things that we do need to consider now that we've had this kind of upgraded military capacity. First of all, I don't see this as a meaningful escalation by the war. I don't think it's going to generate any sort of meaningful response by the Russians, and that's not just because the Russians have, by my count, had over 200 red lines that eventually the West has skipped across. You can always tell if the Russians are serious or not by who does the speaking.
Can always tell.
And in this case, the Russian that came out and condemned the American action and said this was an escalation was a guy by the name of Dmitry Peskov, who was basically their press attaché. So it didn't even come from a policymaker. So you know it's not serious. So I don't expect the Russians to do anything significantly more. Now, keep in mind, the Russians have been crossing a lot of what the Westerners would consider red lines, with spies, with sabotage, bringing in the North Koreans to fight in the war. There have been a lot of steps here, and that was probably ultimately what drove the Biden administration to take this action. But I don't think this is an escalation in and of itself in the traditional sense. Second, if the Russians want to rebuild their credibility when it comes to red lines, they have to talk. The way you establish red lines and mutual deterrence is through a direct face-to-face summit. And the Russians, Putin specifically, has refused to pick up the phone and call any of the leaders who are decision makers, because he knows if he does, everything's on the table. He has to then give something up. And since the Russians have been pushing a broad spectrum interference in Western affairs, whether it's politically, economically, or strategically now for 3 years, he'd have to give up a lot of that to get anything that he wants. And so it's simpler to just not have communication at all. Now, we've been here before. When the Soviet Union developed its first atomic weapon back in 1949, that was the height of the Cold War. Things were really sketchy, and we didn't get our first real bilateral summit after that weapons test until 1955, after Stalin had died. I'm not saying that we have to wait for Putin to die or anything like that, but we're not in a position in Russia politically where it's feasible to have that conversation. And as long as the Russians feel that they're making incremental gains in Ukraine, which they have for about a year now, there's not a need to do a broader renegotiation of the relationship. Always keep in mind that Ukraine was never a one-off. It's the 9th post-Soviet conflict the Russians have either instigated or been involved in. It won't be the last. And so regardless of how Ukraine gets settled one way or another, there will be another series of wars further west that will involve NATO countries. Until we get to that point, Putin feels that negotiations are something better carried out on the battlefield rather than by phone or in person. Which brings us to the third thing. This is a really interesting timing for this.
It's going to be very entertaining when Putin realizes that NATO was dripping like the old weapons to Ukraine.
Forcing a cigar into that dude's mouth is kind of gay, not gonna lie. And that dude clearly liked it.
He did.
He was the only guy who seemed to like it.
And then Russian forces are going to hit a NATO country, and NATO's going to flatten them. And then Russia is instantly going to be like, oh, we are horribly outmatched. It's going to be very entertaining. And it's going to be even more entertaining watching all the compromised fucking agents cope. That'll be funny.
This step by the Biden administration, because obviously Biden's not going to be president after January 20, and there's going to be no secession within the Democratic structures. Donald Trump is coming back. And here we have a very clear step forward that puts a very interesting chit on the table for potential negotiations down the road. And if there's anything that we understand about Donald Trump is that he sees everything differently, and putting this card into his hand to play with Putin at a later time is kind of fascinating. Now, what Trump will do with this is entirely up to him. But Biden appears to be setting the stage for Trump to have whatever he...
Yeah, that's what I suspect. And that's why I'm kind of like, when the Ukrainians are saying that Putin is scared, I think they're right. Because why else would he continue to threaten nukes if not just purely to stop the West from giving Ukraine adequate stuff to be able to beat them, right? There is no, I don't think there is any logical conclusion that you can come to besides that. I don't know.
Needs to force the Russians to the table in whatever way he wants to, which is a really interesting approach to bipartisan foreign policy that we used to see all the time during transition periods, but really haven't seen in the last 8 years. All right, that's it for me. Everyone take care.
Short, sharp.
Эта ракета, она не является межконтинентальной. Соответственно, это ракета средней дальности. Поэтому Российская Федерация не имеет обязательства делать нотификацию насчет этого пуска. Но существует российская национальный центр.
No idea.
Next.
We are now learning that Ukraine has successfully hit an ammunition depot deep inside Russia using
Hell
8
yeah.
long-range U.S. missiles.
More.
That is what 2 defense U.S. officials are telling our
Hell
own
yeah.
tonight. Russia claims the Ukrainian attack did not cause damage. The U.S. says that is false. But the Ukraine also reportedly used British-made Storm Shadow missiles for the first time today inside Russia as well.
Whoa.
Hear them.
Damn.
Heard them right there in that video. You see the background, but you can hear the explosions. The weapons expert telling CNN those are exactly the types of sounds and blasts you would expect to hear from those Storm Shadow missiles. It comes as Russia is now mass-producing
Damn, that was fucking cool.
nuclear-resistant mobile bomb.
I don't know. I am a sucker, and fucking military shit is sick. And it's like, it's such a conflict because it's like people are dying. But the shit that they're using is cool as fuck. Like, it's such a struggle to actually be like, oh yeah, it's fucking cool. But it is. It's fucking cool.
Bomb shelters. The shelters can protect against shockwaves and radiation from a nuclear blast, among other threats, while on Russian state TV, one popular host suggesting that the world is now on the verge of another world war.
As President Putin has repeatedly stressed, missile strikes deep inside Russian territory will change the nature of the conflict, its very essence, and be a...
I don't know why people aren't addressing the fact that this can all stop. Ukraine will stop using missiles in Russia if Russia leaves. I bet you Ukraine would even just leave Kursk too. They'd be like, all right, bye. Get the fuck out. See ya. Leave. Nothing else would happen. Problem solved. Look at that. Crazy.
Radical escalation. After all, the USA, England, and France will be direct.
Also, how's it an escalation when Russia is literally hitting hospitals and civilian infrastructure, committing some summary executions early in the war and probably afterwards as well? Like, what are we talking about here? Why are we taking Russia's stance on this? Fuck them. Ukraine should be doing everything that it can to stop them from invading. Yeah, I'm coming to realize that now as well. They're actually quite useless. They're kind of shit weapons. I just don't understand why we're taking Russia's side on this particular point, because he decided to use ICBMs. Did they have nukes in them? They're not going to. Because he knows that as soon as it's done, he's done. Why would he?
directly entering a war with Russia, with all the ensuing consequences for their own territories.
This comes as a number of American allies are now accusing Russia of sabotaging crucial fiber optic internet cables in the Baltic Sea. The cables connecting Sweden to Lithuania and Germany to Finland were cut on Sunday and Monday. And we are now learning that around the time that this happened, that a Chinese ship sailing from Russia was in that area. Nick Payton-Walsh is out front tonight in Kyiv.
Ukrainian special forces fighting up close and taking prisoners. Rare footage of them still inside Russia's Kursk region, where British Storm Shadow missiles were claimed to have hit Wednesday, these fragments found by locals. Just hours earlier, American-supplied ATACMS missiles also ploughed into Russia, marking a stark new escalation in the war. Yet it was also in Kiev that fear grew, the US Embassy closing here for the first time since the invasion, citing a threat of air attack.
It's a reflection of the heightened tension here felt in the capital Kiev. It's been under regular bombardment for over 2 months, but other European allied embassies are also limiting their function today. Perhaps a sense across NATO here that we're entering a new chapter of this conflict.
As Kiev braced for another sleepless night of sirens, the bereaved planted flags into this sea of loss in central Kiev. Anya's father died of his injuries 3 weeks ago after 5 months in a coma. She is raw from both the talk of peace and fear of sirens.
Так страшно, як сьогодні тут. Я вам кажу чесно, ми сьогодні під кожну тривогу ходили в укриття, бо було дійсно дуже страшно. Не хочеться якось завдавати шкоди нашій країні. Хочеться просто, щоб все було як було раніше, але без російського миру, без всього цього. Тобто
But it's never over in Kiev. The air raids intensifying in the past 2 months, and the weekends, seen here, the worst for a while. So the heightened anxiety behind several NATO embassies reducing operations this day sparks Ukrainian officials to plead they hold their nerve and deride this piece of Russian misinformation online, a detailed and fake warning of wide-scale attacks. This situation should be interpreted, he says, as Russia's attempt to use any elements of psychological influence. They have one instrument, which is to scare. This has always been a classic element of Russian politics, so I'd like our partners to be more careful as to the information coming from Russia.
What we saw today with that very explicit, specific US embassy closure and warning is a reflection, I think, of the fear of escalation around Ukraine. The misinformation the Russians are blamed for by Ukrainian officials, well, it was a fake, pretty bad fake, frankly. Is that the only thing that caused this US embassy warning? I doubt it, personally, and I think it feeds into a fear here, as I say, of a new chapter. US-made, UK-made missiles being fired by Ukraine into Russia. That's something that Vladimir Putin is probably going to want to respond to, and certainly Kiev is on edge because of that, Erin.
All right, Nick, thank you very much.
Can we just address the fact that both the alternate media and the corporate press are both running the same fucking story? Can we just like drop this facade that they're different? They're not. They're both vehicles for ads. They're both whores for money. It's that simple.
Whores.
Much. And I want to go out front now to Evelyn Farkas, the former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Russia and Ukraine, along with the retired Lieutenant General Ben Hodges, former Commanding General of the U.S. Army in Europe. So, Evelyn, these missiles that we heard the Storm Shadows, right, in that audio clip, but also now the U.S. ATACMS being used deep inside Russia on that ammo depot, as we understand in the most recent use. How does this tangibly change things? Does it tangibly accomplish anything right now for Ukraine?
Well, I think, Aaron, it puts pressure on the Russian government because the more of these ammunition depots that the Ukrainians can take out, that obviously means that they have less munitions, which means their time is...
Oh my God, shut the fuck up.
In only 6 years, Ukraine has jumped.
What a useless fucking analysis. Oh, well, hitting Russian ammo depots means they have less ammo.
This is pretty easily Googleable.
From 102nd to 5th place among 193 countries globally in the Online Services Index category of the United Nations e-government survey.
Ukraine cannot evaluate itself. Only experts from other countries can. We are very happy to take 5th place. For many years in a row, Ukraine took 100th, 80th places.
Valery Tkach credits Ukraine's drive to digitize government services on a mobile application and portal called...
Yeah. That's a generally pretty good
called DIA, which means action in Ukrainian.
Ukrainians just need to have the DIA app on their smartphone, and all the documents are available online, so they can present them to any state agency.
Ukrainians can register a business or even get married online through DIA.
With the war, internally displaced persons can register in DIA and receive financial assistance. Also, there is a program for damaged property restoration due to hostilities.
The war also prompted the development of apps like Air Alarm.
The app notifies in real time about the possible danger of missiles, chemical, or nuclear weapons.
Ajax Systems, a security system company, is one of the app developers. Before that, residents relied on street sirens activated from hidden locations after receiving alerts from the Air Force.
The duty officer activates street alarms mechanically, relatively speaking, by pushing the button. So we have developed a program where a person on duty can activate the alarm for the app too.
There are about 24 million app downloads, Gritsenko says.
In the world, there is no similar solution for so many people. Before the full-scale invasion, the most famous app with air alarm and shelter map was in Israel, but the scale is different.
New apps also helped the Ukrainian army streamline much of its paperwork.
Reserve Plus app is the most popular product of the Ministry of Defense. The purpose is simple: to make all the services of our recruiting centers and enlistment offices online.
Men of conscription age can now use an app to update their data as required by the law.
Also, we recently launched the opportunity to choose vacancies in the app and voluntarily join the ranks of all defense forces.
Chernogorenko says all the data are well protected. She says the war has created conditions that have made the development of new digital products more urgent, a challenge Ukraine has had to face all while being under fire. Lesia Bakalets, VOA News, Kyiv.
Now I'm scared, and this time it's for real, because this is changing everything. The 20th of November 2024, a few days ago, there has been a missile attack on Ukrainian factory PA Pivdenmash, previously known as Yuzmash. This is a Ukrainian manufacturer of rockets and everything space, like satellites, engines, and so on, and its headquarters and production facility is in Dnipro. The factory has already been attacked in the past, and this attack has been a complex operation. The Russians launched 6 Kh-101 cruise missiles, 1 Kinzhal missile, and something new. In fact, at 5:17, this happened.
Is that the actual sound?
Guess so.
Just after the attack, rumors started to bounce around on the internet. Ukrainian claimed it was an ICBM. Then the Pentagon said that it was actually an intermediate-range ballistic missile. But everything was clarified by a TV message from Putin in which he explained that this was a new system, a new intermediate-range ballistic missiles that had never been used before. And luckily, he clearly specified that was armed with multiple conventional warheads. And having an intermediate-range ballistic missile armed with conventional warheads, it's new in itself, but we will get back to it. The new missile is the 9M729 Arezhnik. Why it's named so? Well, when I was a boy, my parents had a house with a large garden, and we had a hazelnut tree. It was nice to pick up the hazelnut in autumn, but in spring, the hazel has very peculiar flowers that look like this. And this is how the warheads of the new missile look. The Russians usually name their ballistic missiles after trees. I wouldn't be surprised if they named this one Arezhnik exactly for this reason. This is a brand new system never seen before. And Putin himself clarified that this was to be considered an operational test. The Pentagon maintains that this is a variant of the R-26 ICBM. I have reasons to think otherwise. Yuzmash was hit by 6 waves of 6 vehicles. Some of the waves look smaller, but it's likely a different perspective. In fact, we have different angles, and from different angles, they sort of look the same.
Okay, did civilians die in this attack?
Not sure.
Somebody? It's like there's no reports from it, so I'm going to assume no. Did anyone die from Russia's It doesn't look like it. Does not look like it. Okay, kind of cool.
Gonna check if anyone died before you said it.
Yeah. Look, when I saw the video, I'm like, it kind of looks sick, and it was because of the cloud cover, right? It's the same as that when they launched the attackums, right? And they go through the cloud cover. It looks fucking metal. Looks sick. It's that thing. I don't know. I guess that's just how Ukrainian nights are. Maybe it's just zoomed out. That's how it looks. Whatever. I don't know. Through the cloud cover, it didn't look real, honestly.
First, I thought it was a case of several missiles with multiple warheads, but then I came to realize that what we were seeing were actually 6 multiple independent re-entry vehicles, each one with 6 submunitions. A MIRV is a type of missile warhead that exists to give the missile the possibility of hitting multiple targets or concentrating several warheads, not just one, on a single target, like in this case. MIRVs are usually released at the apex of the missile trajectory by the missile bus, which is an assembly built on top of the final stage of the missile that is capable of maneuvering in space and releasing the warheads in the direction of the target. Normally, with the warheads come decoys and false targets. These are there in case someone has an anti-ballistic system to obviously give the system many more targets to choose. These are generally small metallic radar reflector, either inflatable or not. But these decoys could also be active systems, and we know that the Russians actually use active decoys. The Skander features 6 active decoys that sort of mimic the missile, but we will get back to this. The interesting thing is that it...
Great English.
Where is these? Oh, right there. That is funny.
It is possible to release...
No, I think that's an American flag. I think it doesn't show the flag. I think that's what the US is.
No. It's the grammar. Trump win.
Yeah. But that's like the US thing was throwing me.
Yeah, I know. I'm not talking about that, though. I understand what that is.
These MIRVs in a way that makes them follow different trajectories but hit the same target. And this is probably what happened in this attack. Moreover, in this case, it seems that each warhead deploys 6 submunitions, which means that this system has 36 warheads. As I said before, it could be slightly fewer, but probably not. Some commented that it was just an improvised intercontinental ballistic missile armed with test warheads, and these test warheads are generally light metal mass simulators that going through the atmosphere burn and get fragmented. So the number of hits that we were seeing was just due to this fragmentation. This is absolutely not the case. A free-falling warhead looks completely different. It is much slower, and you see a wake of burning material that separates. In this case, it's quite clear that these warheads have a pretty high ballistic coefficient. That is, they don't slow down much when entering the atmosphere. What really impressed me was to notice how compact each wave is and how the waves evenly distribute in the area to cover the target. Yuzmash is a large Soviet-style factory that covers an extremely large area which has been carpeted with these missiles. Maybe just one wave fell slightly off, but the accuracy seems to be really high. This is obviously not a precision attack weapon. This is an area saturation weapon, but still looks quite accurate. So probably these warheads are MIRVs, so they are capable of terminal guidance when they enter in the atmosphere, and to get this type of accuracy, a satellite navigation system is probably enough. According to what Putin said, the terminal...
Russia uses their own GPS system, do they not?
I'm not an expert. Out of my field.
Velocity of these warheads was about Mach 10, which makes them technically hypersonic. From NATO sources, we heard that
It's
it was
beyond
launched by
hypersonic, I think.
a transporter erector launcher in Kapusty Yar, which is one of the various Russian missile test ranges, which is near Astrakhan. It is about 800 kilometers from Dnipro. If the missile flew a ballistic trajectory, a re-entry speed around Mach 10 is more or less right, probably a bit high, but not impossible. Kapusty Yar is near the Kazakh border. And from Kazakhstan, on social media have emerged pictures and videos of a missile glowing in the atmosphere in the sunlight at a time and with a direction that is very compatible with the missile that attacked Dnipro. It was just one missile. Now, you may have the impression that we know a fair amount of information about this weapon, but actually we have...
there you go. Okay. That makes sense. I thought they... I was pretty sure they got locked out of the GPS system or something like that.
Plenty of questions left. What exactly was it, this weapon? Why does such a weapon exist? Why was it used? And to hit what? Trying to find an answer to all this is not easy. The media had different takes about this story, so I had to resort to the sponsor of this video, Ground News. Ground News is a website
it's Ground News. We'll allow it.
important from our research plan. This is
anyway.
Our code's better.
Yeah, don't use theirs. Use ours. The link is
Our code's better.
below. It's right there in the Twitch banner. Go and use our code. Get Ground News. It's actually really good. It's very good. Go do that. It helps us out. Money. We need money. Need to register and do stuff.
Has surely seen the launch, and identifying an ICBM or a missile in general at the launch is possible from the trajectory, the burn time, the stage separation patterns, and so on. So they may have seen something that they didn't tell us. What I tend to believe is that shortly before the launch, on Russian social media appeared some pictures of an R-26 being transported on road. And this probably fueled some rumors, and the rumors became the official version. The fact that it was launched by a TEL comes from the Pentagon, so it is absolutely possible that shortly after the launch, they zoomed into the launch location and they saw the TEL going away. However, as I said, I'm not convinced. In fact, Putin, in a different occasion the day after, wanted to specify that the Arezhnik is not an old Soviet system that has been modified, but something completely developed during Russian times. So, my conjecture is that this weapon is a derivation of the Bulava R-30 missile. The Bulava R-30 is an SLBM, that is a submarine-launched ballistic missile launched by the Russian submarines. It can carry between 6 and 10 nuclear warheads, around 150 kilotons. With the maximum throw weight, it has a range of 8,800 kilometers. And it has been entirely developed after the fall of the Soviet Union. And for a nuclear ballistic missile, it is decently accurate. For a ground-launched intermediate-range ballistic missile, it would probably make more sense to be developed from such a platform. In fact, the missile is quite compact. It has 2 meters in diameter, and it is about 12 meters long, which is, it's not small, but it's surely easier to move around than something that is around 20 meters long. The first 2 stages are solid fuel, which is handy. The third stage is liquid fuel because it used to maneuver the bus. Moreover, there are rumors that the R-30 features submunitions, which in that case are used more as decoys. So this new weapon could be an evolution of the R-30 bus. Moreover, in Ukrainian social media have emerged some pictures of missile components that from the existing procurement records have been associated with the Bulava. Not just the Bulava, also with other missiles, but it was a component built particularly for the Bulava. Moreover, the Bulava is still operational. It is actually quite new. I think that the full operational capability was reached in 2018. So if you are building a new system, that's probably a viable platform even from the production point of view. And by the way, Putin announced...
Fucking RFK is also doing these weird ads on social media.
What do you
different
mean?
Products.
Like what kind of weird ads?
Well, for Oz, it's not unusual. That's what he does. But the RFK, he fucking advertised some ping pong thing. Talking about how
after
it's the
this
perfect
test,
stocking
they
stuffer.
are starting the serial production. Furthermore, the pictures and the videos of the missile launch seems to suggest that the missile trajectory was relatively flat. it wasn't purely ballistic, and we know that the Bulava actually flies this type of trajectory to make the interception more difficult. As I said, I may be wrong, it is just a conjecture, but it makes sense to me. Let me know what do you think in the comments below. So, we have seen up to 36 warheads, but no explosions. To be fair, you can't really exclude that some of these warheads are actually penetrators that go underground and then explode underground. Very little explosion plume outside. This would sort of make sense because the large Soviet factories are known to have tunnels. So if you want to hit them, a penetrator like this could be useful. We have no elements to confirm this, so from now on I'm assuming that these are 36 kinetic warheads. Some of the comments that I've seen around say, well, what's the point? They don't even explode. Let's assume that each warhead is about 100 kilos, which for a big missile, it's relatively on the light side. However, 36 warheads are quite heavy, is 3.6 metric tons. The current Bulava estimated throw weight is about 1100. As a very broad rule of thumb, if you double the payload of a ballistic missile, you reduce the range of about 40%. This is extremely rough. What you should really do is just make a simulation, integrate in the motion equations and see what happens. If I did that, this video probably would have taken a month to do. Considering that a system with 36 warheads will probably have a relatively complex bus, and probably there's also some other stuff there, probably decoys, we can estimate that the payload of this system is 4.5 tons.
I don't know what any of this
3,500
means.
kilos. Seems reasonable. And if we apply that to a Bulava, we get a range of 1,700 kilometers.
Okay. Let's...
Russia is launching new strikes against Ukraine. People are saying that
Some real
Russia might have
coverage.
used an ICBM.
New strikes against Ukraine overnight. A video appears to show the moment one of the missiles hit the country's fourth largest city. Ukraine
trying to make the conclusion that any sort of opposition to Russian invasion is up
into Ukraine.
You just want to see what Hassan says.
I only want to see what Hassan has to say. Yes, it's a rare opportunity, rare time.
At 5 a.m.
Today, our missiles.
Mark, that's...
We should then
insist a signal.
Not talking.
Now, Jake, so maybe capable of.
It's great
the fact
when
we're talking
it's a good
about
editor. Is this his
Yeah,
main
because it's-
Hasanabi channel?
No, it's not.
technology
Hasanabi
now,
Reacts,
this
okay.
far into the war. So
Where do you think
I'm
they're
confused.
from?
The West believes that Putin is a madman devoid of reason. Why provoke him with new...
What?
See, he's only responds to chat. I don't think he actually listens to the news.
No, I don't think so.
He's only responding to chat.
Which actually kind of would track. And his opinions are pretty much primarily formed from his social group and chat.
I mean, like to have focus on the news and manage chat for 8 hours a day is a fucking hard. So
Newer, more powerful weapons. Do they not care about a nuclear holocaust? No, they don't care about a nuclear holocaust happening on Ukrainian soil. Watch this space. I told you this years ago
That's the
when
thing, where
John
it's
Kirby
like-
came out. And
fucking Jack's films got real fucking snobby with these things about how you're supposed to react to stuff. And
I
it's
saw
like,
those.
bro, you're being so snobby now. It was funny with Sniper Wolf. But like, yes, the Hassan chair is a meme. But like, you're expecting somebody to be at their absolutely like peak 24/7 basically, except it's like 8 hours a day, you know, it's 24/8 or no 8/7, right? So like to think that he's going to be like always peak and at the top and firing in his like, momentum state, you know, the only argument you can make is he's paid enough that he should be.
and said, oh, if there's a nuke that is deployed, it'll only be in Ukraine and it'll just be like a tactical nuke, a baby nuke, okay? A mini nuke. The thing is, this is where America's interest in Ukraine matter.
There's
If
no
their
such thing.
Goals are earnest and interested in genuinely trying to defend Ukraine or ensure that no more Ukrainians are harmed, okay? They would have, one, probably allowed Ukraine to have more weapons earlier on to launch better defenses, and then two, immediately gotten every party to the table, including China and Russia, with the Ukrainian upper hand to put forth the third Minsk agreements. Of course, it's still Putin's responsibility if he launches a nuke. He is a fucking madman. He is a violent, barbaric bloodthirsty madman. I mean, so is Biden, but that's besides the point. It doesn't matter. What you fail to consider is that if there is no real interest, and if Ukrainians are treated as disposable, then it doesn't matter. America will slowly but surely be like, no, you can keep escalating. You can keep escalating. These escalations in defense of Ukraine have to be productive if they are going to actually change the tide of battle, because the Ukrainians do have a right to purge the invading forces from its national boundaries. I don't see a way out of this that is good for the Ukrainian people, especially at this point. I mean, Vladimir Putin is basically dry firing nukes to demand Ukraine stand down and not use Western weapons inside of Russian boundaries. Do you think Israel will be abandoned by U.S. like Ukraine? No, absolutely not. Israel's a 76-year project. There is way too much investment in a resource-rich region. Our interests in Ukraine have remained for quite some time. I think like the first iteration was when George W. Bush on his way.
Do you think telling somebody that their opinion because they're a fascist is more worthless than the Catholic Church? It's pretty funny. Why do I give a fuck what the Catholic Church has to say on anything? Like when, because this happens all the time. Didn't the Pope make a fucking announcement just the other week about something? And I just dismissed it because it's like, I don't give a fuck what the Pope has to say. Why do I care what?
Yeah, I mean, he's just like, it's like, I don't know. He's probably lower than what, like on my priorities, I don't know exactly where the hierarchy lands, but the Pope is below Greta Thunberg. Do you agree?
It's a perfect place to put him. Okay, I saw this one. Hold on. Threaten nukes 20 times. Here. Okay. Yes, it is. Here is just since the invasion of Ukraine. How many times and what for? If you help Ukraine, nukes. In February. In June, if you send HIMARS, nukes. In September, Storm Shadows, nukes. 22, Patriot, nukes. February 23, Leopards and Abrams tanks. We all remember that. Then it's attack.
Speaking about Greta, y'all see this yet? Check this out. Sending a link to chat.
Then it's June 24. It's the GMLRSs inside Russia, nuke you. Then it's the F-16s will nuke you. And then the ATACMS in Russia will nuke you. It's just another empty threat from a desperate, sad
Greta's
little
about
man.
to get Jake Hannaran.
What do you mean? Arrested and put in jail in Turkey?
Yeah. She's about to be in jail for enabling terrorists in Turkey.
Cool.
Just wait. Don't cover any protests, Greta.
Seals. I see nothing from Greta.
We posted in chat and I sent it to you.
Out floated the idea of Ukraine and Georgia being welcomed into NATO. Why is it?
Or is it a Twitter one?
I sent you a link in private chat at 9:10. Literally a status from Greta.
It's not here. Send it again.
Is it okay for Israel but not Russia? It's not okay for Israel and it's not okay for Russia. It's not okay for either of these parties to engage in the violent acts that they're engaging in. In the eyes of America, one is justifiable and permitted and also encouraged. The other is, of course, the most unacceptable act. Both states are engaging in unjustifiable atrocities. But if you're wondering, will America abandon Israel? No, they won't. Israel is far more important to America's strategic interest in this resource-rich region than Ukraine is in terms of crippling America's foreign adversaries. But like I said, America never has and never will have a real emancipatory interest in Ukraine. Their goal is simply to use Ukraine politically early on, and then to use Ukraine militarily against Russia's, against the foreign adversary's military. And it's not like I'm making this up or speculating on this. This is something that Lindsey Graham has openly stated. This is also America's tool in its tool belt. They did this with the Kurds. The difference between Ukraine and Kurdish militias, however, is that there is no established
more reason why
Kurdish
I care
nation
more
state,
about what
35
she's doing than what the Pope says.
million living in diaspora, whereas Ukraine is an established nation state with sovereignty being passed around within the sphere of Russian influence and interest and in the sphere of Western influence and interest. So now we're going to take Lindsey Graham seriously? Okay. If you don't want to take Lindsey Graham seriously, what about Elizabeth Warren or Chris Murphy? They have also said the exact same thing as Lindsey Graham. American foreign policy is uniparty. That's why politicians agree on Israel, and that's why politicians agree on Ukraine. There are some naysayers who at least try to present themselves politically at odds from one another, like when they say we shouldn't be doing any war with Russia in Ukraine or whatever, but it's true. Yeah, Blumenthal as well. I just use Lindsey Graham as a person to quote because he was so obvious and so open about it. But many other Democratic Party politicians have said the same. Israel
certainly suggests the last 4 or 5 days have begun a new chapter, really. I think of the standoff between the West and Russia here, and also for the misery of Ukrainians dealing with nighttime barrages almost daily. Jake?
All right, Nick Payton-Walsh in Ukraine for us. Thank you so much. Stay safe.
Is Abkhazia turning against Russian control?
Maybe.
In November 2024, Abkhaz protesters stormed the parliament in protest at Russia's growing influence in the territory, which broke away from Georgia almost 30 years
ago.
Yes, it was. Where are we at? Oh, look, this is one of Russia's agent imperialist areas.
Years ago. Since then, the region's pro-Russian president has resigned and Abkhazia appears headed for early elections. All this has naturally led to speculation that Moscow's power is under strain. So, what exactly sparked the unrest? And is Abkhazia really pushing back against Moscow? Hello and welcome. If you're new to the channel, my name is James Lindsay, and here I take an informal look at international relations, conflict, security, and statehood. Almost all breakaway territories rely on a protector or patron state to survive. Faced with international isolation, these de facto states, as they're often otherwise known, rely on an external power for political and diplomatic support, as well as economic aid and assistance. More importantly, they almost always depend on them for security against the threat of reintegration from the country they've broken away from. In this sense, patrons are usually a crucial factor in secessionist conflicts. However, the relationship between de facto states and their patrons can be highly complex. While the breakaway territory needs its patron, this reliance on an outside power may cause considerable resentment, especially if the patron exerts significant political or economic control. Conversely, the patron may place its broader strategic interests over the wishes and needs of the breakaway entity, thereby creating even more friction. In this sense, while relations between de facto states and their patrons can be mutually beneficial, they can also be inherently unstable, sometimes even erupting into confrontation. This has been highlighted by recent tensions in Abkhazia. Having broken away from Georgia in the 1990s, it's relied on Russia for over 3 decades for much of its political, security, and economic needs. And yet, there are signs that this relationship is now growing under strain. Abkhazia lies in the South Caucasus. At around 8,700 square kilometers or 3,600 square miles, Georgia lies to its east and Russia borders it to the north. The Black Sea runs along its southern coast. Its population is believed to be around 250,000. While figures are highly disputed, ethnic Abkhazians represent around half the population. The other half comprises Georgians, Armenians and Russians, as well as some smaller minorities. Abkhazia has a long history. Although part of medieval Georgia, it often had a distinct identity as a kingdom, principality, or vassal state. However, having come under Russian imperial control during the first half of the 19th century, its status as a principality was abolished in 1864 when it became a Russian military province. This would last until the early 20th century. Following the Russian Revolution, Abkhazia was incorporated into the Georgian state that emerged in 1917. However, following the Red Army's conquest of Georgia, Abkhazia became a separate Soviet Socialist Republic within the new USSR. But this ended a decade later, in 1931, when Stalin, an ethnic Georgian, terminated this near-equal status, and Abkhazia was instead incorporated into Georgia as the Abkhazian Autonomous Soviet Socialist Republic.
Countries.
Yeah, didn't we know this? We already knew this. It's not imperialism if Russia does it. It's counter-imperialism.
This led to severe repression as tens of thousands of Abkhaz were deported to other parts of the Soviet Union and replaced by Russians, Georgians and Armenians. But while the oppression eased in the 1950s following Stalin's death, Abkhazia remained an autonomous republic.
Where has that been
within
seen
Georgia.
as a trend?
Over the next 3 decades, Abkhazia continued in this relationship. However, as the Soviet Union began to weaken in
We'll
the
have to look
1980s,
into this.
Abkhazia called to become a separate republic within the Soviet Union. But unlike South Ossetia, another Georgian autonomous region, it didn't try to break away following Georgia's independence in 1991. Instead, it initially accepted continued autonomy within the country. However, this changed in 1992 when the Georgian government voted to restore the pre-Soviet constitution of Georgia. Believing this would end their autonomy, Abkhaz deputies in the Georgian parliament unilaterally declared independence on the 23rd of July 1992, thereby sparking a civil war. Although Georgian troops quickly seized control of Sukhumi, the Abkhaz capital, the victory was short-lived. Abkhaz militias, strengthened by Russian paramilitaries and equipment, launched a counterattack, and a year later, in July 1993, Sukhumi fell to the Abkhaz forces. While a Russian brokered ceasefire then led to the creation of a United Nations peace observation mission, the agreement soon broke down. As fighting resumed, Abkhazian troops seized almost all the region, forcibly expelling most ethnic Georgians. On the 14th of May 1994, the two sides reached another ceasefire agreement. Although the UN maintained its monitoring mission, Russian troops operating under the Commonwealth of Independent States peacekeeping force now patrolled the buffer zone between Georgia and Abkhazia. Meanwhile, Russia also led UN-sponsored peace talks. Over the next decade, peace talks made little progress, especially as Abkhazia signalled that it wouldn't be prepared to give up its independence. However, things began to shift in early 2004 when Georgia elected a new president, Mikhail Saakashvili. Promising to retake both Abkhazia and South Ossetia, Georgia launched an unsuccessful attack on the latter in August 2004. But when this failed to end South Ossetia's accession, Saakashvili switched tactics, instead now offering Abkhazia substantial autonomy. But this was rejected by Sukhumi. Instead, following Kosovo's declaration of independence in February 2008, Abkhazia called for its independence to now be recognised by the international community. Over the next few months, the situation rapidly deteriorated as Abkhazia accused Georgia of preparing to retake control, and Georgia insisted that Russia was getting ready to invade. In the end, everything came to a head on the 1st of August 2008. Following renewed fighting in South Ossetia, skirmishes erupted around Abkhazia, leading to a full-scale Russian invasion. However, the Russo-Georgian War was short-lived. Within 2 weeks, Russia had decisively beaten the Georgian forces, and soon afterwards, Moscow announced that it had recognised both Abkhazia and South Ossetia as independent states.
Okay.
Over the next few years,
there's a lot more history behind. This is where I'm familiar with it now. Is like the Russian invasion. I had no idea there was so much fuckery all before. This changes my opinion of it a little bit, to be completely honest.
Of course, there's always.
That's very interesting.
Because
they were
the only thing I knew about was the genocide, Great Replacement shit.
Yeah, because there's like they had sort of echoes of autonomy beforehand. And then Russia just sort of took it over and co-opted it, it sounds like. It's very interesting. Yeah, like that's pretty much Russia's MO, right? And that's basically what I understood the Georgian war to be in 2008. I never realized that there was like these regions were sort of autonomous for much, much longer, specifically this one. I didn't realize.
How much history there is in Kosovo.
Yeah. So that's very interesting.
Russia actively campaigned for broader international acceptance of both Abkhazia and South Ossetia. However, unlike Kosovo, which received substantial support, especially from the West, the two territories remained.
Well, it really seems like nobody gave a fuck about Russia invading Georgia.
Yeah, well,
except for the close European countries.
ISIS was around and shit.
True.
No, I think it was before ISIS, actually.
What is this video? What is this channel you sent me?
Oh, just another thirst trap channel I found. She has another one that's even more ass.
Oh my god.
Largely isolated. although they were recognised by several Russian allies such as Venezuela, Nicaragua and Syria, as well as a few small and impoverished Pacific islands that later changed their minds, most of the world steadfastly ignored their claims to statehood. While Moscow's recognition gave Abkhazia a greater sense of security, Russia steadily increased its presence in the territory, making it an increasingly significant internal actor as well. In addition to exerting considerable influence over political developments, Russia steadily strengthened its economic dominance over Abkhazia. While Russian aid and subsidies funded infrastructure projects and covered large parts of the Abkhaz state budget, including pensions and public sector salaries, Russian trade and investment and Russian tourists became the central mainstay of the Abkhaz economy. Meanwhile, Moscow also steadily increased its security and military presence in the territory. In addition to stationing troops and building bases, Russia took a more direct role in covering Abkhazia's security. For example, it took responsibility for manning the frontier with Georgia in 2009. Then, in 2014, as Russia annexed Crimea, the two signed a strategic partnership. In addition to establishing a joint military force, Abkhazia now agreed to harmonise its foreign and defence policies with Moscow, a deal that promised over $270 million of subsidies to Abkhazia over the next 3 years. I hope you're finding this
mountain.
Okay, just checking.
Useful.
Some people here say Mount Tan. Like, look at that Mount Tan.
That's retarded.
I can't say it. They say it way subtler. I can't do it.
Weird.
Mount Tan.
Giving the video a like,
yeah,
and perhaps
weird.
subscribing to the channel if you haven't already. It all really helps. Thanks so much. And now, back to the video. So, just what sparked the most recent incidents? In truth, tensions have been building for quite some time. Notwithstanding the promised aid, over the past decade, Russian subsidies have fallen substantially from $300 million in 2012 to $140 million in 2020. Additionally, Abkhazia was particularly badly affected by the COVID pandemic, which hit the tourism-dominated economy hard and highlighted weaknesses in the territory's health service, especially compared to neighbouring Georgia, which fared much better and offered Abkhazia support. Meanwhile, despite falling Russian state support, fears were growing over Russian involvement in the private sector as Russian companies and individuals increasingly bought up local businesses and purchased private properties, increasing prices and making ownership all but impossible for young Abkhaz. And it was against this backdrop that the turning point came in November 2024 when the Abkhazian authorities proposed a new law extending Russian ownership of local companies and land. Amidst claims that this would allow Russia to completely dominate Abkhazia, demonstrations erupted that saw protesters storm the Abkhaz parliament and other government buildings and attempt to take control of the public broadcaster. But while the government quickly withdrew the bill, the protests continued. Having reportedly fled to the safety of a Russian military base, on the 19th of November, the Abkhaz president, Aslan Bazania, stepped down, citing a need to maintain stability and constitutional order. So, just what does all this mean? Is opposition to Russia now reaching a tipping point? On the one hand, Russian domination is certainly feeding a degree of resentment. Over the past decade and a half, Moscow has become a critical factor in all aspects of the territory's economic and political life. But at the same time, we also have to be careful about reading too much into all this. This sort of unrest certainly isn't new. In fact, this is the third time a leader has been forced from power since 2008. More to the point, like any de facto state, Abkhazia can't simply turn against its patron. Although there may be anger and frustration about Russia's role, for as long as Abkhazia remains internationally isolated and unwilling to consider reunification with Georgia, the Abkhaz also know that they rely on Moscow for prosperity and protection. They can't simply reject Russia, at least for now. Indeed, it was widely noted that the protesters even carried Russian flags. And it's for all these reasons that many observers are urging caution about seeing this as a full-scale revolt against Moscow. More to the point, the Russian government was careful to keep its distance and didn't step in to help the territory's leader. Of course, none of this is to say that things can't or won't change. The Abkhaz may increasingly question whether a settlement with Georgia is preferable to Russian domination. But for now, there's little sign that this is the case generally. While some Abkhaz may see this as an option, most still see Russia as their preferred partner. That said, this may well change in the future. For example, and as seen in other cases, the pull of potential European Union membership can be very influential indeed, especially if it leads to more aid and opportunities for young people to look for work across Europe. But for now, this scenario doesn't seem likely, especially as Georgia appears to be moving steadily further away from the EU. More to the point, the recent events expose a far more problematic reality. Even if de facto states decide that they would find reunification with their former parent state preferable to continued control by their patron state, by that point, they're usually so entirely dominated by the patron state, economically, politically, and militarily, that they can't pursue another path. The patron state effectively controls the territory. By pursuing independence from one state, they become wholly dependent on another. For all these reasons, what we're seeing in Abkhazia underscores the degree to which de facto states, despite having declared independence, are invariably anything but independent. I hope you found that useful. If so, here are some more videos that you might find interesting. Thanks so much for watching, and see you in the
Yeah, this is why this is why you should be actively hostile to any state within your borders unless you explicitly ask them. And if they retain presence in that state after you've told them to fuck off, they die.
What if they have nukes?
Who gives a shit?
The next video.
Oh boy.
I saw this. Bernie Sanders email. It's person.
Okay, what video did you want to play? I'm gonna go look for some food.
Oh, pull it up real quick.
Okay. Because these are all sort of midpoint transition videos.
Yeah, the one I got. Everyone's gonna agree. Oh shit. Hang on.
Well,
I'm just sending you a link to add real quick. PBS just posted this.
Sweet. We could play it right now.
Well, I got a video for when you're eating. Knowing that
cool.
it's going to happen, I've started to prepare.
Ukraine should consider dropping the age of eligibility for military
Hey,
conscription.
and I said not
to
now.
25.
Ah, but we're like literally right at this block.
You're going to eat.
Oh, I'm about to go find shit to eat.
Apparently my ad blocker doesn't work.
Apparently. YouTube is literally unusable without it.
I know.
Can you
Shut
not
up.
skip it?
No.
What the fuck?
Sometimes they give you these unskippable ones.
Just refresh the page.
What?
Ban went World Star. During an already heated House Oversight Committee hearing, Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, a Republican congresswoman from Georgia, responded
I don't know if we still have it.
Which one?
To a question from
The way goblins are drawn in porn.
You'll have to check the list. I'm not sure.
Representative Jasmine Crockett, a Democratic congresswoman from Texas, by saying,
I think your fake eyelashes are messing up.
Representative AOC of New York jumped in and requested to strike.
So this video is called "Why Do Republican Women Look Like That?" And I'm saying this should be called the bimbofication of Republicans.
Greene's words and make her apologize, as the remarks violated decorum and were a personal disparagement of Representative Crockett.
That is absolutely unacceptable. How dare you attack the physical appearance of another person? Are your feelings hurt? Her words down. Oh, girl, baby girl. Oh, really? Don't even play.
After some back and forth, Marjorie Taylor Greene eventually agreed to strike her statement towards Crockett, but refused to apologize. Despite demands from Democrats to force Marjorie Taylor Greene to apologize, James Comer, the chairman of the committee, ruled that Greene's insult of Crockett did not violate House rules against engaging in personalities during debate. Naturally, Representative Jasmine Crockett asked Comer for clarification to understand his ruling about what defines a personal attack.
I'm just curious, just to better understand your ruling, if someone on this committee then starts talking about somebody's bleach blonde, bad built butch body, that would not be engaging in personalities, correct?
A what now?
Oh, what now?
Chairman, I make a motion to strike those words.
This is like the greatest moment in politics of last year.
On what
Chairman, motion to strike those words.
What you just said.
It was the clapback that shook the halls of Congress and soon the internet.
I'm just curious, just to better understand your ruling, if someone on this committee then starts talking about somebody's bleach blonde, bad built butch body, bleach blonde, bad built butch body.
Oh, what now?
Bleach blonde, bad built butch body, baby girl.
In a matter of days, Crockett's words went viral. It spawned remixes, merch, and even an SNL parody, as well as a number of media appearances. While the clapback was funny and witty, it resonated because it was true.
Remember, we were showing Jasmine Crockett before it was cool and everyone knew who she was. This is the hipster claim we have.
And nothing is worse than someone telling you exactly who you are. What stood out to me about this showdown was the fact that it began because a conservative, far-right Republican woman insulted a liberal Democratic woman for her display of femininity, long, false eyelashes. Historically, conservative critiques of liberal women's appearances involve targeting their looks due to a perceived lack of traditional femininity.
Look, I gotta say this, and I know someone's gonna probably troll me on this, but liberal women tend to be some of the ugliest women I've ever seen. And I'm serious. I mean, zero makeup.
Well,
they take no pride in their. Well, they want to be men. They take no pride in their dress, their attire, their makeup, their haircut. Half of them look like men.
For context, the man speaking in this clip is the boyfriend of Marjorie Taylor Greene. The man speaking in that clip is the boyfriend of Marjorie Taylor Greene. That's all
I love that she has to hit you with it twice just to let it sink in.
I'm gonna say. Representative Jasmine Crockett is a traditionally feminine presenting woman. She's got a face full of makeup, false eyelashes, long hair, and isn't afraid to wear pink. Her aesthetic aligns with conventional markers of femininity. So, why did Marjorie Taylor Greene make a derogatory comment about her appearance? First and foremost, Greene is a known instigator and bully, but there's some subtext. Conservatives tend to have essentialist views on gender, so they believe femininity is inherent to a woman, and this translates into the feminine aesthetic they idealize, an aesthetic in which a woman's femininity should be apparent but never distracting. And that's where, in the mind of Marjorie Taylor Greene, Jasmine Crockett went wrong. Her lashes were apparently too much. In my opinion, it looked fine. It fit in with her face. It didn't look like she was wearing Furbies on her eyelids. Like, it just looked like she was doing a full beat. Looked appropriate to me. But traditionally feminine aesthetics are as much about whiteness as they are about womanness. So these people will always find something deviant about a black woman's performance of femininity when a white woman does it.
Well, see, you had perfect timing. See, that's what I think this video is really good. Because instead of her just saying it was racism, listen to how she articulates what it is. Because instead of just saying that's racist, you're a Nazi, she's actually articulating what's behind it. And I don't know what exactly this degree is, but it's from New York University, which is a really good university.
And aesthetics are as much about whiteness as they are about womanness. So these people will always find something deviant about a black woman.
We've done a few videos like this where we've explained context behind words and phrases that conservatives use.
Yes, but she's not using the word racist is my point.
No, and that's good. Honestly, we should probably move away from it.
Feminine aesthetics are as much about whiteness as they are about womanness. So these people will always find something deviant about a black woman's performance of femininity. When a white woman does it, it's trendy and cool. When a black woman does it, it's unacceptable and ghetto. Hence, Greene was quick to insult Crockett's appearance when she had...
This also goes back to what you say about white people hate black people but love black culture. It's it's cool when the white women do it, but the black people doing it is unsightly. Can't have them doing that, right? It's that thing. I feel like that's the same thing, right? No?
Neo-colonialism.
Never commented on the appearance of other colleagues. For example, Representative Lauren Boebert, a Republican congresswoman from Colorado, has feuded with Green in the past. She wears makeup, clip-in hair extensions, and lashes, but Green never used those physical embellishments as a point of attack. Why is that? 1, racism, but 2, Republican women kind of just look like that, which is what I want to explore in today's video. And here's why. After the election, my TikTok For You page was full of people pointing out that many prominent influencers had been awfully quiet after Trump's victory.
Speaking as an influencer, a lot of your favorite influencers are fucking embarrassing and fucking pathetic. To be a woman in America with a huge fucking platform and a huge audience and post nothing yesterday.
People were disappointed that their favorite female influencers seemed indifferent about the results of an election where women's rights to bodily autonomy were on the line. Or worse, they voted for the person who has been actively taking those rights away. While some were shocked and upset that these women with huge platforms didn't speak up, many were equally disappointed, but they weren't surprised.
I'm not a great judge of character. I wasn't following Trump supporters. The amount of people I'm seeing being like, I had to unfollow so many people. What? You mean you can't see it in their eyes? The windows to their desolate abyss of a brain? They have a face and racist hair. I am so unsurprised whenever I hear that these influencers voted for. I already knew that.
And listen, I'm not trying to drag people's appearances for no reason, but this has to be studied because there is a certain Republican look.
How right-wing people always love to hammer home the whole blue hair feminist stereotype. All of you bitches look the same. Really, all of you bitches look the same. You have the same bad.
You know what the funniest part is?
Micro-link extensions hanging out.
My favorite part, you know that Nazi meme where they're like, oh, diversity is this, and it just shows a bunch of like white people with different colored eyes. Like, this is diversity. Have you seen those ones?
No.
No? Oh God, I'll have to find one. Anyway, it's like that. Except this is an actual real thing where all conservative women look the same. And it's like a universal Western thing too.
Bimbos.
Out the back of your head, and the perhaps worst spray tan I've seen in my entire 22 years on Earth. And also, none of you can do makeup to save your fucking life. Is that a requirement to be a Republican? I'm literally just asking.
Why do they all look like that? Of course, this is a generalization. Not every Republican woman looks the same, but the prominent ones tend to favor this aesthetic, which includes long layered hair, orange spray tan, noticeable plastic surgery, and heavy-handed makeup. Conservative ideology emphasizes traditional gender roles with expectations that women embody a specific version of femininity tied to domesticity and softness. But in recent years, it seems like Republican women are straying from this ideal. So for example, Marjorie Taylor Greene's assertive demeanor and combative rhetoric, even her muscular physique, seem at odds with these values. This apparent contradiction illustrates a broader evolution in conservative politics. Green embodies a form of what some scholars call conservative feminism, where women assert power without adhering to traditional ideals of female passivity or submissiveness. It shows that conservatism, even while promoting traditional values, can accommodate and elevate women who break gender norms in pursuit of influence. In this pursuit of influence, they are sacrificing the soft disposition that conservatives value in their women, so it seems like they try to overcompensate for that lack of femininity in their physical appearance. So in today's video, I want to explore the Republican woman aesthetic and why prominent Republican women present themselves in certain ways that both reflect and contradict conservative ideals of femininity.
That's fucking
The
dope.
idealization and the performance of femininity is something that is sort of endlessly interesting to me, so that's why I want to talk about this topic. Like I mentioned earlier, conservative ideology promotes traditional gender roles that are rooted in an essentialist view of gender, which assumes that men and women have distinct innate qualities suited to different roles in society. These roles are often framed as natural or divinely ordained. For women, this comes with expectations of modesty, domesticity, and softness. Conservative ideals often promote the idea that women should dress and behave modestly to convey respectability and femininity. Outfits should be polished but not too revealing, and the same goes for demeanor. Women are encouraged to be polite and not overly assertive, which is seen as unladylike. Women are expected to embody traits like kindness,
we would
gentleness,
never have alt
and
girls
emotional
if Christians
warmth.
got their
This
way.
goes hand in hand with the belief that women are naturally more nurturing than
We
men,
would,
making
the
them
Christians
perfectly
would
suited
rob
for
you of
caregiving
goth
roles.
girls. You guys understand this? Like this is
It's
we're
funny
not fucking
because
around
nobody
here.
fetishizes goth girls more than those people.
And it's literally because it's like everything that they're told to hate. It's I swear to God, it's one of those things, right? And if Christians got control of everything, it would be banned. Think of what they could take from
The
you.
ideal conservative woman isn't just a homemaker. She's also a source of emotional support and moral guidance for her family. There's also a big emphasis on women as the heart of the home. The ideal conservative woman is often portrayed as a dedicated wife and mother, putting her family's needs above her own. Careers and ambitions outside the home are fine, but they are often framed as secondary to family responsibilities. A lot of these ideals come from the Bible, where men and women are seen as having God-given roles that complement each other. In Christianity, women are often encouraged to submit to their husbands, while men are expected to lead.
They literally I mean, it's in like the greater lore of the Bible, but like Adam's first wife is punished for eternity because she refused to and actually wanted consent and shit.
Damn.
Like in that origin mythos, there's a whole rape your wife thing.
That's pretty cool.
On top of that, there's this nostalgic appeal to a past where traditional families were seen as the backbone of society. In conservative thought, sticking to these roles helps preserve stability.
I mean, I think religion is cool. Plus, Lilith is like the coolest character, and she's one of the things that like exists throughout all Near Eastern religions. Like she's fucking really interesting. Also, I was playing Diablo 4, right?
Mm-hmm.
And like Lilith is like the villain in that. And what's interesting is in the Mesopotamian texts, she's described as like taking the shape of an owl.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And you know how Mothman looks, like with the big red eyes, and it's like in the middle of his body, kind of like an owl? So like they have these statues of Lilith where her wings come up like an owl's peak.
That's cool.
And I'm like, oh, they clearly took inspiration from like these carvings from Mesopotamia.
In the game.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
And order. Fun fact, that is why there is no universal childcare. Reagan didn't want that because he felt like it would make the US a communist state and erode the nuclear family.
It's surprising the Blizzard will go that deep.
Ironically,
considering the Blizzard's like a sellout shithole company
the
now.
lore on Diablo is like really in depth and good. And that's what when I've been streaming Diablo 4, that's what I've been doing, is talking about the actual lore and the inspiration behind a lot of it.
Yeah,
but like there's these guys, there's like they're the Zakarum, right? And they have like a Messiah who died for their sins.
Yeah, okay.
And it's very inspired by like Zoroastrian and like other prophet religions, like Christianity and stuff. And it even like uses crosses and stuff like that. But you find out in like the second game that there's a corruption, and like one of the lords of hell is actually behind that religion.
Huh. That's pretty cool.
And so they've been like worshiping a demon the whole time.
And that's cool. I don't know, the biblical stories, I never look into them, but they are pretty cool.
That's the thing. It's so like when you know like religious Near Eastern text enough that you can get into a lot of the like abstract and like, you know, people who would have been burned at the stake by the Christians when they talk about the heretics and stuff and how the Pope issued wars against heretics to purge heretics and stuff.
Yeah.
These people who believed in fusions of different religions, and that's where there's a lot of interesting like mythos that intertwines, because it will come from like really ancient texts that have been like stayed within a tribe.
No shit. That's pretty
like,
cool.
Even in like the early Sumerian text, they know who Yahweh is, and it's mentioned in there.
Interesting.
Many prominent conservative women in politics...
they like understand Abraham and the covenant in the Sumerian text.
Media don't fully fit this mold. They're loud, assertive, and often combative.
Don't let the Democrats take you for granted. Don't let them step on you.
Okay. Well, like the other day we were talking about dragons.
Yeah.
And mythic dragons and stuff. I'm like, I want to say the first like creation myth has a dragon in it, and I was like, hang on, I might be confusing it with Diablo.
Yes, you did say
Diablo's
that.
story is very similar. It's like basically the same thing as the first Mesopotamian Sumerian creation story.
Interesting.
Like that's the backing, and then they made it so like the heads of Tiamat became like the layers of hell.
Oh, okay,
then,
that's
like,
fucking cool.
The body, I believe, becomes earth or something, and then like heaven is just light and sound. It doesn't actually have a physical.
Interesting. It's not physical.
Like the angels don't have physical forms.
Interesting.
They're born from sound.
They're born of interesting sound and light. Interesting. That's like what an interesting concept.
Yet they still lean into traditional feminine aesthetics, polished hair, makeup, dresses, to maintain an outward appearance of adhering to these ideals. This creates a bit of a paradox. Conservative women in leadership often borrow traits traditionally associated with masculinity to thrive in male-dominated spaces, but they attempt to balance it by presenting themselves in a way that aligns with conservative expectations of femininity. And sometimes it's pretty damn weird. Look no farther than Republican Congresswoman Katie Britt's speech in response to Joe Biden's State of the Union.
Good evening, America. My name is Katie Britt, and I have the honor of serving the people of the great state of Alabama in the United States Senate. However, that's not the job that matters most. I am a proud wife and mom of 2 school-aged kids. My daughter Bennett and my son Ridgway are why I ran for the Senate.
Bennett and Ridgway.
I'm worried about their future and the future of children in every corner of our nation. President Biden just doesn't get it.
Ridgway is a wild
He's
fucking name.
out of touch. Under his administration,
What's your
families
kid's name?
are worse off.
Oh, we named him after a type of
communities are
road.
less safe, and our country is less secure. The country we know and love seems to be slipping away, and it feels like the next generation will have fewer opportunities and less freedoms than we did. This is the United States of America, and it is past time, in my opinion, that we start acting like it. Meanwhile, the Chinese Communist Party
This bitch is a legit psycho.
undercutting
This is the
America's
cunt who put in the
China is buying
the proposition for the cunt registries. She's the one that wants to track the menstrual cycles. This fucking pronatalist cunt. Fuck this bitch. Fuck her. Fuck this bitch. Kick her in the head. Kick her
our
in the shins.
farmland,
Fuck her.
spying on our military installations, and spreading propaganda through the likes of TikTok. You see, the CCP knows that if it conquers the minds of our next generation, it conquers America.
As one commentator put it, this video feels like a Black Mirror episode, and I couldn't agree more. It's like she's being held hostage in a staged IKEA kitchen, and if she doesn't read this message, she'll get kicked off the board of her HOA. It's also insane to hear a well-off politician whose husband is a former NFL player talk about how she's scared for her children's futures because they'll have less opportunities. Yes, because children of politicians and athletes famously struggle to find opportunities. The whole thing reeks of pandering. She's trying way too hard to come across as this empathetic, concerned parent who's just like the rest of you. I shop at Walmart and drive the kids to soccer practice in my Cybertruck. And listen, I know it's not easy to come across as natural when you're reading off a teleprompter. I know that because I'm reading off a teleprompter right now. But the awkwardness in this video can't just be attributed to a teleprompter. It truly feels like Katie Britt is trying to come across as someone she is not. A regular, middle-class mother. It makes sense that she's trying to lean into this character because Americans are much more receptive to mother candidates rather than their childless peers, as we've seen. Ultimately, Britt came across as trying way too hard. Like, even the names of her children sounded fake.
My daughter Bennett and my son Ridgway.
And if those are fake names, thank God. Bennett and Ridgway would never be able to find a customized keychain at a theme park gift shop. The point is, this video is a good example of what it looks like when conservative women politicians try to overcompensate their femininity and softness. It starts to become uncanny. I could see a world in which a GOP staffer convinced Katie Britt to wear an apron and pat a pinch of flour on her nose to lean into that suburban mom relatability. I found a really great piece from the Columbia Political Review titled "The Fashion of GOP Politics" by Priya Shah, in which she analyzes the aesthetic of conservative women politicians. In her analysis of Katie Britt's outfit, she writes, "For female Republican politicians like Britt, their clothing selections show their ability to enact change through their office that is not too radical to engender distrust in men. Britt wore a green-colored shirt, her business casual choice, hinting at her usefulness as a politician. Her rolled-up sleeves emphasize the politician facet of the mom-politician duality, showing that she intends to do her job as a representative and should be supported. The business casual choice also indicates that..."
In a blog analyzing her dress, her outfit, that's fucking great.
The last half of this video is like really out of this world.
We should note this blog and use it when it comes to other politicians, and use this as a outfit critique of politicians, and we'll add it into our.
Oh, we're gonna be Vosh now.
No, we'll do it better.
Britt does not separate her motherhood from her role as a politician. Instead, the work she does for the country is an extension of the support she provides for her family. In this way, she uses her identity as a mother to legitimize her work as a politician. Britt also sported a diamond-studded cross, a testament to her religious piety. The symbol was another message to her audience that the GOP is the Christian party. Britt's kitchen setting underscored her position as a concerned Christian mother, looking out for her family and, by extension, all Americans. The kitchen helped Britt strike a balance between the two parts of this duality, as she hoped to make the GOP seem accessible to all Americans. Britt's attempt to seem professional, but not too professional, was mocked in a viral Saturday Night Live skit as Britt's melodramatic attempt to fully embody the roles of the concerned mother and determined politician was not well received. Her facade was not tenable. Since Britt is incapable of relating authentically to real mothers and Americans, she resorted to using her wardrobe to send political messages by emphasizing her traditionalism and adherence to Christian values. I think this is a great analysis of these choices And it's a reminder that style and clothing are mediums that can communicate very important messages. The tug of war that we're sort of seeing play out on the screen in Katie Britt's video, it really seems like she's toggling between anger, rage, passion, and she's trying to cover it up with this like sugary sweet, syrupy smile and like, I'm just a mom. Anyway, this leads me to the next part of the video, the conservative aesthetic. In 2012, researchers at UCLA found that you can actually tell if someone is a Republican by looking at them, specifically if that person is a woman. They used a computer program called Face Gen Modeler to analyze the facial features of 434 members of the US House of Representatives. This software compared each face against typical gendered facial characteristics. Then they showed photos of the representatives to undergrads and asked them to guess each politician's political party. They found that Republican congresswomen had more traditionally feminine faces, so much so that their faces were rated twice as feminine as their Democratic counterpart.
So that guy was right who was dating Marjorie Taylor Greene. The liberals do look like men.
And the more conservatively these women voted, the more traditionally feminine their features tended to be. So yes, according to research, sometimes you can actually judge a book by its cover. On the other hand, men's faces showed less connection to traditional gender traits. Male Republicans had less masculine-looking faces than male Democrats. But the more feminine a woman's face appeared, the more likely the students were to guess she was a Republican. And they were right 98% of the time. Conversely, the students were far less likely to think a highly feminine-looking woman was a Democrat. Feminine-looking does not equal empirically beautiful. While feminine-looking faces are favored in our beauty standard, it is not based on science rather than socialization. And I don't really like the idea of measuring people's beauty, but if you are going to do that, clinical beauty, so to speak, is based less on specific feminine features and more about having a face that is equally balanced. Think the golden ratio. The researchers believe that because conservative ideology promotes traditional gender roles, Republican women may feel or be pressured to align their appearance with these expectations. This wasn't the case for men because politics has historically been a male-dominated field, automatically granting men a certain level of perceived masculinity regardless
and they
of
used
party.
to have beards.
Essentially, male Republicans don't need to look the part the same way that female Republicans do. One of the study's authors, Carrie Johnson, pointed out a bigger issue. Society tends to view competency and femininity as incompatible in women. This puts Republican women in a tough spot. They're expected to project both traditional femininity and political competence, two traits that are often seen as contradictory. In the end, this study highlights not just how we perceive political figures, but also the complicated role gender plays in shaping political identity and public expectations. For Republican women, navigating this landscape means walking a fine line between being traditionally feminine and being taken seriously. Women in politics have had to deal with this forever, but it's become much more pronounced for Republicans ever since Donald Trump took a hold of the party. This man clearly has a type, and it's beauty queen. As a former owner of the Miss Universe organization, Trump's aesthetic preferences align closely with the polished, larger-than-life beauty associated with pageant contestants. Think spray tan skin, hair extensions, false eyelashes, heavy makeup, and for the women who dare show signs of aging, perhaps Botox, filler, or even a facelift. Look at the women in Trump's inner circle. His daughter, wife, and daughter-in-law all seem to fit this aesthetic. It's no surprise that female politicians who are trying to curry Trump's favor and fit in with the MAGA crowd not only change their rhetoric and beliefs, but their physical appearance. Exhibit A, South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem. Noem began her political career in 2010 as a congresswoman. She had a short layered bob reminiscent of Jennifer Aniston's Friends haircut. By 2016, when Trump was elected president, Noem started to shapeshift into his preferred aesthetic. Vanessa Friedman of the New York Times put it like this. Her hair got longer and longer with tousled waves, kissed by the curling iron. Her part moved to the center. She began to resemble a doppelganger for Kimberly Guilfoyle, Donald Trump Jr.'s fiancée, or a dark-haired version of Laura Trump, Eric Trump's wife and the new co-chair of the Republican National Committee. Even Miss Nome's clothes changed from the khaki shirt dress she wore to CPAC in 2011 to the bright blue sheath she chose for her State of the State address this year. There's no better example of her transformation than the cover on her new book, No Going Back: The Truth of What's Wrong with Politics and How We Move America Forward, which features a portrait of Miss Nome with lips glossed, eyelashes thick, and one hand seemingly playing with her wavy locks as she sits in her desk chair in a blazer and dress before the American flag. The cherry on top, this year, Nome got veneers and apparently a sponsorship from a cosmetic dentistry in Texas.
Well, hi, I'm Christine Nome. I'm the governor of South Dakota and had the opportunity to come to Smile, Texas to fix my teeth, which has been absolutely amazing.
It's unsurprising that after her transformation, she's been brought farther into the MAGA fold. This is how Trump introduced her at a campaign rally.
We have a very special woman who's hot as a politician. She's doing an incredible job in South Dakota. She's the governor, Christine Nome.
And he closed it out by saying this.
And you're not allowed to say it, so I will not. You know, you're not allowed to say she's beautiful, so I'm not going to say that. I will not say it, because that's the end of your political career if you make...
Yes. Calling someone beautiful could end your political career, but somehow being a convicted felon won't. Christine Nome's physical transformation sends a very clear message. She wants a seat at the MAGA table, and as a woman, when it comes to getting Trump's attention, your best bet is to simply look like his type. But there's a catch-22. You have to look a certain way to be noticed by Trump, but if you look like that, he might view you as a prop. Rebecca Traister of New York Magazine writes, when your value is tied inextricably to sexualized standards contrived by white men, you will not be appreciated, sometimes not even seen, unless you meet those standards. Yet, if you do hit their often shifting aesthetic marks, you risk being degraded by those same men, not taken seriously as their peers, but rather understood as their ornament. Not every prominent woman in the MAGA fold looks like a yassified Snapchat filter. Yet, there's Usha Vance, future second lady, who looks distinctly out of place in Trump's female inner circle. Her makeup, if any, is extremely light and natural, her hair stops at her shoulders, and she even has some grays. She doesn't wear much jewelry, her wardrobe choices are modest and muted. In other words, she looks weirdly like herself. This is not the norm. Dramatic makeovers and MAGA go hand in hand. I'm very curious to see if Usha Vance will transform over the next few years. The VP's office is pretty ceremonial, but even Mike Pence's wife, Karen, got a little bibbidi-bobbidi-boo during her time as the second lady. Okay, I want to close out this video with some final thoughts. I learned a lot from researching this video. I learned that elected officials could be influencers. I learned that Kimberly Guilfoyle used to be married to Gavin Newsom. Yep. I learned that the most effective B words are bleach blonde, bad built butch body. But most importantly, I learned that prominent Republican women are going through an identity crisis. Prominent conservative women often struggle to fully address the complexities of their gender in public life. While they outwardly embrace traditional femininity through their appearance and alignment with conservative values, they don't always confront the deeper contradictions of operating in a male-dominated political landscape, and specifically, a party riddled with sexism and actively working to take away women's rights. These prominent conservatives lean into gender norms that emphasize beauty and traditional roles, yet these very norms can undermine their authority and complicate their ability to be taken seriously as leaders. This failure to fully grapple with their gender creates a tension that's both visible and unresolved in how they navigate their public and political identities.
Her hair is like so fucking cool. Like I assume these are extensions here, but like just to go in from the braids to like a large, like not braid, like elegant, you know?
Like, I feel like you can really see that tug of war and tension play out in that video of Katie Britt. She wants to be mad, but she can't because she's a woman, I guess.
Meanwhile, the Chinese Communist Party is undercutting America's workers.
Again, Rebecca Traister from New York Magazine writes, Remarkably, these dark years have seen women on the left conduct themselves with new ease and assuredness. Democratic women at both the center and the left edge of their party now communicate in a range of styles that appear more authentic and less stilted than those of previous generations of female politicians. AOC is fluent on social media. Elizabeth Warren lets her professorial freak flag fly. Ayanna Pressley is bald and beautiful. It's certainly all performed in its own way, but for the first time, it's the Democratic women who can articulate the mix of football and Barbie and healthcare and labor without tripping over themselves, who seem more comfortable in their own bodies. The women on the right appear in perpetual confusion and find themselves like some negative image of Clinton, twisting into something unrecognizable. Yet these women express themselves via a dizzying mashup of gendered conventions. They augment their smiles, bedazzle their pantsuits, and broadcast their bench presses. In their fevered performances of hyper-femininity and hyper-masculinity, so many of the GOP's most visible women are themselves engaging in a form of drag. Yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself. I know it seems crazy to associate Republican women with drag, but I get it. It's less about dressing up to break gender norms and more about clinging to them in a way that comes off as deeply unnatural. It's like they're cosplaying as something that doesn't really exist. I initially set out to answer the question of why do Republican women look like that? I think that might be answer. I think it's like
that might be
obvious.
One of the
it's
hardest critiques of conservatives I've ever seen. that went hard.
That is what conservative ideals value. But I do think there is just this complication of wanting to embody these very feminine things, and also as a public figure, trying to be taken seriously. I think the problem just really does lie in the fact of their view of what a woman should be and what femininity looks like is very small and constrained, whereas I think it's much more literally liberal and dynamic when it comes to women on the left, so they're not sort of tripping over themselves trying to present themselves as women and as mothers and as wives, but also as powerful, strong politicians. I think to kind of bring it back to the clip in the beginning of Marjorie Taylor Greene and Jasmine Crockett, I think one of their fundamental differences.
I think they need to realize
for
that
Jasmine
we're not
Crockett,
in.
it seems that
we're not
being
in
feminine presenting doesn't
anymore.
say anything.
You don't need to uphold these stupid, outdated standards for women. Fuck them.
Yeah, but they're doing it for Trump.
No, I get it, but like, fuck them.
Which is funnier.
Like, just in general, just like, why? Those standards are so absurd. Dog,
girl boss.
Sure.
About her character, whereas for Marjorie Taylor Greene, it does. I hope that you guys enjoyed this video. I'm looking forward to hearing all your thoughts below, and I will see you in my next one. Bye.
Bye.
Look, she has this video. I tried stand-up comedy for a year.
Holy shit. That's cool.
I've seen this one before, I believe.
Yeah.
Maybe
Okay.
this is her natural hair, and she's just like letting out her braids slowly.
Maybe.
Because like on her, I don't know.
I don't know.
Either way, it's a look I haven't really seen. So
no,
goes hard as fuck.
Have you got a short animal video or something? Like I'm like 5 minutes.
No.
God damn it. Let me find something.
I got other stuff, maybe.
There's this Jasmine Crockett video. Did you play it?
No.
Yeah. You sent it to me. This one. Could do that.
Oh, now
my colleagues on both sides of the aisle. I'm an original co-sponsor of this bill, and I've noted some of the comments here, and I believe we should take a step back and ask ourselves, you know, what do we seek in our republic regarding individual rights, liberties, and freedoms? And do you believe in those core tenets of our republic or not?
No.
We have an opportunity before us with this bill to push back against it. The ranking member mentioned a sweeping attack. Yes, this is what we have suffered. We have suffered as a nation, a sweeping attack against equality. That's exactly what we're fighting against. Another colleague mentioned oppression and degradation. It's exactly what we're pushing back against. This is a bill that eliminates government-sponsored oppression of individual rights, liberties, and freedoms in the land of the free. Freedom of opportunity, not result. And reflected upon the gentleman's comments of our former colleague, former Representative Gates, he's not here to defend himself. So let me speak on his behalf for all Americans accused of any crime at any level. I refer you again to our Constitution. Every American has the right to be recognized as innocent until proven guilty. Representative Gates has certainly demonstrated that he is a brilliant litigator. He's represented the interests of his district, and his own principles will sometimes vary from mine. He and I have very different opinions about some things. He's a highly qualified and brilliant man. And to attack him with accusations by name in this committee is wrong. The man's not here to defend himself. So I support the bill, Mr. Chairman. It is quite simply a strong response to the oppression of our individual rights, liberties, and freedoms as Americans, regardless of color or creed or political affiliation or where you
or how many women they've assaulted.
Stand upon the economic strata, what your background is or your heritage. All of us should be counted as Americans equal as we move forward through the course of our life on our journey, and we should not face obstructions that are baked into our government bureaucracies that exclude citizens strictly based upon their color, their heritage, their creed. This removes those oppressions.
That, of course, was Louisiana racist Clay Higgins finding a way to make himself the victim, as racist white Republicans often do.
You consistently said over and over the word oppression, and every time that you said it, it was almost as if I was hearing nails on a chalkboard, because it seems like you don't understand the definition of oppression, and I'd ask you to just refer to Google to help you out. Oppression is the prolonged, cruel,
this is pretty
or
easily
unjust
Googleable.
treatment or control. That is the definition of oppression. And so as I sit here as a black woman who practiced civil rights, let me tell you the reason that my colleagues wanted to make sure you understood the same black history that your side of the aisle wants to delete out of classrooms is because you can then misuse words like oppression. There has been no oppression for the white man in this country. You tell me which white men were dragged out of their homes. You tell me which one of them got dragged all the way across an ocean and told that you are going to go and work. We are going to steal your wives. We are going to rape your wives. That didn't happen. That is oppression. We didn't ask to be here. We're not the same migrants that y'all constantly come up against. We didn't run away from home. We were stolen. So yeah, we are going to sit here and be offended when you.
They're always the all classic racist responses. Well, you're still here, aren't you? Why don't you go back to Africa? Seems great.
You want to sit here and act like and don't let it escape you that it is white men on this side of the aisle telling us, people of color on this side of the aisle, that y'all are the ones being oppressed, that y'all are the ones that are being harmed. That's not the definition of oppression. You tell me the prolonged, cruel, or unjust treatment that you've had, and we can have a conversation.
You could start with Exodus.
The final thing that
Oh
I
my
will
God,
say
cunt.
on this particular issue, two things.
Die.
There is an article.
He said Exodus.
Yeah.
When we now have looked at archaeology, and the consensus is that Egypt didn't have slaves.
Yes.
You can look at Exodus. Bro quoted the Bible.
From The Guardian, and it is a little old. It's from 2021, so I apologize. But it said that back then, just 3 years ago, white men represent 30% of the population, but 62% of office holders. These are the issues that we are constantly looking at and recognizing and trying to say, is this just? I can't even tell you how many white men have served in this chamber, but I can tell you that I am only the 55th black woman to be elected to Congress. And so when you want to talk about history and pretend as if it was so long ago, it wasn't. Because again, I am just number 55. Finally, when we start to talk about what do these numbers do as we're trying to say the diversity, equity, and inclusion is the problem, the reality is that when it comes to financial performance, companies with more diverse workforces are more likely to outperform their competitors. Companies in the top quartile for racial diversity are 35% more likely to outperform their peers on profitability. Companies with diverse...
Wow. You mean to tell me that DEI helps the profit?
Crazy.
Wow, making people of all races comfortable in the work environment makes the company more money than racism?
Whoa.
Executive teams are 25% more likely to generate greater profits. Diverse companies earn 2.5 times higher cash flow per employee. Diversity works. And until you can show me data that says otherwise, I think that we need to go back to being a country that listens to experts and gets out of our feelings and recognizes, again, that racism is real in this country. And until we stop pretending that it's not, we will not solve the problems that we are consistently facing. And that will bring real unity that we seek when we're looking for a more perfect union.
Furthermore, I will direct the Department of Justice to pursue federal civil rights.
Weird edit. The Trump jump scare. Or what, as I like to call it, a Trump scare. Get it? The Trump scare.
Sure. Sorry, I was reading because where was it? This one. This word. Never seen this word before. I looked it up. I was reading.
Straussian?
Very interesting. Very interesting. Fuck that guy. This one, this one, this one. No, this one.
Years old. It is a stark acknowledgement that Ukraine simply doesn't have enough troops to fight the seemingly endless volume of Russian soldiers, especially now that they're being bolstered by North Korean troops.
Thank you.
Special correspondent Jack Hewson looks at Ukraine's dilemma and the country's sometimes harsh solutions.
The promise of
excitement. Oh my God, PBS.
Whoa, PBS.
To sign up.
They want to keep you on your toes.
And I can't imagine for now that I avoid any violence, and I can't imagine for now that I will shot someone. But if I have two options, go to the war or go to the jail, I will choose go to the jail.
But
others have chosen,
like at the same time, that's kind of like, I appreciate the sentiment, but I feel like if your country's being invaded, it's kind of different. But at the same time, at this point, what difference would joining the army make? It's not. I feel like if the numbers are this bad, I don't know. Maybe it is better to just like try and use the long range stuff to knock out their logistics. And then you could potentially fight a very mismatched war. Potentially. Turn it into a guerrilla war. Maybe. But that's... I don't know. Or a ceasefire. A guerrilla war would be cheaper.
To leave the country. These men were caught trying to cross a river into neighbouring Hungary by night on an inflatable dinghy.
Damn.
Dozens have been drowned or rescued after attempting to swim. Many are smuggled out of the country in the back of vehicles. Rather than join them, for now, Anton has simply gone into hiding.
I have to look around. All my actions are blocked. I don't use any bus, metro. Wanted to avoid the situation where I stay alone on the street.
And he does this because young men are increasingly being stopped in public spaces by recruitment officers. As Ukraine's casualties have mounted, a new law has mandated all men over 25 to update their contact details so they may be called on to replace the fallen.
If I were Ukrainian and wishing to avoid military service, then this would be a very hazardous place to be. Territorial recruitment officers can approach me and ask to see my documents, and if they're not in order, I can be summoned. If I refuse to be summoned, the only person who legally is supposed to be able to detain me is a policeman. But in reality, territorial recruitment officers have been bundling men into the back of vehicles and sending them off to training centres and then on to the front.
Scores of videos of men being dragged off of the street have emerged on social media.
That's not a good
And there are
look.
many more who have been deceived in other ways. Mikhailo, speaking to me independently of the military chain of command at his new base in Donbass, was tricked into driving straight to a training camp when he voluntarily updated his details at a medical commission office.
And before they took me to car, they was very polite. They smiled at me and they said, everything will be okay. No, don't worry, everything, just 2 hours and you will come back. And when I sit to their car, it's like, I was like a prisoner.
So how did that make you feel? You must have been very angry.
Yeah, I was confused, angry and lost about this.
That's pretty fucking crazy.
They even didn't give me time to go.
Yeah, I mean it's really like it's shit Russia would do. It's but at the same time I get the desperation. Like you're literally running out of people because of Russia invading your country. I mean, and everybody, like, there's definitely enough ammunition that they could give them enough to just, like, decimate Russia. But there's stockpiles. Fuck off.
Go home to kiss my wife, to kiss my baby.
Compounding this anger has been arrest footage of government officials with literal piles of cash allegedly harvested from draft dodging scams. This woman, Tetiana Krupa, is a regional medical commission head accused of taking bribes to certify individuals as disabled, enabling them to skip military service. The Ukrainian government declined our request for comment on the allegations. President Zelensky has condemned the scandal.
I expect swift and decisive action from law enforcement.
Many, like Mikhailo, are incensed at the system's injustice.
I think that a lot of people don't want to go to army now because they see how corrupted is our government.
Despite this, the mobilization drive is still attracting recruits, like Kulsain Gart, here training to be a drone pilot near the eastern city of Kharkiv.
basically we have two choices. Either we don't fight and we all die one way or another. Russia will occupy us, they will kill us, rape us. The other choice is to join military and fight. And then we have a chance to win and have a safe life. So for me, the choice is obvious.
But there aren't enough young men and women now making this choice. At the beginning of the war, hundreds of thousands volunteered. Now the majority are drafted, some against their will. On the front line, the lack of keen recruits is sorely felt. We visited an artillery unit near to Chaziv Yar to ask what is most severely needed. Ammunition shortages are a major problem in the face of Russia's advance. But troop shortages are just as critical, in particular an acute lack of infantry.
Can you feel any difference from the recruitment drive?
No, we don't know where the newly mobilized people are. Almost nothing has changed for us. They don't add people to help here, yet they may even take some from here instead.
Many of those on the front are close to exhaustion. Some haven't had a break since they first signed up when Russia invaded in 2022.
Fucking what?
Andriy dutifully told us that morale was high, but his face seemed to tell a different story.
We feel that fatigue from this war, but if we give up, then the situation will be far worse than it is now. But yes, we are tired. We are all so fed up with this war.
And so Kyiv's glossy recruitment campaigns continue, as the country seeks desperately to persuade young men and women to replace the thousands who have been killed and injured, fending off a far bigger invading force. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Jack Hewson in Ukraine.
The problem I feel with these videos are these are going to be used by the Russian stooges to be like, see, look, Ukraine's corrupt. Like, yes, we fucking know.
They're gonna do it anyway.
I know, but it just gives them more legitimacy. And it's hard because it's like
serious about Ukraine's lack of manpower.
I know, and
address that. It's like it's not about weapons being sent even.
Yeah.
I think it's more harmful to not recognize how serious the issue is. But that's just me. I'm just some Westerner not affected by it firsthand,
Yeah. I definitely agree. It's just like, I don't know. It's hard to balance it because it's like we need to talk about it. We need to be realistic about Ukraine as well. Like the government is not the most transparent, I guess. It's very corrupt. But it's like that's why money was never sent. And if it was very limited amounts. It was always
we should
the
attack
arms
Russia,
packages.
Plain and simple. I mean, that's the thing is they need to start inflicting damage inside Russia. So
I agree.
A toll on Russia.
Yeah, because at this point it's only Ukraine.
Possible in 2 months.
Yeah.
Why would Putin use nukes now? Trump's coming to office in 2 months.
Yeah.
Like, is Putin really that retarded?
I'm surely not.
I mean, he's pretty dumb. He invaded Ukraine. That was a really stupid thing to do.
Yeah. But no, I do agree. They really should just make them hurt. Or, like I said, try and hit strategic lines so it disrupts their logistics. We know Russia sucks at logistics. Target their logistics. Use those F-16s to effect. Use those missiles. Use those Storm Shadows. Fuck those cunts up. Get them. Yeah. Bosch, don't care about Bosch.
What did Elon Musk get wrong about the F-35 fighter? So to start, Elon Musk tweeted out this line, "Meanwhile, some idiots are still building manned fighter jets like the F-35, and it was regarding this particular video, which kind of showed like this synchronized display of drones. Now, this video does look pretty cool, but it ignores some key differences between manned and unmanned aircraft. And I know a little bit about this stuff. I work for a drone company, the Texas Aero Med Lab. We deliver whole blood on-demand to wounded soldiers. In fact,
my God, bro.
I'll be down
Who
in Dallas,
don't you
Texas
work
all next
for?
week because we just signed a lease on a 10-acre test site. And while I'm in Dallas, I'm going to be using my 3 degrees to assemble conference room furniture
Oh
and
my
cubicles.
God, I hate
Startup
you so
life, man.
much.
The one good part about it is that I convinced the CEO that we need a company shotgun because there are some wild hogs on the property. So Remington 870 or Mossberg 500, let me know in the comments below.
Mossberg.
And by the way, I did
Are
speak
you
with
serious?
CEO and
How
all the
is that a
fans that want to
question?
invest but aren't accredited. You can go to WeFunder/AeroMedLab and invest with as little as $250.
right?
It'll convert to equity in the first price round, which should be Series A. But back on track here about Elon Musk and drones. Saying that idiots are still
How do you
building.
not have an opinion about this?
I don't know much about shotguns. Shotgun that pump and go boom, be cool. Chick chick boom.
The Mossberg pump is the like hardest shotgun. Like
I had a shotgun too. Mine was a Turkish piece of shit bolt action. It's magazine, big fat magazine, bolt action. Fucking awful gun. So much fun. Never cleaned it.
you can get the shorty, you know?
Mm.
Like how hard does this thing go?
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
If you can get it foldable, man. You can get a pistol grip on the motherfucker. Like, this is the fucking shotgun. What do you see? Like, 870 Remington. Get out of here. You can kind of make it look like the Spaz 12, except cooler. Like,
I would be
I don't
looking
know.
at Nelly. I don't know much about shotguns.
Manned fighter jets is a very bad take. And this is for a few reasons. The first is that we really shouldn't expect the next war to look like the war in Ukraine.
The F-35 is
I believe
gonna
that
have
we are actually
UAV
going to see the rise and the
capabilities.
fall of the small cheap drone all contained in this one concept.
But they will have unmanned planes being controlled from the manned plane, which is going to be hovering, chilling, controlling shit, being dope as fuck, being fat.
Conflict in Ukraine. And here's why. When I was at the AUSA convention a few months back, everything was either drone or counter-drone. And right now, I think we're seeing a lot of drones in Ukraine for two basic reasons.
It's a dog shit
It's
gun.
fucking garbage, bro.
It's a legitimately
the Mossberg
dog shit gun.
500. Mossberg pump.
Mm-hmm.
It's what it's all
The reason
about.
is that there really isn't an effective drone countermeasure system yet. Yes, there is electronic warfare, but if you make the drone AI powered or wire guided, then electronic warfare is rendered useless. But once nation states figure out how to do counter drone, either with dogfighting drones of their own or with lasers, the effectiveness of small cheap drones will diminish. Second reason is that Ukraine is making extensive use of drones right now because they have to. They have no other choice.
Was it Ukraine that threw an AK on a drone?
Yeah,
They were just flying it around, shooting an AK on a drone? It had to be, right? It was fucking hysterical.
I mean,
like that.
they've done different types of stuff with the drones too.
There's your dogfighting drone. Just a drone with an AK. You just bring it back, drop it down, reload, fly it back up.
Europe and the US really dropped the ball when delivering artillery ammunition, and so the Ukrainians are using these FPV or first-person view drones to attrit Russians in onesies and twosies. And that's great, but you need to attrit by the bushel. And a small cheap drone might carry a warhead, but that is nothing compared to the kind of bomb load an F-35 can carry in its bomb bays. An F-35 attrits by the bushel. So if you think of a small cheap drone as an effector, yeah, it can have weapons effects. It can have effects on target. But even a swarm of small cheap drones, they can't take out a bridge. they can't take out an underground bunker, they can't take out a building. And you might need those three capabilities in combat. And right now, only a fighter or perhaps a cruise missile can actually perform that specific effector task. Now, also note that small, cheap drones don't have the range needed to project power. Something like an F-35 has nearly unlimited range with mid-air refueling. At this point, range is really only limited by pilot fatigue. Small, cheap drones have incredibly limited range. Our AeroMedLab drone has a range of about 40 kilometers or 24 miles, which is roughly half the distance between a level 3 trauma center and the FLOT, or forward line of troops. So actually, one of the reasons we pitch blood thermoses through a window is that it saves battery life. You lose battery life when you hover or when you land and have to take off again. So small, cheap drones like the kind Elon Musk was referring to certainly have a place, especially in things like reconnaissance, but they're not going to take the place of a piece of equipment like the F-35 anytime soon. Now, if you scale that drone up to something like a loyal wingman drone like the XQ-58A Valkyrie, yeah, we can talk about that. But even those drones are what are called HITL, human-in-the-loop drones. So Valkyrie may be making decisions and operating autonomously, but ultimately the choice to fire ammunition will always come down to a human. And if you're in an electronic warfare contested environment, I got news for you. You might never actually reach that human to make that decision. And I got to tell you, the electromagnetic spectrum is the new high ground, right? There's only one electromagnetic spectrum, and we have to dominate that electromagnetic spectrum in order to wage warfare, in order to control these drones. And right now, that electromagnetic spectrum is contested by all of our adversaries. Now, you can kind of defeat some of this with making things fully autonomous, but that's kind of difficult to do on a weapons platform. We still haven't made that cognitive leap yet to that Skynet human out of the loop where the actual drone is making the decisions to fire. Now, AeroMedLab's drone is 100% fully autonomous. It's HOOTL or human out of the loop. But as long as I'm with AeroMedLab, our drones will never carry a lethal payload. So we can kind of get away with HOOTL. And if you want to talk about making an armed drone fully autonomous and HOOTL, yeah, let's have that conversation, Elon. But full disclosure, I own a Tesla, and I have full self-driving on my Tesla. I got news for you, bub. It needs work. Full self-driving is really HODL, or human on the loop, because you constantly need to be monitoring for threats. And more than once, my car is taking...
I'm over it.
Moving on. I hate him so much. I have many degrees. I work for every company.
The Texas State Board of Education took a key vote today on adopting a new statewide curriculum that would incorporate biblical teachings into the state's public schools. William Brangham has more.
Now, in an 8-7 vote, Texas school board officials approved these new course materials. Called Bluebonnet Learning, parts of these materials include religious lessons that critics say undermine religious freedom and could isolate non-Christian students. Lesson plans as early as kindergarten highlight Christian religious teachings like Jesus' Sermon on the Mount. This new curriculum in Texas follows Republican-led efforts in other neighboring states to similarly give Christianity a stronger presence in public schools. Following this all closely is Jaden Edison. He's the education reporter for the Texas Tribune. Jaden Edison, so good to have you on the program. So this measure passes today. When could this curriculum get rolled out, and do schools have to adopt it?
Yeah, so in our conversation with education officials earlier this year, it was made clear that if approved by the State Board of Education, which is what happened today, then the materials will become available as early as spring 2025, right, which is early next year. And then from there, obviously, school districts would then order the materials and they would be available for usage as soon as the 25-26 school year. And so, to the question of, whether or not they're required, it is optional, right? But if school districts adopt those materials, they will receive up to a $60 per student incentive to purchase the textbooks and then also go on to print those materials. The reason why that's obviously relevant and important to notice because Texas school districts really have gone about a half a decade, right, with no significant boost in state funding.
Help us understand what the rationale is. For the proponents of this, why do they argue that infusing education with more Christian teachings is helpful in a multicultural, multi-religious state and nation?
Right. Well, I think you've seen a lot of, arguments that, students need to learn, more about the nation's founding. Right. And they frame it around this argument that obviously, the Bible played an integral role in the founding of the country. Right. So I think that's one part of it. But obviously, it's important to understand the kind of political dynamics, right, where you've had state officials who criticize how school districts teach about, America's history of racism and gender and its diversity. And so in many ways, too, the larger kind of ideological conversation being had, there are many people who believe this is also an attempt attempt to kind of infuse more Christianity in the schools, right? But also to accomplish what, many people say, is a problem, which is the fact that the Bible and Christianity is not present enough in schools.
And the critics of this, of which there are many, and your reporting is detailed, their concerns, help us understand, what are they upset about?
Yeah, so I think it's two-pronged, right? I think on one level, there was concern that by placing a heavy emphasis on Christianity, right, this could lead to the isolation and bullying of children who are not Christian, right? Who subscribe to other faiths or no faith at all. And so I think that's one part of it. But then there's also a legal kind of concern, right? With the Constitution obviously prohibiting, the government from endorsing a particular state religion. Well, obviously there are religious scholars and public education advocates here in Texas who believe that this particular curriculum crosses the line, right? And so I think it's two-pronged. And I also want to make clear, right, the people are not saying, from what I hear, right, that religion shouldn't be taught. But I think, they're trying to draw a line between teaching and preaching, right? And I think, many people feel that this is doing the latter.
If I'm a parent in Texas and my school district chooses to implement these, do I have any say? Are those going to come to my child in school no matter what, or can I opt out? What are the options there?
Obviously, these materials are going to be optional, as we just noted here before. And so really what it's going to come down to is local school board politics, right? It's like the decision is going to be up to school districts. And I think obviously we know here in Texas and across the country that, parents want to have a say in their child's education. And so you have to imagine that if it gets to that point where a school district is seriously adopting or seriously considering adopting these materials, then parents certainly will have something to say about it.
How does this fit into this larger trend? Texas is not alone in this. We've seen several efforts in other states to inject Christianity more overtly into public schools. How does this fit into that larger trend going on?
There's almost a national kind of playbook right now. I mean, we've heard, Louisiana's governor say, I can't wait to be sued as it relates to, laws that would obviously implement the 10 Commandments on posters in classrooms. That's something obviously that's been considered here in Texas. But I think, part of what legal scholars have warned is that given that, you have a Supreme Court of the United States that has been more friendly to some of these arguments about, religion and have kind of eroded decades of precedent, things like implementing this curriculum obviously can prove to be testing grounds, on, where the Establishment Clause stands, right? Where the separation of church and state precedent, where that goes from here.
All right, Jaden Edison, education reporter at the Texas Tribune. Thank you so much for helping us get through all this.
Yes, I really appreciate you. Thanks so much.
Oh my God.
Texas Republican Congressman Tony Gonzalez now. His district covers more than 800 miles along the southern border.
This is the guy that beat
on the House Homeland Security as well as Appropriations Committee, so the perfect guest to have on this topic. Congressman, take a quick listen to Texas's land commissioner earlier today talking about the efforts they are going to make now to try and back up the president-elect's plans.
The Jocelyn Initiative, in which we will locate appropriate land under my jurisdiction to lease for the construction of violent criminal deportation facilities. My office has identified several of our properties and is standing by ready to make this happen on day one of the Trump presidency.
What do you make, sir, of that promise? And is that something that, even if work began today, could be stood up on day one, as she says?
Yeah, thank you for having me on. Texans are excited. We're ready to get our lives back. And I think Don Buckingham is spot on. Here we are ready to partner at the state, local, and federal level to make sure that our communities are safe. For 4 years, we've had to fight the Biden administration. And just like that, a lot of people thought this was a political battle. It turns out it's a policy battle. And you need to have everybody rowing in the same direction to keep everyone safe. But it is going to be tough. This isn't going to be something that's going to happen overnight. You can't wish it to happen. You have to be laser focused on
mouthpiece bullshit.
All right, Jasmine, thank you. Now to the visit to Texas yesterday by President-elect Trump's new border czar, saying he's preparing to carry through on Trump's plans for mass deportations.
Trump also warning Democrats vowing to block the deportation efforts, saying, quote, "Don't test us." Gabe Gutierrez brings us the latest.
Today, President-elect Trump's border czar in Texas, saying he's ready to carry out Trump's campaign pledge to secure the border and deport undocumented immigrants, starting with criminals.
Let me be clear. There is going to be a mass deportation, because we just finished a mass illegal immigration crisis on the border.
After more than 10 million illegal border crossings in the last 4 years, Tom Homan says he plans to take the handcuffs off Immigration and Customs Enforcement, known as ICE. But a major question is how he'll get the manpower to do it.
Do you believe that local authorities should help enforce federal immigration laws?
Oh, absolutely. I think we have to.
Jeffrey Gaylor is the sheriff of Harford County, Maryland, one of dozens across 21 states that are part of ICE's 287G program, which allows the feds to delegate specialized immigration functions to state and local law enforcement.
This isn't stopping people on the street saying, "Show me your papers." They're brought in, they're arrested for something that they have committed, an act they've committed against the citizens of our community. And at that point, they're held accountable for the actions of being in the country illegally.
One of his deputies showed us how the program is run out of the county jail, where trained corrections officers can look through ICE's database and detain suspects arrested for other crimes for up to 48 hours if ICE wants to pick them up to deport them.
Do you anticipate this program ramping up potentially in this next administration?
I believe so. I believe we're going to be very busy.
The immigration debate exploding in this county.
I was angry. I was actually very angry.
Where Patty Morin's 37-year-old daughter Rachel, a mother of 5, was murdered last year, police say by an undocumented immigrant who was released into the U.S.
And I want people to be protected. That's all. I don't want any more life lost.
Still, migrant advocates say the 287G program gives local police an unlawful excuse to help deport people.
This hurts those families. This leads to worse public safety outcomes. It erodes a sense of trust in communities and hurts the economy.
Does this amount to racial profiling?
No, not at all. Again, it's everybody is screened.
Some Democrats now vowing to resist Trump's deportation plan.
We are not going to cooperate in any way in that effort.
Denver's mayor threatened to post local police at the county line to block federal immigration officers.
So we're now profiling.
We have no plan to do that.
And collecting data on every American citizen. Is that what I'm getting?
Fair point.
That we don't ever have to do that.
Trump's new borders are with this response tonight.
Don't test us. The nation wants a safe country.
3 Trump allies tell NBC News the president-elect is expected to sign up to 5 executive orders aimed at dealing with immigration as soon as he's sworn in. Lester?
And Trump's new borders are, as you heard, saying last night, don't test us. The nation wants a safe country.
Well, that visit also comes on the same day that Texas Land Commissioner Don Buckingham hosted a border wall construction kickoff event. Buckingham has offered a 1,400-acre ranch where the incoming Trump administration can build mass deportation facilities.
Very cool.
The journey to the United States is perilous and frightening for any migrant, but even more so for children. Despite the risks, over 110,000 unaccompanied migrant minors traveling without a parent or responsible guardian were apprehended by U.S. Border Patrol agents during the 2024 fiscal year after crossing the southern border illegally. Once found, says Border Patrol spokesperson Christina Small.
Right?
I still don't
know. The children receive basic care.
Agents ensure that the minors are in good health. If they need medical attention, they receive it. Afterward, they are taken to a processing center.
More than half of those unaccompanied minors caught in 2024 were found in South Texas. The second largest number was found in Arizona, followed by California.
Sadly, here in the Rio Grande Valley sector, we've seen a high percentage of unaccompanied minors.
While there has been a decrease in the number of unaccompanied children caught at the border, the issue remains a pressing concern. Hector Silva, the director of Senda de Vida migrant shelters, worries over the dangers these minors face.
I understand there are many circumstances and situations, but don't abandon a child. Don't abandon your son or daughter.
I went to Iraq.
Despite this plea, Silva cautions against quick judgment. While some parents already in the U.S. may send for their children to reunite as a family, others may have started the journey together but were separated due to unforeseen circumstances in Mexico.
Imagine a migrant family kidnapped, left penniless, stripped of everything, and then deciding to stay near the border.
In such situations, Silva points out, parents might find
they're like no different. Like, you ready for the exterior? I'll show you a shot of the exteriors of them, so you can see how different these shotguns fundamentally are. Can you tell the difference?
Yeah, Mossberg's beefier.
They're basically the same.
find a way for their children to cross the border alone, despite the inherent dangers. The risks are substantial, warns Customs and Border Protection. In late October, Border Patrol agents rescued 4 children abandoned by a smuggler on a raft drifting in the Rio Grande River.
Don't take risks. Instead, apply legally through the CBP One app to enter the United States.
However, not all migrants qualify for legal entry into the United States. Faced with violence, poverty, and limited opportunities in their home countries, many are still willing to risk everything in pursuit of a better future. Victor Hugo Castillo for VOA News, McAllen, Texas.
You serve
24/7. There are times when you're deployed, times when you're not deployed, but the fact of the matter is, having you available to serve the state of Texas or the United States of America is essential for Texas and for our country to remain sovereign, free, and safe. And that's exactly what you are delivering to the people of our great state. And I want to say thank you so much for everything that you're doing. No state in America has a National Guard like the Texas National Guard, either in volume or quality or what you've provided for our country. Our country, meaning people outside the state of Texas, they know exactly what you've done, the difference that you've made. The truth, the facts are that what happened over the past 4 years was unprecedented. More than 11 million people came across our border illegally.
Just
it's
let
not
it
just
go.
the volume of people, it is the intent, the crime, the harm that they caused along the way. Y'all surely know the stories. There have been little girls in Texas raped and murdered by people who've come across the border illegally. There have been family after family after family in the state of Texas alone that have been physically beaten, abused, harmed, or had their homes or their neighborhoods decimated. They needed somebody to step into that breach and stand up for the rule of law upon which our country was created. The men and women who did that are the men and women of the Texas National Guard and the Texas Department of Public Safety. Americans, thank you for your service. I know that sometimes what you're doing may be hard. My only hope is this, and that is that you know also,
at the end of
every
the day,
single day, how important,
states
how
can technically
essential.
interpret the Constitution however they want.
That's true.
It is what you're doing. Texans are counting on you. Americans are counting on you. And especially this time when we have Thanksgiving. We, as
Did I mute
Texans
myself
and
halfway
Americans,
through that by accident?
have at the top of our list among our thanks.
I was just saying
thank you to all of our...
If the Senate of a state, I think a governor could as well, they can interpret the Constitution however they want. But, like, you know, like look at New York's gun laws getting overturned recently by the Supreme Court, for example. So the Supreme Court can still go in and override any state they want. But normally, if a state wanted to run itself a certain way, they technically have the right to do so, but that state's Supreme Court can also overrule anything that's like attempted, and then also the Supreme Court can overrule any court or Congress or anything really in general.
OP. Should be nerfed.
Texas National Guard, those who came from other states to join you from those other state guards, as well as our DPS officers.
It doesn't
for
matter.
me,
I
the best
actually
and
agree
most-
with them, because it doesn't matter what the founders' interpretation of. Like, people can be constitutionalist, and that's supposedly a lot of the conservative Supreme Court guys. They're supposed to be constitutionalist, interpreting as the founders intended. Like, you can totally choose to do that interpretation, but there's nothing in there that the founders put that said it's always this, you have to be in our minds, you have to interpret it the way we did. Like, it was based on British common law already. Like, it had already been in practice in Britain, and it was just continuing what was already there in place.
Prolific thing I can do to you today is to let you know the gratitude that Texans have for you. Maybe the second best thing is what General Seltzer was talking about.
General
there is
Seltzer?
a change afoot as we speak right now. And it's something that formally occurs on January the 20th, but has already begun. Actions, planning,
The founders
preparation,
had an intention of
schematics,
restricting state
everything that
governments
needs to
when
be
they
done
wrote the
is being done,
Constitution.
to make sure that there is no time
If
gap
they didn't
whatsoever.
want to restrict
That as
state
soon as
governments, they would have never gotten rid of the AOC. They specifically got rid of the AOC So because Rhode Island decided to fucking deflate currency because they were just like, fuck it, we ball.
Mm.
Where the 20th occurs, there is going to be a change in the way that the United States of America protects our border and protects the sovereignty of the United States of America.
The federal government also, to talk about limiting the federal government is also technically silly, because the point is that the branches are supposed to be like equal in like their checks and balances, and they're not supposed to be more powerful than the other. So you would have to limit all forms of government in that case, not just the federal government, which the Constitution does do, in order to, it's just balance patching.
Doing more.
I mean, sometimes you expand it. I mean, look at Jacksonian democracy. It was the largest expansion of the federal government we've seen. And he was overpowered. Like, the Supreme Court couldn't stop him from fucking do the Trail of Tears.
Yeah.
So there has been imbalances. But also the founders said that you can only vote if you are white and own property. Like, fuck them.
A person that you probably know is well experienced at this. If I recall correctly, you served in the Border Patrol, served the head of ICE, and as we say in Texas, this is not his first rodeo. He's been down this pathway before, done this before.
As we say in Texas.
Ready and prepared.
There still hasn't been a determination if the
mental
states
attributes
even had a right to secede in the Civil War. Like, that's still something that's debated. Which is, why they debated while writing the Constitution, so it would be vague as fuck.
Yeah.
And the experience attributes to make sure that we're going to be doing more and faster than anything that's ever been done to, first of all, regain control of our border, restore order in our communities, and also identify, locate, and deport criminals in the United States of America who have come across the border, who are preying upon our fellow Texans and our fellow Americans, and make sure that we restore safety and law and order in communities across the entire United States of America. And I am proud to have with us today the next border czar, and that is Tom Homan.
Thanks, Governor. Look, you guys know me. For the last 4 years, I wake up every morning pissed off about what this administration did to the most secure border in my lifetime. Let me be clear. I worked for 6 presidents, starting with Ronald Reagan. Every president I worked for took steps to secure the border because they understood you can't have strong national security if you don't have border security. We need to know who's coming in, what's coming in, where's coming in, why it's coming, all those questions, right? No one did better than President Trump. President Trump's one badass president to secure this border at a level we've never seen before.
Actually,
illegal immigration was down to a 45-year low.
All he did was lower legal immigration and raised illegal.
Unprecedented success. Joe Biden's the first president in the history of this nation who came into office and unsecured the border on purpose. This isn't mismanagement. This isn't incompetence. This is by design. So the first morning I woke up with a smile on my face was the day after the election when President Trump won. Because he's going to come back. He's going to finish the job he started. First of all, he sends his well wishes here and happy Thanksgiving to President Trump. Also, we got a secretary coming in, Secretary Kristi Noem, the governor. I've met with her numerous times. She's the right person at the right time for the right job. She gets it. She has a lot of great ideas of her own. So I'm looking forward to Kristi getting through the confirmation process and coming to work with us. I think she's doing a fabulous job. Today is the first day I've been at Shelby Park. I'm here. Governor Abbott has done an amazing job. Illegal immigration in Texas is down 86%. 86%. Think about that. This is a model we can take across the country. We're going to help Governor Abbott finish the job he started, but this is a model we can take across the country. Unprecedented success in Texas. It's a shame the taxpayers of Texas have to spend billions of dollars to do the job that this administration failed to do, didn't want to do. And because of that, what everybody in this room today, you got to understand, you're a national hero and you're saving this nation. Let me explain why. It's just not about illegal immigration anymore. When this administration calls the crisis the biggest they caused, it overwhelms the Border Patrol. And because the Border Patrol is so overwhelmed taking care of this humanitarian crisis, many of them are pulled off the line. And what happens then? 600% increase in sex trafficking. Fentanyl coming across the border to kill 250,000 Americans. Record number of people on terrorist watch lists crossing the border. Over 2 million known gotaways. How many of them come from a country sponsoring terror? How many of them were carrying fentanyl? How many of them are sex trafficking women?
Oh my
How many of them
God.
are
It's
gang
funny.
members?
It's funny because
So
the cartel
It's more
are
than just illegal immigration. I don't
currently
care what your opinion is on
restricting
illegal immigration.
fentanyl.
When you cause a crisis this big,
And people are like, whoa, the cartel are based. So like there's this thing, it's like the Sinaloa or something. They said
Yeah.
if they catch you manufacturing, if you're in the cartel and they catch you manufacturing right now, they'll fucking kill you.
What?
And
Okay.
people are like, wow, the cartel's so based. It's because they're scared or all these interpretations of
Yeah,
it. It's
yeah,
like,
yeah.
bro, it's called supply and demand economics. They're manipulating the price.
Mm-hmm.
They're lowering it. So the demand for the goes up and they make more money. Fucking morons. Like the cartel don't know how business works.
Well, it's because they're racist. They think that they're just dumb
No,
farmers.
because they only read the headline and interpreted it as the cartel being against fentanyl. And they're like, well, you can't kill your customer base. These are literally like some of the most murderous motherfuckers on the planet. What are you talking about?
cartels are making more money today than every day. They're making record
They
amount of money.
murder their own
Record amount of money
employees.
trafficking in women and children, and a record amount of money moving the dope. I'm happy that we finally got a president. President Trump's going to come in January. Like the governor says, we're not waiting until January. We're already talking. We're already planning. We're going to put a plan in place and secure this nation at the highest level it's ever seen. We're going to finish Trump's work. I want to say thank you to each and every one of you. What people don't understand, that what you've done in Texas, for every ounce of fentanyl your trooper sees are less overdose deaths.
Fentanyl?
For every person you arrest for trespassing and put them through a fingerprinting process, that's one less getaway. At least we know who these people are. What you've done is not only protect the state of Texas and the citizens of Texas, you are protecting this nation. It's a shame we have other governors and other mayors who are right out of the gate. I said they're going to push back on President Trump and what we're trying to do.
Right out the
especially
gate.
for interior enforcement. Let me be clear. There is going to be a mass deportation because we just finished a mass illegal immigration crisis on the border where anybody can look at 9 out of 10 people claim asylum at the border will end up with an order removal. So you can't ask.
You think you're going to pay $50 for an avocado?
The right to due process.
No.
Due process. And
You're not going to have an avocado. This is all the agenda. They realized that millennials were destroying the country with avocado toast a decade ago, and the plan was set in motion. Now, avocado toast will finally be destroyed.
It's a theory.
I stole that from somebody. I don't know who.
at the end of that due process, a federal judge orders you removed. We have to remove them because if we don't, shut down immigration court. Those orders don't mean anything anymore. Take you guys off the border because there's no consequences. So you can't demand due process and the right to claim asylum and not obey the court order. That is why there needs to be a mass deportation. We have a mass number of people.
This is
millions of people
ridiculous.
who
Why do
will
Dems
find an order
fearmonger when they don't
If we
get their
don't do it,
way?
what is the option? Let them stay?
Do you
If we
think
let
we're
them stay,
looking at
they'll
a
never
Democrat
fix the
right
border.
now?
You're going to send a message to the rest of the world.
What's going
Enter the
on?
country legally, which is a crime. Ignore court order. You never have to go home. We're telling the whole world it's okay to enter this country legally. You never got to go home. We're a nation of laws. And we're going to enforce those laws. The men and women of ICE, they're going to have a tough job ahead of them.
But you
And
not-
I'm sending a message for people that say they're going to get
Don't
in our
act
way.
like having strong borders is
They're going to
bad.
stop us
Do
from
you-
doing what we're doing in interior enforcement
Do you
operation.
see what's
I've
on
said
the
100
screen right now? Like, okay. Hey, Jack, you still got the retard alert?
Let me check. Hold on.
Time to just go to the dunce chair. No, realistically, I could see, like, because just the difference between birthright citizenship, right? I could realistically see one of those policies passing, and the argument being, like, this is the same policy Europe has.
Yeah.
The only time they'll argue policy from a European perspective.
Yeah, pretty much. It's very funny. Huh. Why? I swear I had it. Maybe it's in a different thing.
I can't believe you. You lost my child.
No, it'll be in the soundboard doc.
I'm looking.
It'll be here. It'll be here. Because I'm pretty sure I got it from here. Nope.
Well, was in that extra one that you couldn't get open?
Maybe
this one?
Where'd you send it?
No, I'm just clicking. I was talking out loud.
Oh.
Times in last week. Don't cross that line. It's a felony to knowingly harbor and conceal an illegal alien from immigration authorities. Don't test us. The nation wants a safe country. We've had enough crime in this country, but illegal alien crime.
I like my suitcase.
President Trump's committed to it. He's committed to securing this border. He's committed to having this mass deportation operation and concentrating on public safety threats and national security threats. For any mayor or governor who's going to push back on removing.
I'm uploading it.
You all be teaming up with it.
I'm uploading it raw into the soundbite file.
Into the soundboard.
Yeah. There, they're all there. They should be there.
We have created the biggest national security vulnerability in the nation on the southern border. But like I said, 2 million known gotaways. We don't know how many unknown gotaways. Already a record number of people on terrorist watch list. If you don't think a single one of the 2 million came from a country's country and come to do us harm, then you're an idiot. Everybody ought to be on the same page. Republican, Democrat, Independent. This is a huge national security vulnerability, and everybody ought to be concerned with it.
Vulnerability.
So thank you for your service. Thank you for all the work you're doing. I am impressed what I've seen today. Governor, hats off to you. The outgoing Mr. McGraw, the famous Mr. McGraw, who he's been a mentor of mine. This guy's done more for DPS than anybody that's ever worked for DPS, in my opinion. He took you guys to the 21st century. Texas DPS is probably the finest law enforcement agency in this nation. So thank you for the DPS. Thank you for Mr. McGraw. Thank you for the governor. Game on.
What fucking weirdo.
Game on.
If you voted for Donald Trump,
you see those most recent files?
Because you
40 minutes.
In there?
Next. Hold on.
And welcome to Hannity
What
and
was
happy
the
early
Hassan video about?
40 minutes too long.
What was
Something
it about?
about
if
national
you voted
crisis.
for Donald.
Oh, it's just going to be about the Mexican tariffs.
And welcome to Hannity and happy early Thanksgiving to everyone.
Wow.
So much to be grateful for to all of you across the country. Maybe even Alec Baldwin, who is once again in a very dark place along with Sharon Stone. Now, even though his manslaughter case was dismissed, he's still deeply ungrateful and is now trashing the American people, calling you uninformed. We'll tell you what his comments are. We'll tell you what Sharon Stone's comments are. But first, after 4 long, miserable years under Biden and Harris, American optimism is now back in a big way. Look at this. According to a new CBS poll, most Americans now believe our best days are ahead of us. And frankly, they are. Nearly 60% approve of Donald Trump and his presidential transition. This after an election where voters of nearly every age, race, they made the shift to Donald Trump. Voters want Trump to fix what the Democrats have broken. And tonight, big progress already underway. After Donald Trump threatened to impose heavy tariffs on both Mexico and Canada over illegal immigration, well, Mexico's president just announced that migrant caravans will no longer be permitted to reach the U.S. border. Wow. While also trying to save face by promising to retaliate with a trade war. My advice, unsolicited, to the president of Mexico, be careful what you wish for because you're going to lose badly. Meanwhile, Canada's far-left prime minister, we like to refer to him as little Justin Trudeau. He appears to be in a state of panic and is now promising to do whatever it takes to maintain a good relationship with the U.S. Take a look.
I had a good call with Donald Trump last night again. We obviously talked about laying out the facts, talking about how the intense and effective connections between our two countries flow back and forth. We talked about some of the challenges that we can work on together. It was a good call. It's
not there. The remaster, is that what you're talking about? The remaster folder?
No, it's set. Look, do you want it in there too? I can put it in there too.
No, it's fine.
Here, I'll upload it raw to the main page.
I got it. Okay. It's a very drawn out joke. Let's fucking go.
Well, it's the point is that it needs to be on there.
Yes.
I say, you have this. You say, no. I say, I give.
God damn it. Play video.
Something that we can do, laying out the facts, moving forward in constructive ways. This is a relationship that we know takes a certain amount of working on, and that's what we'll do.
Well, we have a new sheriff in town. Uh-oh, retard alert! Allies, our friends, to act like allies and friends. Securing our border is infinitely more difficult when Canada and Mexico refuse to secure their...
Seems like a pretty normal guy. What are we fucking crying about, Hannity? I'm so confused.
Their own borders and uphold their own immigration laws. Now, the same goes for our own cities, our own states. Last night, right here on this program, Donald Trump's incoming border czar, Tom Homan, laid out a very clear warning to any mayor or governor who will obstruct federal deportation and, well, not abide by federal law. Take a look.
Me and the Denver mayor, we agree on one thing. He's willing to go to jail. I'm willing to put him in jail. Because there's a statute, it's Title 8 United States Code 1324 III, and what it says is, it's a felony if you knowingly harbor and conceal an illegal alien from immigration authorities. It's also a felony to impede a federal law enforcement officer. So if we don't help, that's fine. He can get the hell out of the way. But we're going to go do the job. President Trump has a mandate for American people. We got to secure this country. We got to save American lives.
The madness, the suffering will soon be over. So this year, Americans, as we head into Thanksgiving, well, you can be grateful and thankful that our country's illegal immigration crisis, that allows terrorists and murderers and rapists and cartels and gang members, all caused by Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, is about to come to an end. I'm grateful for one. And as for the flow of deadly fentanyl into the country,
you're going to have to sit in the dunce
chair. To cut it off right at the source. That means China. The president-elect now threatening to levy even more tariffs against China. The communist regime does not stop producing and shipping the fentanyl to Mexico and other places into North America. At the same time, Donald Trump is also promising to tackle rising prices right here at home. As all of you know, the primary driver of inflation has been government spending. Biden's lavish expenditures over the past 4 years, it has destroyed household wealth, making almost everything...
Tariffs and cutting government spending.
Genius.
Is that...
We should let these people run governments.
We'll save the money that we'll lose on the tariffs by cutting all the government. Is that the plan?
I guess so.
Mm.
Very interesting.
Makes sense.
Yeah, doesn't it?
Unaffordable. You pay more for everything you buy in every store you go to. For example, the total cost of a Thanksgiving dinner is now up nearly 20% over 2019. From housing to food to transportation, the cost of everything has got to come down. Thankfully, Donald Trump is planning to make America more affordable again through several key measures. That includes cost-cutting efforts recommended by the new Department of Government Accountability. Also, Americans will have more money in their pockets. No tax on tips. Brilliant idea. No tax on overtime. Another great idea. That helps hard-working Americans. In other words, the people that make our country great, the really great people in our country that work hard, play by the rules, pay their taxes, obey the laws, raise their kids, and are struggling, they're going to save more of their hard-earned money. Also, watch the price at the pump sink as Donald Trump will ramp up energy production in short order. Donald Trump is planning to reduce regulations across the board, but especially when it comes to energy. Now, I know you have the far-left climate cult. Well, they will no longer have a seat at the table. Bye-bye. Truth is making a comeback. Common sense is making a comeback. Government tithing will not make their planet healthier. Windmills don't reduce pollution. Paper straws, I hate them. They do nothing to save planet Earth. Nuclear energy, it is clean, it is effective. Natural gas, it is clean, it is abundant. There is nothing wrong with your gas stove, and you should be able to buy the car of your choice, eat the food that you like, have the refrigerator, air conditioner, washer, and dryers that you want, and live your life.
Yeah, hot take, you don't actually need to buy an electric car or really change your driving habits at all. You can drive a V8 if you actually just, make the corporations responsible for their CO2 output. We actually don't have to do anything, but they're making it out like it's us when it's actually them. This is just more corporate gaslighting from capitalism. Like, people really need to realize this.
Life without compromise. That's called freedom. The way forward is through free will, individualism, not government regulation, mandates, higher taxes, and government control. That's why the president-elect is also now planning to end several of Biden's multi-billion-dollar vote-buying schemes on day one. That includes his unconstitutional student debt relief program. Now, of course, all these common-sense measures, they will be met with breathless hysteria by so many. The legacy media mob, by Democrats on the left. You know, one New York state senator now considering a radical plan, calling for her state, along with Connecticut and Vermont and other states, to secede from the U.S. and join Canada. I'd like to stay the United States of America, but if they feel that strongly about it, I won't get in their way. Now, sadly, Trump derangement syndrome is still very real, and there's no doubt that America faces big challenges in the coming years, but we have been through worse. We've been through a civil war. We've been through 2 world wars, the rise of Nazism, fascism, communism, not the way liberals talk about it. The U.S. won a decades-long Cold War, and we never had to fire a shot. Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall. The American people have created almost every major advancement in the modern world because of something called capitalism, the greatest wealth-producing system ever designed by man. We can fix inflation. We can bring back law and order and safety and security. We can fix the border, and our morally corrupt federal bureaucracy can be dismantled. All Americans can dream big again.
Could live
thanks to all of you. You all
land.
showed up. You all voted. This Thanksgiving, I'm grateful for all of you. We now have a fighting chance to rescue this great country, secure the future for generations to come. Maybe once in a lifetime.
Secure the future for our white children.
President-elect Donald Trump signaled Tuesday that he would put a 25% tariff on all imports from Canada, Mexico, and 10% on China, stoking fears that a trade war could be upon us. Trump blames his tariff threat on the influx of undocumented migrants and fentanyl coming through the borders. He maintains imposing import taxes will lead to more factory jobs, shrink the deficit, lower food prices, and allow government to subsidize childcare. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau weighed in on Tuesday. Here he is talking to reporters.
Good call with Donald Trump last night again. We obviously talked about laying out the facts, talking about how the intense and effective connections between our 2 countries flow back and forth. We talked about some of the challenges that we can work on together. It was a good call. This is something that we can do, laying out the facts, moving forward in constructive ways. This is a relationship that we know takes a certain amount of working on, and that's what we'll do. One of the really important things is that we be all pulling together on this. The Team Canada approach is what works. That's where, putting aside partisanship, that's where I reached out immediately to Doug Ford to agree with him that we would have a First Ministers meeting this week to talk about the United States.
The crackhead?
Ago, and some other premiers as well. There's work to do, but we know how to do it.
Economists are skeptical as Trump's tariffs could upend the 2018 USMCA free trade deal that his administration helped craft. Plus, they say relying on tariffs is an inefficient way
pointed this
for governments
out
to raise
the other
money.
day.
Tariffs may be geared in other directions, but critics warn against the unintended effects on U.S. consumers. Grocery bills could rise as the price of produce would go up.
So did he not do great things in his first term?
Mexico make up 52.6% of agricultural imports that come into the United States, 69.5% of oil and gas.
They were great at the time, but the Democrats ruined it.
Speaking in a press conference Tuesday, newly minted Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum vowed to stop migrant caravans from reaching the U.S. border. On the issue of drugs, she contended that that's a U.S. problem to deal with. And in response to Trump's threat of tariffs, Sheinbaum suggested that Mexico could retaliate with tariffs of its own.
Social media users reacted. Economist Douglas Boneparth posted, quote, "I'm going to buy a whole bunch of avocados and tequila before Trump tariffs Mexico, flip them, and make myself an easy 25% return." Liberal X account Art Candy posted, quote, "Things are about to get a lot more expensive. Bravo, mouth breathers." And Bacha Ungar Sardan said, "Trump hitting the ground running with a promise of 25% blanket tariff on Mexico,
known for having
Canada
a shelf
for their failure
life
to enforce the border on their side, and 10% tariff on China over
opportunity.
fentanyl. Absolutely epic stuff. This is what Americans elected him to do, and it's still just November." So this is very interesting. I think most people should be able to agree that ideally we don't want to have tariffs. It is pretty incontrovertible that it raises the price of goods at a time where that is the number one concern of all Americans, the high price of what they pay for groceries, what they pay for...
Fucking, he's so awful. Fuck off, Robbie.
President-elect Donald Trump says he will impose widespread tariffs on goods from Canada, Mexico, and China. Trump posted on his Truth Social platform Monday, quote, "On January 20th, as one of my many first executive orders, I will sign all necessary documents to charge Mexico and Canada a 25% tariff on all products coming into the United States." He goes on to say, quote, "This tariff will remain in effect until such time as drugs, in particular fentanyl, and an illegal aliens stop this invasion of our country." Trump also says he will impose an additional 10% tariff on imports from China. The U.S. currently imposes a range of tariffs on Chinese goods, including a 100% tariff on electric vehicles and a 50% tariff on semiconductors. Tariffs are paid by U.S. companies that purchase imported goods. Economists warn tariffs could lead to higher prices because those companies are likely to pass on additional costs to consumers. A recent CBS News poll found 52% of Americans are in favor of tariffs, while 48% oppose. Among only Trump voters, favorability shoots up to 83%. CBS News congressional correspondent Nicole Killian joins us now from West Palm Beach, Florida. Nicole, Trump campaigned on lowering inflation, but many economists say tariffs will raise prices. How is the Trump team responding to those concerns?
Well, on the campaign trail, President-elect Donald Trump often scoffed at the idea that, this could negatively impact the economy. I don't know if you remember, but he did a pretty extensive interview with the Economic Club of Chicago where he was questioned about how this would all work. And, part of the point he made at that point in time is, that he kind of wants to incentivize companies to set up their headquarters here in the United States instead of having all of these overseas, bases of operation, which he says would therefore mean that these companies would not face tariffs. So that's one part of the argument. The other part is that if you look at his Truth Social post from last night, in essence, he said that part of the reason he wants to put pressure on these countries is he really wants to stop the flow of migrants coming into this country, even though border apprehensions are down, yes, but we know that that was something that he campaigned extensively on in terms of border security and strengthening the U.S.-Mexico border. And secondly, he also expressed concern about drugs coming into the country, particularly fentanyl. So that was part of the rationale behind imposing this 10% tariff on China. And he says basically until those issues are resolved, those tariffs would likely remain.
Nicole, how have leaders of Mexico, China, and Canada reacted to this announcement?
Well, certainly it's been a pretty mixed response from these countries, all of them really trying to encourage some dialogue around this issue.
You're not going to get it.
We heard from Mexico's president this morning who sent a letter to the president-elect and who expressed concerns that this could potentially start kind of a tit-for-tat dynamic. And keep in mind, Mexico is one of the U.S.'s largest trading partners. In fact, all of these countries are, in the top three. This does have ramifications for all of them.
They're all the largest traders.
Prime Minister Trudeau, who said that he had a call with President-elect Trump last night. The Trump transition didn't comment on that call, but Trudeau did and said, look, we kind of had a very candid discussion about, what's at stake here and that he does intend to meet with some of his premiers later this week, but, really tried to stress the importance of the potential impact that these tariffs could have. And then lastly, of course, with respect to China, a Chinese embassy official said that it really doesn't benefit anybody to have a trade war or a tariff war.
Remind us, how has President Biden used tariffs during his tenure?
Well, interestingly, this is kind of an area where both leaders are somewhat aligned. I mean, President Biden didn't necessarily roll back all of Trump's tariffs from his first time in office and even increase some tariffs, particularly on China with respect to electric vehicles. So this is certainly a tactic that we are seeing some support from not only President Biden, but of course President-elect Trump, although certainly some Biden advisors have warned also, just like many economists out there, about the potential impact that these tariffs could have if they move forward.
Nicole Killian, thank you. For a deeper dive.
Nope. Next.
See how Canada, Mexico, and China respond. They have a number of choices. They can try and work with the Trump administration to address the concerns, but they could also choose to retaliate. And the retaliation also adds further costs and further economic hardships on the American consumer and on our economy. We don't know how they're going to respond. I'm sure in capitals all over the world, they're now developing different scenarios of potential tariff threats and different options for responding. But I think over the coming days and weeks, we'll have a better sense of how Mexico, Canada, and the U.S. will respond. I think this morning, Mexico even indicated that maybe it will retaliate. And that does, once another country retaliates, that suggests that this can spiral into a trade war, as we saw during the first term of the administration with China.
Can you put your trade diplomat hat on for a minute? You're a former negotiator.
But imagine annihilating whatever the NAFTA thing is at the moment for your fucking pathetic little bitch boy ego. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Like, literally the two closest trade partners by geography. And probably, I would imagine Mexico is probably pretty up there as, like, a trade partner in general. So, like, why? Why would you do this? What reason would you want to do this? Doesn't make any sense.
In the USTR. Do you have any unique insight as to whether Bob Lighthizer could return to trade representative? And what does he bring to, if he does, what does he bring to the table in terms of negotiating? If this is part of the deal, is this almost good cop, bad cop, or does he just simply amplify Trump's policy?
Well, you're right. We haven't seen an appointment yet, or any announcement on where Lighthizer might go in this administration. And frankly, a lot of the chairs, like this Commerce Secretary, Treasury Secretary, today the NEC chair was announced, they're no longer available. So the spots left, as I say it, are either USTR. But I think it'd be quite unusual for a cabinet officer to go back to the same agency, particularly a small agency like USTR, or maybe he'll be in the White House and be leading, trade negotiations and trade policy from the White House. He brings a lot to the table. He is an extremely skillful negotiator. He knows these countries. He knows U.S. trade law, and he knows how to push countries and when to push countries. So I think he would be a real asset to this administration if indeed countries are willing to come to the table and negotiate. And that is a big if now, because I think certain countries are going to be wondering if they show any weakness now, are they inviting more tariffs from Trump after day one?
Yeah, Wendy, which sort of begs the question, right? I mean, Canada and Mexico are allies, right? Part of the USMCA, but China, the main antagonist, as it were. Plus 10, are they going to blink? Or are they going to go, okay, oh no, plus 10, so we'll back down on whatever the U.S. is trying to extract from them or getting them to back down on? Or are they going to go, well, hold on, less than 2% of our exports actually go to the U.S. We don't have to blink.
Mm-hmm. Well, China in particular, we all need to watch closely. I believe that China will retaliate and take counteractions against the United States for tariffs. Maybe not for this 10% tariff. Maybe they'll wait this one out. But we'll have to see. And they have a lot, they've been preparing for this in Beijing. A lot of steps have been taken over the past 6 years or so to put themselves in a better position vis-a-vis the United States by increasing self-sufficiency, diversifying their trading partners, and also putting in place a legal framework which provides them the opportunity to act quickly with counteractions against the U.S. and U.S. companies if they choose to do so.
Yeah, they could be looking a lot harder at the global south now, as it were. And need to correct myself. What I meant was exports to the U.S. by China account for 2% of their GDP. Sheree?
About their GDP, right. And if you look at their trade, for example, with Southeast Asia, that is growing by leaps and bounds as their trade with the U.S. is shrinking.
That's a really germane point for us. Just how exposed are we? Are we going to be collateral damage, or is there a degree of resiliency that's been built up in our system, especially when you consider China plus one and that narrative? Wendy, we've got to leave it there. Many dimensions to this topic. I'm sure we'll be catching up with you.
Next.
I was a bit confused looking at some of the numbers, Steve. Yep. Just take us through what we know so far here.
Well, what we know is that Donald Trump is getting a jump on his second term as president, at least 2 months before that inauguration date on January 20th. So that's what these, I can't call them tweets, they're Truth Social messages, at least 2 of them that he's laid out his plan on day one for tariffs. And, we all know that Donald Trump says he loves that word tariffs. First of all, this is an attack as well on China and fentanyl, Mexico on fentanyl, Mexico and Canada on illegal immigration. 2 big issues, obviously, on the campaign trail, especially the building of the wall and the like. Let me, so we don't have to parse his words, I will read his words. I have had many talks with China about the massive amounts of drugs, in particular fentanyl, being sent into the United States, but to no avail. China essentially promised that they would institute maximum penalty, that of death, for any drug dealers caught doing this. But unfortunately, they never followed through, meaning Beijing. And the drugs are pouring into this country, mostly through Mexico, at levels never seen before. Until such time as they stop, we will be charging China an additional 10% tariff above any additional tariffs on all of their many products coming into the United States of America. So the way I'm reading this is 2 additionals. So additional 10% tariffs on top of any additional tariffs. We all know that there are 25% tariffs on about $300 billion worth of Chinese exports to the United States that were put in place in the first Trump administration and not rescinded by the Biden administration, still in place. Trump has talked about raising those to 60% across the board on all products. So I guess we're talking about, again, we're parsing the words, an additional 10% on top of that on day one through executive order. The other ones will be played out, obviously, through negotiations, potentially with other trade negotiations with China. But the added weight of this is the second message that he sent out, essentially adding Mexico and Canada, vowing 25% tariffs on Mexico and Canada because of the fentanyl issue, because of illegal immigration. Keep in mind, many economists I've spoken to say this is going to be a very inflationary...
That's fucking dumb. That's so dumb. That's so
You're just jealous because you didn't think of it
dumb.
first.
Boy. Man. I hope Americans
You're
like...
just jealous.
I hope Americans like very expensive shit.
move. Because if you look at Mexico, Canada, and China, by far the three top trading partners with the United States. In fact, Canada, its biggest export to the United States is energy, gas, and crude oil. 57% of Canadian exports to the United States are energy, autos, which is under fire as well.
Having the Australian dollar be parity with the US dollar again would be pretty cool.
United States.
That hasn't happened since like 2009, 2010. It was like $1 dollar to dollar. That was pretty cool.
Consumer goods, and also the integration of the automobile supply chain and agricultural products to the United States and Canada, so integrated. So if you're going to have a 25% added tariff on top of
that's what I'm excited
on top of all the other
it's so cheap to go to
protectionist
America.
measures that the Trump administration has talked about, this potentially is going to be passed on.
Chinese embassy officials in the U.S. warned Monday that a trade war between the two countries would have no winners after President-elect Donald Trump reiterated plans to impose additional tariffs on Chinese imports. In a statement to the press, Chinese embassy spokesperson Liu Hongyu said, quote, China believes that China-U.S. economic and trade cooperation is mutually beneficial in nature. No one will win a trade war or a tariff war. In his announcement, Trump accused Chinese authorities of failing to act against the inflow of fentanyl into the U.S. and said the tariffs would remain until this was stopped. Liu dismissed Trump's accusation, pointing to an agreement between Chinese President Xi Jinping and President Joe Biden to crack down on the drug trade, and said, quote, the idea of China knowingly allowing fentanyl precursors to flow into the United States runs completely counter to facts and reality. Shortly after Trump's announcement, the Chinese yuan slumped to a 4-month low of 7.2730 per dollar. The Canadian currency slumped to 1.41 per US dollar, its worst level in more than 4 years, while the Mexican peso stumbled to 20.5 per dollar. Trump's announcement also hit
Australian
Asian
dollar
stocks, with
shits
Japan's
all over
Nikkei
the
225
Canadian dollar now. Hell yeah, time to go to Canada, baby.
dropping nearly 2%. Japanese car makers Nissan and Toyota, which have major production facilities in Mexico, were the worst hit, with Nissan's shares dropping 4.9% at one point, while Toyota's fell 2.9% before recovering slightly to 3.64%. In a post on Truth Social on Monday, Trump said he would impose a 10% tariff on Chinese goods, above any additional tariffs. Trump also said he plans to impose 25% tariffs on all products from Mexico and Canada as one of his first executive orders. The president-elect also accused the two U.S. neighbors of sending drugs and undocumented immigrants to the country. For more on this story, check out Scylla Datia Ray's article in the link in the description.
You're just triggered, lib.
Man.
Over the last 40 years, China's economic growth has been eclipsing that of the United States, growing at an average rate 4 times faster. China dominates global supply chains, and it holds nearly $1 trillion of U.S. debt.
China is a peer country with the United States today. If we use purchasing power parity, its economy is larger than the U.S. economy. And if anyone believes that they can stop China's steady rise as an economy, it's probably indulging in fantasy.
One thing I have to do is economically take on China.
Nobody needs to do anything. China will take itself down. It's fucking... What's the snake eating its tail called?
Ouroboros.
Ouroboros. That's what China is. It's what every centralized fascist government does. It always eats itself. Every single time. It's just a matter of time.
Because China has been ripping us off for many years. Somebody had to do it. I am the chosen one. Somebody had to do it. So I'm taking on China.
I am the chosen one.
In fact, Donald Trump's predecessors have employed measures to restrict China trade practices.
They're taking our business. They're taking our jobs. They're making our product.
But in 2016, Trump made China a major campaign issue.
We can't continue to allow China to rape our country, and that's what they're doing. It's the greatest theft in the history of the world.
Calm down.
Days before Trump's inauguration in 2017, Xi wanted to make sure the incoming president knew where he stood on trade. He sent a warning from his podium at the World Economic Forum in Davos.
搞保护主义，如同把自己关入黑屋子，看似躲过了风吹雨打，但也隔绝了阳光和空气。打贸易战的结果只能是两败俱伤。
Yeah.
Less than 3 months later, Xi would fly to Mar-a-Lago to test the waters.
Don't misgender him.
Foreign meeting yet, greeting the leader of the country he's previously called our enemy.
Behind the scenes, Trump's advisors were advocating bold new measures.
President Trump understood that we had failed to compete with China. And I think because of his business background.
General H.R. McMaster served as President Trump's national security advisor.
One of the lines that President Trump would use with Xi Jinping periodically is he would say, I don't blame you, I blame
H.R.
us.
McMaster, he's
So
got
I think
that
that's
Flint
something.
Dibble name, you know?
Flint Dibble?
Yeah.
Who the fuck is
You
that?
don't like Flint Dibble?
What the fuck is that?
You don't know who Flint Dibble is?
Should I?
Yes. He's the archaeologist who went on Joe Rogan to debate Graham Hancock.
Oh. No, I don't.
He's a total G.
No, I don't know who that is.
Anyway, he's an archaeologist named Flint Dibble.
Okay.
Name maxing. H.R. McMaster. You know? It's like the name Destiny. Not the name Destiny, but you know, your destiny as be given that name, you know?
Yes, yes.
You rise to it.
Communicated to kind of a shocked Xi Jinping that the Trump administration was determined to compete and to no longer pursue this kind of flawed strategy of cooperation and engagement.
I don't blame China. I blame our leadership. They should have never let that happen.
I wrote a lengthy, maybe a 12-page provisional strategy in a sense, but it really started out by saying how many of our assumptions had been wrong.
Matthew Pottinger was one of the architects of Trump's China strategy.
One of the things that I've learned over the years, first as a reporter and later working on national security on China, is that the more comfortable China gets, the more comfortable that the Chinese Communist Party leaders are, the more aggressive and the grander their ambitions. And I actually think that a more confrontational approach, something more reminiscent of key periods of the Cold War, is what we should be looking to right now as examples. You always want the enemy to be worried about what you might do.
The first line item on the agenda was to clamp down on China's effort to steal intellectual property from Western corporations.
CEOs of our most successful and our largest companies would come to me and say, let me tell you how our company is being victimized by Chinese Communist Party economic aggression. And they would lay out the story of, forced transfer of intellectual property.
In other words, you can't do business here unless you give us your secrets.
Exactly. And then also the false promises of access to the Chinese market. As soon as they rip off your intellectual property and pick a state champion to produce those goods at an artificially low price because of the subsidies, they close you out of their domestic market, and then guess what? They dump that hardware and equipment on the international market and drive you out of business internationally.
The Chinese government repeatedly denied stealing intellectual property, and Xi Jinping ordered his diplomats to tap their, quote, fighting spirit, adopting Trump's more aggressive style of communicating.
They were unleashing what they themselves called wolf warrior diplomacy.
Hell
and it was
yeah.
pretty objectionable, frankly. They were quite...
John Bolton was another national security advisor under President Trump.
But in a way, I think it was beneficial that they did that. They took the mask off. There's no more concealing what their ambitions were.
60,000 factories in our country, closed, shuttered, gone.
6 million jobs at least, gone.
Trump was
Gone.
exaggerating, but less than a year
And he's
after
acting
welcoming
like
Xi to America,
China
Trump was
is
ready to
evil
take off
for
his own mask.
for doing
So we've spoken
capitalism.
to China.
I know.
In the midst of a
It's the same fucking mentality of like, oh, how could the Egyptians build the pyramids? It's that same mentality. Yeah.
That's what I just sent you.
Oh, is it?
That's one of the things they debate, yes. But I sent you a summary.
The 48-minute one?
Well, that's his response. Above that is a summary of his Joe Rogan appearance. That's
We'll
18
watch
minutes.
that next.
It's a
'cause
over 4 hour debate with Graham Hancock.
Yeah. All right, we'll watch that next because we've been watching tariffs for a minute now. Or it feels like fucking
Oh, I mean, I
forever.
sent that for you because you like the archaeology stuff.
Fine, I'll watch it myself then. Fuck you.
a very large negotiation. We'll see where it takes us. But in the meantime, we're sending a Section 301 action. I'll be signing it right here, right now.
He was firing the first shot in a war that had been building and would last for years to come.
This is number one, but this is the first of many.
Trade war worries igniting after the president signed this order to slap tough tariffs on China. Punishment.
He started with a 10% tariff on Chinese aluminum, 30% on solar panels and electric vehicles, 25% on steel, and nearly everything else made in China.
Surprisingly, China's not happy, already threatening retaliation.
美方的行为是典型的贸易霸凌主义，中方必将会做出必要的反制，坚决地维护自身的正当合法权益。
What China did was move its exports to other countries and move its imports from other countries as well. So it shifted the purchase of soybeans, for example, from the U.S. to Brazil. So that wasn't a useful policy.
President Trump has just slapped tariffs on another $200 billion of Chinese exports, igniting the biggest trade war in economic history.
Trump's trade war would consume the remaining.
It's like a sports announcer, you know?
Yeah.
Of his presidency.
China is now punching back with an equal amount of tariffs on American exports.
After several tit-for-tat tariff increases, the trade war, which continued into the Biden administration, actually increased the trade deficit.
The trade deficit has skyrocketed to $891 billion, the highest ever.
Cost increases also led to a decline in U.S. manufacturing jobs.
Destroyed the industry in the United States.
Intellectual property theft continued, and the costs imposed by tariffs were simply passed along to consumers of imported products. And now, Trump has promised to impose even higher tariffs once he is back in office.
Very cool.
Tariffs were put in place because China's economic policy was hurting U.S. factories and workers.
That's a belief on the part of some people in the U.S., especially by the people of the Trump administration.
The Biden administration has even extended those.
But if you talk in private, many don't agree with such kind of policy. Why? Because it hurts the U.S. economy.
There is the argument
you have the high inflation.
They're like, haha, capitalists don't like capitalism.
Because of this tariffs.
It's very funny.
In today's video, we are...
Enough of tariffs, Jesus Christ. This one. No, this one.
53-year-old Marco.
No, not that one. This one.
It's only been a week since Trump was elected, and some Trump voters are already stunned at what he is doing. Despite all of the evidence, all of the facts being there the entire time, I am always amazed at just how stupid people are. So let me take you on a journey through Donald Trump's national security team and how surprising this was apparently to some people. That these aren't, randos out in the wild that just showed up one day to vote. No, these are people that are online, should know better, but are incredibly stupid. Dave Smith, who apparently is a comic and considers himself to be an independent thinker, tweeting here, the Stop Pompeo movement, speaking of Mike Pompeo, Trump's former Secretary of State, who is a neocon, the Stop Pompeo movement is great, but it's not enough. Right now, we need maximum pressure to keep all neocons and war hawks out of the Trump administration. They've had their time at the table and brought nothing but disaster to the world and this country. America first, screw the war machine. Dave Smith, Trump voter, thought he voted for somebody who's anti-war.
It's very funny.
Incredible.
What a fool.
So Donald Trump Jr. replies to this, saying, agreed 100%, I'm on it. Don Jr.'s on the case. Don't worry. No neocons in Trump's administration. Don Jr. is going to make sure of that. So the team has Brian Hook running the national security transition team. Oh, I'm sure this is some anti-war guy. He's on the case.
We're
make sure all
literally
the neocons and war hawks get nowhere near Donald Trump.
2%, 20% more. It's 7.8 or 7.6 average viewers. So just 0.2 more, and we'll beat our record high for average viewers.
Hell yeah. That's fucking great.
I think. At least for this month. Let me see. I think so. Yep.
That's good.
Oh, we got September 3rd. We have 8.9.
Damn. What did we do on September 3rd? Jesus Christ.
Don't know.
Actually, he was the senior advisor to then Secretary of State Mike Pompeo. This is just comical shit. Comical. They're all on the Stop Pompeo movement. And the person the Trump team picks to advise on who the national security team is going to be was a senior advisor to Mike Pompeo.
This is
a guy that Pompeo had once praised Hook as a trusted advisor who achieved historic results against the Iranian regime. Yes, by tearing up the Iran deal and we'll get to more on that because there's a whole history with Trump and his pro-war breakdown. But tearing up the Iran deal and just increasing tensions with Iran. Like, at what point did you think you were voting for somebody who was anti-war? I could see being fooled the first time in 2016, not knowing what Trump's actually. Marco Rubio is a disaster. Might as well give.
Okay, it's enough.
Multiple Trump picks have been targeted by violent bomb threats and swatting. That, according to the Trump transition team. No injuries have been reported. Brian Yennis is live from West Palm Beach, Florida, with the latest on all of this. We're beginning to get a little more information, names being added to this list. What do we know, Brian?
Yeah, that's right, Molly. Well, sources tell Fox News that nearly a dozen of President-elect Trump's new administration picks have been threatened, at least since Tuesday night. And we now know the identities of at least 5 of those appointees and nominees that have received those threats. We begin with Trump's pick for CIA Director John Ratcliffe, then his nominee for Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, Brooke Rollins, his pick for Agriculture Secretary, and his nominee for the Environmental Protection Agency, Lee Zeldin, who says a pipe bomb threat was sent to his family with a pro-Palestinian themed message, and his pick for United Nations Ambassador Elise Stefanik. Stefanik is Trump's nominee, like I said, to be at the UN. Her office says a bomb threat was made against Stefanik and her family. New York State, County, and U.S. Capitol Police responded immediately, and everyone is okay. But in a statement, her office said, quote, "This morning, Congresswoman Elise Stefanik, her husband, and their 3-year-old son were driving home to Saratoga County from Washington for Thanksgiving when they were informed of a bomb threat to their residence." The Trump transition team says that there were nearly a dozen people that were targeted beginning on Tuesday night with, quote, violent, un-American threats to their lives and those who live with them. The threats range from bomb threats to swatting, which is making prank calls to send a heavy police presence to someone's home. Now, according to the Trump team, local law enforcement responded to the threats and visited the homes of the nominees and appointees that were affected. Now, meantime, last night, President-elect Trump announced 6 new picks for his administration. Headlining those picks, Kevin Hassett, director of the White House National Economic Council, Jameson Greer as U.S. Trade Representative, and Dr. Jay Bhattacharya as director of the National Institutes of Health. It should be noted, Molly, that the FBI has released a statement saying that they are aware of these bomb threats and swatting incidents and that they are working with local law enforcement. Molly?
Yeah, the threats to these families more broadly, particularly concerning around the holidays. Brian Yennis, thank you.
I'm sure the reactions to this will be normal.
I'm Steve Doocy. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to. We continue to follow
Very
breaking
normal.
news. The FBI is investigating a series of threats to several of President-elect Donald Trump's cabinet picks. In a statement, the agency says it received numerous bomb threats and swatting incidents involving some of his selections. CBS News is working to confirm the names of the individuals who have been targeted. So far, we have unconfirmed reports that Pete Hegseth, Trump's pick for Secretary of Defense, is one of the people. CBS News Homeland Security and Justice reporter Nicole Skenga is tracking these developments for us. Nicole, what more are we learning?
Yeah, Lindsay, police are investigating a series of these overnight attacks that ranged from swatting incidents to bomb threats. And swatting is a dangerous, also an illegal scheme. Individuals make these false emergency calls, trying to prompt police to dispatch SWAT teams and officers to the homes of public figures or sometimes celebrities or their enemies. And it's really intended to intimidate and harass. And law enforcement sources tell CBS News that these threats were digital in nature, relayed over email and social media to targets close to the transition. Law enforcement agencies in multiple states deployed to respond to these threats, including in New York State and in Florida. And in their statement, President Trump's transition team thanked officers for what they called really swift action in responding to all of these, Lindsay.
Who are these threats targeting in specific? You mentioned a couple of states, so a couple of names come to mind.
Yeah, CBS News has learned that multiple Trump appointees were targeted. The New York home of Congresswoman Elise Stefanik, Trump's pick to be U.S. ambassador to the United Nations, the home of Howard Lutnick, Trump's pick to be Secretary of Commerce. NYPD said a 911 call came in reporting
Yeah.
I mean, boy, that would be cool to get on anyone to talk about anything. But I don't think the election would have been won regardless.
No. People stupid.
terrorist bomb threat at his home. Former Representative Lee Zeldin, who Trump has tapped to lead the EPA, also said he was the target of a pipe bomb threat. And Suffolk County Police out on Long Island confirmed that call came in early this morning.
Actually, there was just an election in Africa.
Member to Matt Gaetz, former congressman in Florida, also subject to a swatting incident playing out overnight. Representative Gaetz, of course, withdrew himself from consideration for Attorney General recently. And there are indications that this list is even longer, Lindsay.
Yeah, we actually just found out minutes ago, since we've been on the air, that Brooke Rollins, Trump's pick for Secretary of Agriculture, posted on X this morning. We learned a threat was issued against our home and family, and thanks to the swift efforts by Fort Worth police. Why are we seeing an increase in these sorts of attacks on U.S. lawmakers? What do the people behind them get out of it?
Yeah, I mean, swatting has been increasingly used to attack public officials, celebrities, even faith-based institutions like synagogues and mosques. We actually saw an uptick in those sort of calls following Hamas's October 7th attack. Last year, between Christmas and New Year's, there were at least a dozen attempted swatting incidents against politicians and public officials. We did a CBS News investigation at that time. More recently, during the election, there were a series of bomb threats targeting polling sites in battleground states around Election Day, some of those linked to Russian email domains. But to address your question, Lindsay, I mean, what suspects get out of this is, frankly, satisfaction that they have deployed law enforcement. These kinds of events are intended to harass, to intimidate
because
targets,
of all the
when police shows up at your doorstep. But it's also a drain on law enforcement, federal and local, because of course, when these calls come in, local law enforcement deploying immediately to the scene to check it out. And so, sort of a double-edged sword here, Lindsay.
Nicole Skinga, thank you.
Thank you.
Let's right our monitors to the White House now, where the transition of power can move forward after weeks of delay from the Trump transition team. President-elect Donald Trump signed the memorandum of understanding with the Biden White House finally. The Biden administration set the initial agreement deadline for October 1st, which was before the election. But Trump failed to adhere to that date, citing concerns over an ethics pledge to avoid any conflicts of interest while in office. Now, the White House, meanwhile, continues to stress the importance of this moment. A White House spokesperson said, quote, "A smooth transition is critical to the safety and security of the American people who are counting on their leaders to be responsible and prepared." CBS News senior White House correspondent Weijia Jiang is back with us now with more on this. And Weijia, several lawmakers spoke out against the transition of power agreement, citing concerns of corruption and national security threats. Can you walk us through why this agreement prompted those responses?
Well, because this is a very traditional process, Liz, and it includes not only, allowing for the transition to officially begin in the way that current administration officials can meet with their incoming counterparts to really make sure they have the lay of the land, to really understand each agency and department. But also there's a separate component, which is the Department of Justice Memorandum of Understanding. And so far, the Trump transition team has not signed on to that. And so that means that FBI background checks will not be triggered. And that is what is prompting concerns that some of those lawmakers have, because, these nominees could come to their confirmation hearings in January without having been properly checked by the FBI. Now, that is a question for senators, whether they care or not, because it is not a legal requirement for them to receive those FBI background checks before those confirmation hearings begin. We should also point out that some other Republican senators say the opposite of what you just mentioned, and they claim that American people don't care whether or not President-elect Trump requires these background checks for his nominees.
And Weijia, I want to switch gears here for a moment. We just received this statement from the Trump-Vance team about threats to the recent Trump cabinet picks. And that statement says, quote, "President Trump and the transition team are focused on doing the work of uniting our nation by ensuring a safe and prosperous future with President Trump as our example. Dangerous acts of intimidation and violence will not deter us."
They put a pro-Palestinian message in with these bomb threats, huh?
Well, the Trump team says that several of their appointees and nominees were involved in threats and what's called swatting, which is whenever law enforcement agencies are called to your home based on a false claim of a threat. So we don't know yet exactly how many people were impacted. We can tell you that Congresswoman Elise Stefanik was among them, because she released a statement saying that she, her husband, and 3-year-old son were driving from Washington, D.C. back to their home in New York when they were alerted that police were called to their home for a bomb threat. So obviously this is incredibly disruptive and frankly scary if they are receiving these threats themselves. And that is why the Trump team issued that statement. So we are gathering more information about what happened and who was impacted. We can report that nobody who received Secret Service detail, including President-elect Trump, Vice President-elect Vance, and their family members, were impacted by these several incidents.
But any threats of violence to anyone is obviously very disturbing there. All right, Weijia Jiang, thank you so much.
Wow, here we go. The president-elect isn't letting these shortened holiday weeks slow him down, announcing a flurry of new picks for his incoming administration.
The new appointments made last night give us a better idea of what Trump's second presidency will look like.
Doug Lazater has a story on that in Washington. Hey, Doug.
Hey, good morning, guys. It was one after another last night. The organizational chart is really beginning to fill in now for the incoming Trump administration, and many of these picks are consistent with positions the president-elect staked out during the campaign. Among the new hires, Jamieson Greer as U.S. Trade Representative. He served during the first Trump administration as Chief of Staff to that same job, so he has experience implementing tariffs. Economist Kevin Hassett will lead the White House National Economic Council. He served in the first Trump term as well. He's been a proponent of tax cuts, and he has been critical of the Biden administration's spending habits.
Point is just that across everything, prices went up. And the reason that happened is that the government spent money like crazy and the Fed printed money to let that happen. And so when the government does that, we get inflation. And it's something that we all learned in our first economics class. And it's kind of stunning that the Biden administration has been in denial about it the whole time.
And another hire, Dr. Jay Bhattacharya. He will be nominated to lead the National Institutes of Health. He is both a physician and an economist who has been a critic of COVID-era policies.
Public health has to return to its normal ways and apologize for the tremendous mistakes it made during the pandemic. A lot of people have lost confidence in public health as a consequence of its sort of embrace of policies that didn't work.
Okay, and another development yesterday, there's been a lot of hand-wringing over the fact that the incoming Trump team had not signed this legal agreement with the Biden administration to begin this, to begin the meetings with counterparts and so on to really begin the formal transfer of power. They have now signed it. They will move forward with this transition. Back to you guys.
All right, it's so official. They are going to take over. I get the sense that Biden just want to leave now.
Yeah.
Yes. But left the White House already.
I know.
He tends to do that.
For free at some rich guy's house. Thanks so much. Thanks, I appreciate it, Doug. So Dr. Jay Bhattacharya, the first time I saw him really was on our channel.
Yep.
And because he was being marginalized and he was being rich.
Okay, we're almost
ridiculed and I believe shadow banned with the pandemic. And I think a lot of these nominations are going to be a look back at where were you in 2020, and we're going to end up debating the merits of the mandates and the effectiveness of this of the coronavirus, how they handled it, and the effectiveness of the vaccine.
Well, the shutdowns as well. And I think that's the key when you look at his entire health team, Emily. Everyone started at a position of caution because we hadn't never seen anything like this before. But as the pandemic continued and the shutdowns and lockdowns and the forcing of vaccines on people, then we saw these voices like Bhattacharya, Neshawat, and Martin McCary, and now all of them are in the administration.
And what I appreciate so much about Dr. Bhattacharya is the fact that he's an economist and a physician. And so often, I think, especially as we saw with the Biden administration, they siloed people's expertise, right? And there was no way that someone could be a physician and also have common sense and also have a grasp of the bloated bureaucracy that the NIH and those institutes were and are. So here's
they love this bloated fucking bullshit now, don't they? Jesus fucking Christ.
A breath of fresh air from Stanford University.
Fuck these people. Let's go with this one.
Voters waited in long lines outside polling stations in Namibia's capital, Windhoek, on Wednesday morning. It's an election that could mark a historic shift in the country's political landscape if the ruling SWAPO party loses the presidency or control of parliament for the first time. SWAPO has governed the southern African nation since leading it to independence from apartheid South Africa in 1990. Its presidential candidate is Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, the current vice president.
Voting is not just your constitutional responsibility, but it is also your national responsibility.
Nandi-Ndaitwah would be the country's first female leader if she wins. She faces 14 opposition candidates in Namibia's most competitive election in decades. Presidential candidates need more than 50% of the ballot to win, or there will be a runoff. SWAPO saw support fall to 56% in the 2019 presidential election from 87% in 2014. Political analysts say there's a chance SWAPO could be ousted by young people fed up with high unemployment, inequality, and corruption allegations. Although long-standing loyalty to the party among older and rural voters could help pull it through. Namibia has seen relatively strong economic growth in recent years, driven by investments in oil, gas, and green hydrogen. But it ranks second highest in the world for income inequality, according to World Bank figures. About 1.4 million people are registered to vote in the sparsely populated country of around 3 million, according to the Electoral Commission. Results are expected within a few days.
Khartoum's residential streets are lined.
Okay. Need to cover this.
A ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon's Hezbollah has taken effect as part of a deal proposed by the U.S. to end more than a year of hostilities. The conflict, ignited by the Gaza war last year, has wreaked havoc on both sides. Let's take a closer look at the costs of the conflict so far. At least 3,768 people have been killed in Lebanon and 15,699 wounded since October 2023, according to Lebanon's health ministry. Those figures do not differentiate between Hezbollah fighters and civilians. The vast majority of casualties were inflicted after Israel went on the offensive in September. Hezbollah strikes have killed 45 civilians in northern Israel and the Israeli-occupied Golan Heights. Israeli authorities said at least 73 Israeli soldiers have been killed in northern Israel, the Golan Heights, and in combat in southern Lebanon. Over 886,000 people have been displaced within Lebanon, according to the International Organization for Migration and the UN Refugee Agency. UNHCR data shows that over 540,000 people have fled Lebanon to Syria since the war started. In Israel, some 60,000 people evacuated their homes in the north.
It's now
houses and buildings in both
other
Lebanon
categories.
and Israel have
Oh,
been
you're not
destroyed.
even there.
In Lebanon, the cost of damage to housing is estimated at $2.8 billion, with tens of thousands of houses in ruins. A World Bank report also estimated agricultural losses of more than $1.1 billion as crops and livestock have been destroyed and farmers displaced. In Israel, authorities estimate property damage to be at least $273 million. The bulk of the damage in Israel has been inflicted in areas adjacent to the Lebanese border, pummeled by Hezbollah rockets.
Okay, so it now recommends channels, but it also gives us the estimated browse position, like how high up in the queue we'd be.
Okay.
Okay, and one of the ones that it's suggesting and say that we would be high in the queue is this new Korean dating sim, 5 Hearts Under One Roof. Have you seen anything about it?
No.
Okay, just checking. I'm sure it's on sale
World
right
Bank
now.
estimate has put the damage and losses to Lebanon at $8.5 billion. Lebanon's GDP is also projected to contract by 5.7% in 2024. Tourism and hospitality, which are key contributors to Lebanon's economy, have been hit hardest. For Israel, the conflict with the Iran-backed group has compounded the economic impact of the war in Gaza. The budget deficit has surged and prompted all 3 major credit rating agencies to downgrade Israel's rating
Get
this
it
year.
there right
the conflict
now.
has also exacerbated supply chain disruptions and driven up inflation.
Maybe we'll do the demo.
Turning now to a
We'll
major
see how,
announcement out of the
because
Middle
with
East. Fighting
Thanksgiving
between
and
Israel
people traveling
Hezbollah
and stuff,
officially at a standstill.
it's naturally
this after
that
a ceasefire
this will be a
agreement
low
announced by
period
Israeli
for us.
Prime Minister
Mm.
Benjamin Netanyahu and President Biden
So,
yesterday has now been
if
in
it's
effect
like
for hours. The deal brokered by the U.S. and France includes
not
the following:
doing well,
60 days.
And we're like, you know, like if Friday, like if everyone's still traveling and only like a few people have here, maybe we'll play the demo.
Days for a full withdrawal of Israeli troops, the gradual drawback set to begin in just 10 days. And for Hezbollah, a full retreat of their forces and weapons 20 miles into Lebanon, away from the Israeli border. They will not be allowed to rebuild infrastructure or weaponry again in that area after they vacate. CBS News foreign correspondent Deborah Pata is in northern Israel, where businesses have started to open back up.
We're just a few miles from the Lebanese border. Kiryat Shmona has been a ghost town for over a year. You can see some of the destruction in the city. And as we drove in, we saw a few cars driving back here. Some of the shops were reopening. We also heard a couple of explosions, but nobody is saying that the ceasefire has been breached yet. But there is deep distrust on both sides. Israelis are saying
Hezbollah
they're still
definitely
worried
fired
that
rockets.
Hezbollah could hit them. And likewise, Lebanese residents are also saying they don't trust Israel to hold to this ceasefire. So it's going to be a tense 60-day wait to see if this deal holds. Back to you.
Thank you, Deborah. Well, the news of that ceasefire sparking lots of hugs and tears of joy as displaced families begin their trek home to southern Lebanon after months of fighting. Lebanon's army says it is preparing to send troops to the country's south to make sure that truce deal holds. And they've asked residents of the border region not to return until Israeli forces pull out. But the lines of traffic on the main route out of Beirut tell us people are doing the exact opposite. And that's where we find BBC Middle East correspondent Hugo Pachega in Beirut as people desperately try to get home.
This is the main road between Beirut and the south of the country, and for hours since this ceasefire came into effect, thousands of people have been trying to go back to their homes. Families, people carrying their belongings, lots of mattresses here. People are waving and carrying flags, Hezbollah flags, and also posters with the face of the late leader Hassan Nasrallah, who was assassinated in an Israeli attack in Beirut.
Just leave us out, you weird Howie!
Despite warnings from the Israeli military and also from Lebanese authorities telling people not to go back to their homes now. This is a gradual withdrawal of Israeli forces from the south of the country. And people here are telling us that they haven't been defeated in this conflict despite the widespread destruction caused by airstrikes and also the massive blows that Hezbollah has suffered. They say that this is a sign of victory.
That was BBC Middle East correspondent Hugo Pachega in Beirut for us. Thanks so much, Hugo.
And Ambassador, let's taking a big picture look at this. How significant is this ceasefire?
Well, Jose, hello. It is very significant. Let me give a shout out to Special Envoy Amos Hochstein, who did a Herculean job cobbling together this ceasefire. What the Biden administration, of course, hopes is that this ceasefire, if it is durable and is able to preserve a return of civilians, not only from southern Lebanon, but also civilians back to their communities in northern Israel, that it can leverage this to force Hamas back to the negotiating table and reach some sort of ceasefire agreement in the south. I'm skeptical whether that's possible. Israel has already declared that it will not cease hostilities in Gaza, notwithstanding the cabinet's agreement to begin withdrawal of IDF forces from southern Lebanon, number one. And number two, ultimately then the issue is what will Iran do to thwart these ceasefires? All roads lead to Tehran, Jose, and until Tehran ceases and resists further rearming Hezbollah and Hamas, I'm afraid that this truce may not last very long.
Mike, yesterday President Biden said the U.S. will help ensure this ceasefire is enforced. What could that look like?
Well, Jose, a key part of the negotiations that led to this deal began, in fact, just days before the presidential election here in the United States. Amos Hochstein, mentioned by the ambassador there, was summoned to Israel by the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to say essentially that after months of hard work diplomatically by the United States, not just to bring about a deal, but to prevent this situation from escalating further, the Prime Minister said he saw a window of opportunity to get to that deal. So what followed was intensive negotiations that included a role for the French. President Biden speaking on Friday by phone with French President Emmanuel Macron to talk about the ways in which those two countries would add to an existing mechanism to be sort of an intermediary should potential violations of this ceasefire occur. Now, this is going to take 60 days to get into a place, but it's a part of a deal that the president hopes is durable, as he laid out yesterday when he spoke about this from the Rose Garden. Take a listen.
The fighting across the Lebanese-Israeli border will end. Will end. This is designed to be a permanent cessation of hostilities. If Hezbollah or anyone else breaks the deal and poses a direct threat to Israel, then Israel retains the right to self-defense, consistent with international law.
Now, the president making those comments just before leaving the White House to travel here to Nantucket. He also insisted that no U.S. boots would be on the ground, although U.S. officials later did say that they would play a role in offering assistance to the Lebanese army, which certainly needs that assistance. Now, we also learned this morning from National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan that he was briefing the incoming Trump administration team about the parameters of this deal as it came together. Ultimately, it will fall to them if this deal remains in place by the January 20th to continue to play that supporting role.
Ambassador, how much of a factor was Israel's systematic destruction of Hezbollah infrastructure in making this deal possible?
No doubt about it. And that is one of the reasons why there's such conjecture within the Israeli public whether or not the ceasefire deal was a right deal to do at this point in time, because the IDF was already on the cusp of doing significant and major damage to Hezbollah's military capability. But yet, at the same time, Hezbollah has been able to continue firing rockets from north.
Okay.
Number one.
It's not surprising.
They get a medal.
They get a little symbol thing.
I mean,
little symbol, little
have
guy.
one.
There, it's not there right now.
Oh no!
Little sleepy little guy.
To the Litani River into Israel. So while at the same time IDF has done significant destruction, Hezbollah still has significant missile capability to attack Israel should the ceasefire fail.
Mike, President Biden also spoke about the continued fighting between Israel and Hamas.
Over the coming days, the United States will make another push with Turkey, Egypt, Qatar, Israel, and others to achieve a ceasefire in Gaza, with the hostages released and the end of the war without Hamas in power, that becomes possible.
Does the White House see any real possibility of an Israel-Hamas ceasefire and the return of the hostages?
No doubt,
The
Jose.
administration is a big believer in.
I'm sorry, Mike first. I'm sorry, and then Ambassador. Actually, let me ask you, Mike, to do that, because Ambassador, I have something I want to ask you on behalf of Mike's answer.
Sure thing, Jose. Well, the White House is a significant believer in the power of momentum, and they do hope that this is the beginning of further momentum in the region. There has been no greater political toll, perhaps, on this administration over the past year than the crisis in Gaza. And in 54 days, of course, the president is going to be continuing to devote his full effort. Jake Sullivan saying that work begins this morning to get to that ceasefire agreement. One of the reasons why there is optimism, Jose, is because a key breakthrough in getting to this agreement was Hezbollah in Lebanon agreed to no longer delink a potential ceasefire with a similar arrangement in Gaza. To the U.S. officials, that means it only shows that Hamas is further isolated. In that situation, they have been the main barrier to an agreement, and they think that now there will be continued progress. The other piece, Jose, that is so important to this administration is getting input from other regional stakeholders to have a plan now to rebuild Gaza after a ceasefire were to come into place. That is also a key ingredient of what the president hopes to do in his final weeks in office.
And so, Ambassador, taking off of what Mike was just telling us and your comments earlier about the influence of Iran in all of this, they remain that same regime that has been in power since 1979 with the same objectives and mission statements. What is there any possibility of any true peace or even recognition while Iran remains the same?
No doubt. There's no doubt that, unfortunately, the Biden administration never really had, over its 4 years, a coherent policy on what to do.
Fuck these guys. Fuck that.
Yeah.
What?
Nothing. The music. I was dancing.
That's it?
Today's ceasefire deal could bring welcome relief to those caught in the middle of the war between Israel and Hezbollah. But the more than 1 year of fighting has already destroyed many lives and livelihoods, including those of the many Syrian refugees who are sheltering in Lebanon. It's led to a steady flow of those people trying to return to Syria, which is east of Lebanon. Special correspondent Leila Molana Allen takes us to meet people desperate to cross the border.
On the road again. More than a decade after the Syrian civil war drove millions of refugees into neighboring Lebanon, war has come to their new home. Israeli airstrikes have left hundreds of thousands of Syrian refugees, as well as Lebanese, running for their lives. This is a common scene here now. Families huddled under one borrowed blanket, children playing barefoot in the street. Many of these families have tried to find places in a shelter. They're often turned away. So they sleep here, on the streets, in mosque courtyards, in a disused parking lot.
Look, he tells me, this is where we cook, we eat, we dress, everything.
Ikhlas and her 6 children have been living here since the Israel-Hezbollah war began. In the first week, a strike hit the house next to theirs in South Lebanon.
I was at home with my daughters, and all I saw was a plane flying over the building in front of us. In seconds, it became fragments. Some fell onto our balcony.
They fled north to Saida that night. They escaped with their lives, but little else.
The situation is frightening. We're living on the streets. Look at my baby boy. He's sick here on the bare ground in the open without a shelter over his head.
A young mother with a large family to feed and keep warm. And a bitter winter is just beginning.
This one lady
says she's mentally and physically exhausted.
The same Sudan
and doesn't
lady.
know how long she can keep living like this.
Our hearts are burning with fury. I lie awake all night. Look at these girls. They haven't had a moment of real childhood. Our future is lost.
Many of these refugees have spent years building new lives for themselves, finding casual work in the fields, saving up to pay rent rather than living in a makeshift tent, forming new communities. That's all gone now. The Masnaa border in Lebanon.
It's wild that you can't type Hezbollah on YouTube. That's fucking crazy.
I know.
Bekaa Valley is the main crossing point for most of the hundreds of thousands of Syrians who fled here. Now they're moving the other way. Nearly 500,000 have crossed since the war started. Some men, knowing they won't find work on the other side, are sending their families back while they stay on, braving the bombs to earn a living. Abir is suddenly all alone. Her 4 small children cling nervously to her dress as she tries to carry the few bags she could manage, packed in panic from a whole home of belongings.
I left everything behind. I left my husband behind too, and I don't know what might happen to him. It's not safe in Syria either, but we don't know where else to go.
This isn't the first time she's made such a journey, but last time at least she knew her destination was safe. She's been here since the start of the Syrian civil war. Her children have never seen Homs, the devastated Syrian city she's from. But now it's their home in Beirut suburbs being targeted. The family barely got out alive before their house was hit.
Everything is gone. War is everywhere. Here in Syria too. Our life is in ruins. I don't know if we'll even reach Syria or if they'll let us in. I swear to you, we are so exhausted from constantly moving from one place to another. Will it ever end?
Even as they flee, the threat of the bombs follows them. This crossing was blasted open by a huge airstrike, which Israel says was targeting tunnels used for smuggling. But it's the only way back for most, so climbing through the rubble on foot, still they come.
People used to be able to drive across the border here, but since the airstrike hit, they're now having to navigate this massive crater in the middle of the road, trying to carry everything that they have. Officially, Israel hasn't bombed anyone here because we're in no man's land. No one except the hundreds of people fleeing for their lives.
These desperate people don't know what they'll find when they get to the Syrian side of the border. Whether they'll be allowed
Why would
in,
you wear a
whether they'll
ballistic
be
vest with
immediately
no
arrested
plates
by the
and no
regime.
helmet?
Some are trying to cut north up to rebel-held territory in Idlib and West
They're
Aleppo
just like
without being caught. A few families have made it up to this besieged enclave.
Yeah,
of 4
she's not
million
expected
people.
to be taking
Tehran's
like
family
direct
walked all the
gunfire.
way. They made it, but spent all their meager savings
So they're
in
just
the
like
process.
they're just like flak vests. The like unexploded ordnance might be the worst that you have to worry about.
Spent 7 days on the streets and walked around 200 miles. We're left with nothing now. We don't even have water to drink.
Little Maher misses his life in Lebanon. He was born there. For him, it's home.
We were happy in Beirut. I used to go to school and I was so happy.
Durham's family and hundreds like them now face immense hardship in return for a tiny measure more of safety. In recent weeks, the Assad government has once again stepped up its shelling and airstrikes on communities here. But some never got the chance to make that trade. Fatima and Ismail Barakat fled the war in Homs a decade ago and settled deep in Lebanon's southern farmlands, where they married, found work, and had their 4 little girls. A month ago, everything changed.
We were having breakfast with my father-in-law and brother-in-law, and then I don't remember anything. The next day, I found myself at the hospital, in pain, and I couldn't see.
Their entire house was brought down by an Israeli airstrike. Fatima and 5-year-old Noor were severely injured. Noor lies silent, staring at her mother. They both still have several surgeries to endure.
I haven't seen my other daughters as well. I miss them, and I'm longing to see them.
But Fatima won't see her little girls again. 8-year-old Kamar, 3-year-old Asinel, and 6-month-old Salha all died under the rubble of their home. Ismail can't face telling Fatima the truth. He fears she'll die of a broken heart.
I was just out buying bread for breakfast when the airstrike hit the building. I ran home only to find them lying on the ground, my 3 little girls, all dead. Please, tell me what to do. I lost them. Little Salha was only just born. Her mother was still breastfeeding her. She's gone.
Ismail and Fatima's story is that of so many here. They came for safety. They suffered as outcasts. Now they face the same fate as if they'd stayed in Syria, a decade delayed.
We fled Syria to seek safety from that war, so I could secure a better life for my family. Hope. What's hope? I lost my father, my brother, my kids. I lost hope in everything.
Hopeless, homeless. After surviving so much, Lebanon's Syrian refugees see only despair ahead. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Layla Milana Allen, Insider, Lebanon.
Do you believe that there are people who are pro-Israel and pro-Assad? It's fucking crazy.
People who have not using human brain properly.
Here is Bernie Sanders. And again, we spoke to Matt Duss about this earlier. These 3 resolutions will not pass, but it at least begins a journey in which hopefully we will see more Democrats, and then who knows what. I mean, Donald Trump is going to do what Donald Trump wants to do in terms of Gaza at this point. But at the very least, it's important to get a sense of, like, you know, who's on what side. This vote, I don't think it's taken place yet. But here is Bernie Sanders at a press conference yesterday saying the U.S. cannot keep supplying weapons to a country that is in violation of U.S. law.
The United States government is currently in violation of the law, and every member of the U.S. Senate who believes in the rule of law should vote for these resolutions. The Foreign Assistance Act and the Arms Export Control Act are very clear. The United States cannot provide weaponry to countries that violate internationally recognized human rights or block U.S. humanitarian aid. According to the United Nations, much of the international community and every humanitarian organization on the ground in Gaza, Israel is clearly in violation of these laws. Under these circumstances, it is illegal for the U.S. government to provide them with more offensive weaponry. Joint resolutions of disapproval are Congress's tool to enforce those laws. The United States government
and here is Peter Welch, the other Vermont senator, weighing in on this, supporting these resolutions.
What has happened is over 100,000 children and innocent bystanders have been severely injured, including amputation. And what's unfolding before our very eyes right now is mass starvation and the spread of disease. Is the United States in its foreign policy, with that commitment we've had to Israel, forced to be blind to the suffering before our very eyes, particularly when it's our munitions that are being used? Should we be blind to the suffering of those Palestinian women and children when top military officials in Israel themselves have said that there's no further military purpose for continued bombing and military activity in Gaza? Our view is no, that the humanitarian considerations are important. It's consistent with the Leahy Law, and we should enforce it.
There it is. The vote takes place today, I think, later today. Again, this comes on a day where the U.S. government vetoed a unconditional ceasefire at the UN Security Council, and 14 members voted for it. U.S. was the only veto, or I should say only no vote, and they, of course, in the Security Council have a veto. Bernie Sanders is introducing some resolutions today. We'll talk about that in a moment in terms of cutting weapons transfers to Israel. But there's a real quality out of the Biden administration that they are, this feels sort of like, and both with Ukraine and...
Why would they be? They spent, theoretically, if we're to believe what we've been told, right? Hamas has been trying to get ceasefires for a while, favorable ones, and Netanyahu has been tanking the deals. Israel's been fucking around. America's been fucking around. Why would they want to play ball now that they're desperate to try and end it? It doesn't make any sense.
And with Ukraine, I can understand it on some level. Well, I guess I can understand on both levels, but there's a real quality of like hopping in the getaway car and just like, I don't know, unloading all of, I don't know what the metaphor is, but there seems to be like a fervor to this that is like as if, Joe Biden is sitting in there going like, I'm going to remake the Middle East, even if I only have like 6 weeks to do it at this point.
No, I think that's right. And let's take these two things separately. First, on Israel, I think a lot of people, in my view, wrongly kind of overstated the extent to which Biden's policy on Gaza was driven politically. It was just this idea that if I pressure Israel, or if I'm not seen as supporting Israel fulsomely enough, the Democrats will take political damage. But I think what we see now, and I've always thought that was a bit wrong, I think clearly now, even after the election is over, this would be a moment to really impose costs, to put pressure on Israel. And these resolutions from Senator Sanders are a perfect way to do it. It's a way for the Biden administration to say, listen, this is coming from Congress, Netanyahu, you need to take some steps and take this ceasefire deal that you've been blocking for the past months. But we see it's not about that. It's about Joe Biden's deep-seated, unshakable ideological belief that the U.S. should just unconditionally support Israel in whatever it's doing, no matter how grotesque, no matter how violent and destructive. Now,
I mean, is this just about protecting Israel, or is it also a more comprehensive, like, is there an end game here? I mean, does Biden have an end game in mind outside of, well, you tell me. I mean, I can because I can project into like what Donald Trump's end game is to the extent that he has one. It's from Miriam Adelson, and it's honestly, we're going to annex the West Bank, and U.S. is going to sign off on it. There's going to be settlements in Gaza, and there's a hope that the Palestinian people essentially, become analogous to our indigenous people in this country, and just sort of like lose their ability to inhibit our growth, et cetera, et cetera. Is that what Biden's is, or is it also include some notion of like isolating Iran? Like, what's the end game here?
Yeah, I mean, first on Trump, I honestly don't think Trump cares that much. He just knows that Miriam Adelson gives him a lot of money and that right-wing Christian evangelicals vote for him. And these are things both of those groups want. So he's just going to hand this over to whomever,
It's a pretty cynical analysis. Not necessarily wrong.
Israel Prime Minister Netanyahu faces potential arrest in UK following an international criminal court, ICC, warrant for alleged war crimes in Gaza, which also includes former Defense Minister Yoav Gallant. Downing Street has confirmed the UK will uphold its legal obligations under ICC Act 2001, which mandates compliance with such warrants. While the government refrained from commenting on specific causes, a spokesperson emphasized that Netanyahu would not receive special treatment if he were to visit UK. The ICC actions have sparked political debate, which we'll talk about here in a minute. And at the same time, you got, what's his name, comes out. Justin Trudeau comes out, page 9 it is, and he says the following. Let me see, does it say, it says page 9 here, but I don't have it. Where is page 9, Rob? It says Justin Trudeau, Canada's Trudeau. Do you see that story? I don't have it here. Is it on 10?
Wow.
Okay.
9.
Canada's Trudeau says he would arrest Netanyahu on ICC orders. He stated on Thursday that Canada would enforce the ICC warrant for Prime Minister Netanyahu, emphasizing we stand up for international law and we will abide by all the regulations and ruling of the international courts. This is just who we are as Canadians. Trudeau highlighted broader goals amid the Gaza conflict, such as aid flowing in, the release of hostages, and return to two-state solution, condemning Hamas while urging for a ceasefire to protect civilians. He acknowledged the domestic challenges for Canadian communities impacted by the conflict, stating, we have to remember who we are, be there for each other, pushing for peace and stability as hard as we can. Tom.
This whole thing is borderline ridiculous. You've got two countries that are basically at war, one against its will. Right? Israel's been dragged into a war, and it is a war. It is fake. It's not just a border skirmish and a battle. It's a war. And they have been dragged into it. And now you're going to say that all of the leaders that are doing things that are horrible and the people from Hamas and Hezbollah and Iranian leaders that are responsible for the things, funding them, encouraging them, and doing all this, the one guy that you say we're going to pull him over for speeding because he's done some things and these are war crimes. Some civilians have died. These are war crimes. The one guy the ICC wants to pull over is Netanyahu. Shouldn't there be a long list of other people?
There is. You fucking idiot. There literally is.
People from Iran.
It should be longer.
And Syria and some other locations? Really? The one guy you want to pull over? And then the UK says, we'll back it up, but you got to remember who's speaking and who the UK is. If you've been to London, you know why they call it right now Londonistan. You know why they call it that. That's not a bad nickname. That's what's going on. And the political climate, just like Minneapolis, just like we have with Omar and our own government, this is the things they say. And so you're not hearing the core of the UK. You're not hearing sensible, Western leaders saying, hang on a second, there's a war going on and there's people, should be a whole group of people that's pulled over for speeding here. Look at this. And then you've got Trudeau. Don't look at Trudeau as a Western Canadian. He's a socialist Marxist that was elected by his last name and is doing his best to ensure he's unelected at the first opportunity, which will happen. That's what's going on here.
Yeah, that's why ridiculous. He's been around for 20 fucking years, it feels like. Because there's clearly viable other options.
This is the liberal side of media that's pulling these things together, and this is the liberal side of life that's pulling all these things together, and they're out there. And then you've got, Lindsey Graham, a voice of reason, saying, "Hang on. If you're going to go follow the internet, the ICC,
Lindsey
and you can start
Graham,
arresting people, you're going to have some problems with us. You're going to have some serious problems," which is the same thing you're going to hear from Trump when it comes out. It'd be like, wait a minute, who's doing what? Who's going to arrest who? There's a whole list of people ICC should be putting on arrest warrants here. There's a war going on. It's terrible. It's horrible. Civilians have died. It's horrible. But this is really ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, just a quick list of... Do you understand how the ICC works? So, there's the United Nations Security Council. I think there's 5 permanent members on the UN Security Council. So there's 3 that are kind of on our team, and there are 2 on the other team. So you have the US, you have the UK, and you have France.
Fuck your team.
And then number 4 and 5 are China and Russia. And at any point, anyone can veto or suggest that someone goes to the criminal court of the ICC, the International Criminal Court. So here's who's been recommended to go to the criminal court, but it's been blocked by China and Russia. Do you remember what Bashar al-Assad did to his people in Syria? Hundreds of thousands, if not over 1 million people dead in a Syrian civil war. This good-looking gentleman right here, Bashar al-Assad, 1 million people dead. No arrest, no nothing.
And he probably used biochemical.
Well, he did. Okay. Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, what they're doing to basically subjugate their people, the thug-like regime in Iran, no ramifications, no nothing. By the way, let's not mention what China and the CCP are doing to the Uyghurs, basically putting them in work camps, and just don't worry about these concentration camps that they got going on. I think even Putin was recommended by the ICC.
Here's
The point is, they're a toothless
the difference between
organization
them and
that has
Netanyahu is Netanyahu said, we're doing genocide. Assad denied genocide. China denied genocide. Like, you expect not to be charged with genocide when you're going, I'm doing genocide.
Mm-hmm. Are you guys unhappy about it? Tough shit.
They're all bark, no bite. And the United Nations, I used to be like, this is corrupt. This is what's going on. Just think about it. If you want to just put Israel in a vacuum for a second, how many Arab states or Muslim states exist in the world? Take a guess.
I want to hear his
50.
shitty take.
Okay, give or take. Someone might say, well, it's only 49. Okay, you got me. How many Jewish states? 1. So automatically, if you're not on Team Israel, you're losing 50-1 right here. So thank God that the United States is an ally to Israel, and they will at least stand for justice and reality here. Because, and this is a weird analogy here, but you do the body count thing, you're talking actual deaths. If you look at what's going on in Sudan, you look at what's going on in Yemen, you look at what's going on in countless countries all over the world, you have, in Russia and Ukraine, hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people dead.
Yes,
the latest number that came out of Gaza, which is horrible.
Israel.
Nobody wants this war, 40,000 dead. Even Hamas has acknowledged that half of those people that have been dead were actually Hamas terrorists. So you're looking at a 2-to-1 ratio, which is one of the upper echelons of wars. In combat zones, it's not like they're fighting in a field somewhere. They're in towns, they're in buildings. Hamas is embedding weaponry in
the rules.
Hospitals, schools, playgrounds, mosques. What is Israel to do?
Garages under townhouses.
So what we've learned is one thing, and this is sort of the Justin Trudeau analogy here.
Townhouses.
Up is down, left is right, the sun is the moon, everything's upside down.
Gaza?
And if you're a hater, and if you're a progressive leftist, and you're somehow aligned with the jihadists, you don't tell the truth.
Who the ICC has done this with in the past. That's what I'm trying to find out. I just went online to see who ICC's president is. It's this lady named Judge Tomoko Akane, who is Japanese, who is the president of ICC. What I'm trying to find out is who else have they issued arrest warrants for? Okay, can you zoom in so we can see?
Tied for
okay,
our
so we saw that one. We already talked about that one. Putin in 2023. Okay, keep going lower. Other individuals, President of Sudan. Okay, go a little lower. Joseph, is that it?
That's this month. That is.
Let me get this straight. That's it?
According to ChatGPT, that is it.
Can you go and Google this and say outside of ChatGPT, who else have they issued?
Okay, ChatGPT, I am done with you.
Thursday saw the International Criminal Court issue arrest warrants for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and former Defense Minister Yoav Gallant over their prosecution of a humane and just counterattack against the genocidal butchers of Hamas. The warrants were interesting. They alleged that Netanyahu and Gallant are guilty of both the war crime of starvation as a weapon and then a series of unspecified
fake charges against Netanyahu.
Fake charges.
Mm-hmm.
What is that supposed to mean?
Acts.
Cope.
And as any dedicated observer of the ICC knows, when it comes to Israel, the court's effort is to precisely inverse reality. So let's take a quick look, shall we? First of all, there is no starvation in Gaza. There is no famine in Gaza. The analysis by a
You are retarded.
USAID agency that predicted a famine in Gaza was rejected by no one other than the United Nations, hardly a friend of the Jewish state, on the grounds that it had wrongly discounted enormous amounts of aid coming both from the World Bank food program and the private sector. So that charge is quite simply fictitious on the evidence that we have available to us. As for the second and more serious charge of inhumane and discriminatory acts, who is guilty of those in this situation? No one other than the political and military leadership.
Who is guilty of those in this situation?
Hamas.
Shut the fuck up. How about that? Shut the fuck up.
Hamas also got charges, dumb.
The ICC's decision is outrageous, unlawful, and dangerous. Israel has a right to defend itself, and the ICC's rogue actions only enable the terrorists who seek to wipe Israel off the map. These actions threaten Israel, but left unchecked,
what was there before
Israel?
Israel?
The United States in the future.
The International Criminal Court has issued arrest warrants for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his former Defense Minister Yoav Gallant for alleged war crimes in Gaza. Let's bring in Rabbi Chaim Mentz from the Chabad of Bel Air here in Los Angeles. Israeli Special Operations veteran Aaron Cohen, along with the founder and executive director of the Lawfare Project, Brooke Goldstein. Thank you all for coming on. Brooke, to you first. You heard the Senate Majority Leader elect John Thune there talking about the ICC. It is preposterous.
Absolutely, it's Orwellian, and it's really great to be here with you tonight, Chris. I'm actually joining from Chicago, where the Lawfare Project just announced a representation of the 2 students that were beaten viciously at DePaul University. And I want to tell you something. There is a direct link between the lawfare attacks we are seeing at the ICC, at the International Court of Justice, and at the United Nations, and the violence that we are seeing against Jewish students and Jewish people, frankly, all over the world. Because what is happening is the weaponization of the international legal system, which is framing Israel's self-defense as an international war crime, which we know it is not. And it creates this pretext for these fake social justice movements, which we know are just pro-terror movements, to then project their hatred of a foreign government, Israel, on Jews just for being Jews. And that's leading to the delegitimization and the violence and the hostile environments that we are seeing on campuses throughout this country.
Yeah, Aaron, to you now, because it looks like they are close to ceasefires, maybe in both against Hamas and Hezbollah. And I'm wondering if you think now, as they're pressing, the Israeli and the IDF are pressing to get in and get the jobs done.
Yeah, it's a good question, Trey. So, even though President-elect Trump doesn't speak Hebrew and he doesn't speak Arabic, like I've always said, which means he speaks the language of the Middle East. And Iran and Hamas are terrified. The moment he got elected, everybody threw up the ceasefire flag. So, but I can tell you this, and I just got off the phone with a friend of mine from the Shayat.
Come on, you're going to have to sit in the dunce chair.
It's very kinetic right now. Israel just neutralized 3 terrorists in Jenin, just outside of Jenin, in a very dynamic operation. And so it is very busy right now. Nothing is stopping. However, I do believe that Israel's military objective is going to be to trim as much of these hedges as possible, so that in the event the brakes are pulled, there's going to be at least a nice buffer to.
I wonder how this
quiet
compares to
Former
how
Israeli
people
cabinet
spoke
member. The
about
headline
Iraq
here
on
is
the
Times of
news.
Israel ex-Justice Minister Ayelet Shaked barred from entering Australia amid fears of incitement. It goes on to say, Rabbi, Shaked was denied a visa because she might incite discord. The act used to prevent her entry stipulates that people may be barred if it is believed that they may vilify a segment of the Australian community. It's unbelievable.
It is unbelievable. Just like the International Court is trying to dehumanize Bibi and the Jewish people, here you're having, once again, Australia dehumanizing a Jewish person that if you just...
Shut the fuck up. How about that?
A lot more established at the time.
Sorry?
I said the written press was still a lot more established at the time. People still bought newspapers.
Yeah. The Israel lobby in Australia is just as bad as America. They're fuckheads.
Just come in, you're going to make a disruption of what's good here in Australia. The most important thing that people must know is just like they went after Trump,
you're probably
they're
one
now
of them
going after
Hassan
Bibi.
viewers.
But just like Trump has 9 lives, Bibi has 9 lives. He's not going anywhere. And this is...
Well, you should put 9 ways to remove him from the census so you can make sure he doesn't come back.
The last thing they can do is
prepared for every
to court, which is
what
a
is
phony
this
court.
saying?
Yeah, it's amazing to me. Now back to you, Brooke. I'm going to read this. The Fox News headline: Jewish families decry rape and anti-Semitism by California school district in lawsuit. In a vocabulary matching test, students were instructed in California to define Palestine as a country that was formally recognized by the United Nations in 1947. He also claimed the same class included definition of Hamas as a political party continuing the fight against Israel. And this is happening all over California, Brooke.
Yes, and just as we see, Jew hatred disguised as political and legal advocacy in the International Criminal Court, now you're seeing Jew hatred disguised as some sort of progressive educational program. And what needs to be done is a total rehaul of our educational system. I'm so encouraged by President Trump's willingness to say that he is...
Trump.
We're done.
One guy who seems to be still managing to keep his head above water is Bibi Netanyahu. The announcement that the ICC is issuing warrants for Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant's arrest. They did so also with a Hamas leader, has in some ways strengthened Netanyahu in Israel, at least for the time being. Not to be terribly unexpected. But
bro, imagine
remember,
Bibi
the ICC chief prosecutor,
trying
Karim
to
Khan,
swim,
who
like I'm sure he
May
can swim,
announced.
But picture him barely able to swim, trying to keep his head above water. It's kind of funny because of the way he sounds. He sounds like somebody who would sound very funny drowning. I'm just saying.
You make a good point.
These arrest warrants And then the court has to determine whether they're
Yeah,
going.
if the drowning is like the drowning in the Iraq videos that we watched, that works too.
The what?
If it's the drowning, like the drowning that the guy at the end of the last Iraq video we watched.
Oh, yeah, when it takes him like 2 hours to die.
Yeah, that drowning would be cool as well.
Yeah, but like I said, I think that was just bodily function.
Possibly.
I don't think the lights are on it.
Going to issue them. He was the pick of the Israelis back in 2021, the summer of 2021. He replaced the existing prosecutor who was threatened if she brought any type of warrant for arrest by the Israelis
when
firsthand.
you die,
nothing
the
happens.
order your brain shuts off is the order it evolved.
Really?
Yeah,
That
so
can't be
each
right.
new system that has been added to the brain is the first one that dies.
Okay, so what's the first?
So that's why like people who basically are like completely brain dead can still breathe and stuff because the stem is still alive.
Yeah.
So that's when they talk about the lizard brain. That's in there.
Interesting.
That's like the third one to die.
Karim Khan has since also been threatened by the Israelis, but at the time he was their pick. They were on record as saying this guy is judicious and will do the right thing, et cetera, et cetera.
Well, he must have caught that anti-Semitism from the predecessor that was also looking into Israeli war crimes.
Like
it's funny how that happens.
Yeah, it is sort of
on
shocking
Ilos,
how that
right?
goes down.
Like
they caught some type of like I guess a virus.
Down and he had to choose which pods to shut down.
Sure.
Except that would be reverse. He would keep the stupid people alive last.
Yes.
You know, but it's like mechanical. The way like that happens. The fact that it happens in reverse of the evolution. System by system, like it's showing that like the biological like inherent design evolved to protect itself, to keep the lights on.
While in this country, well, let's play this. Let's play Karine Jean-Pierre to get a sense of like how adamant the United States has become about not subscribing to, I guess, the international norms and a rules-based order. Here is Karine Jean-Pierre talking about those ICC warrants.
Does the administration see this ruling as a threat to Israel's ability to defend itself? And also Republican Senator Lindsey Graham is calling for the Senate to sanction the ICC after this decision. Is that a measure that the White House would support?
Yeah, so a couple things. Let me just say, because it's the first time I've had an opportunity to speak to this at the podium, so let me just say more broadly that we fundamentally reject the court's decision to issue arrest warrants for senior Israel officials. We remain deeply concerned by the prosecutor's rush to seek arrest warrants and the troubling process errors that led to this decision. The United States has been clear that the ICC does not have jurisdiction over this matter. You've heard us say this before. Whatever this prosecutor might imply, there is no evidence, none, between Israel and Hamas. There's just none.
No evidence.
In coordination with partners, including Israel, we are discussing certainly those next steps, what that's going to look like. And to your question about sanctions, that's basically kind of just answered it in that last part of what I said. We're in consultation with our partners and also, which include Israel, about our next steps.
She meant there's no equivalent between Israel and Hamas, right. And I would agree on that front, but not probably in the way that she would agree with. And the issue of jurisdiction was Israel's defense. You know what happened? The ICC rejected that. They said, oh, actually, we do have jurisdiction in this matter. So restating Israel's defense doesn't change the reality that the court determined that that was not enough to restrain them from issuing these warrants, which had been in the works for, I don't know, 5 months, something like that.
We're going to see Israel become increasingly isolated with the United States now, at least under Joe Biden, and probably more so, if that's even possible, with Donald Trump being the only people out on that limb with Israel. And I don't think it's tenable for this country. I don't think Israel's position is tenable in the long run either. And here is just a sense, this rogue country to our north called Canada.
Full of anti-Semites.
It's shocking. Here is Prime Minister Justin Trudeau asked about these warrants. And he responded as The Hague, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe you'll recall where The Hague got its start. And that was trying Nazis. But here is Justin Trudeau.
Now that the ICC has issued warrants for Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his former defense minister, Yoav Gallant, Canadian law enforcement is obligated to arrest them should they come to Canada. Will you allow that to happen, or will you step in to prevent an arrest?
First of all, as Canada has always said, it's really important that everyone abide by international law. This is something we've been calling on from the beginning of the conflict. We are one of the founding members of the International Criminal Court and International Court of Justice. We stand up for international law, and we will abide by all the
Canada's so much cooler than
regulations
us.
And rulings of the
Even
international
Trudeau.
courts. This is just who we are as Canadians.
Like,
now that the
this
ICC has
this
issued
is like
warrants,
a really dope thing to say.
I mean, and
imagine being less cool than Justin Trudeau.
It's pretty impressive because he is not cool at all.
Consensus on this is changing, right?
What a fucking loser.
The liberal mainstream consensus, and that response from Karine Jean-Pierre is reflective of the Biden administration. But there were 19 Democrats who signed on, well, including Bernie Sanders, who signed on to his bill to block illegal arms sales to Israel a few days ago. And this was, I think, just a day before the ICC made this announcement. And so, there's a growing, even though it's a glacial pace of understanding
zonked
that
out
this
on all his antipsychotics.
We already know who he is, though. Castro's kid.
Fidel Castro's son.
Exactly. We already know.
position is untenable. It's just, deeply destructive and immoral that the Biden administration pursued this policy when they could have led the way. They delayed some of the more sane reactions and policies as it relates to Israel or people reaching that consensus because the United States is the superpower that countries like Canada follows. And so Biden's leadership failures here also extend to his sphere of influence within countries where we have these partnerships with, including our neighbor to the north. So Trudeau saying this now, we could have improved on this, but now that we've elected Donald Trump, that opportunity is a little bit foreclosed. There will be cracks, but obviously he doesn't have a constituency of people that care about Palestine.
Mm-hmm.
And we should say the Biden administration lobbied hard against senators voting in favor of this resolution. I mean, they knew it was going to fail, but they didn't want to be embarrassed, and they were embarrassed.
And Ossoff?
I was going to read this. I am Georgian here. I canvassed for Ossoff and Warnock in 2020 and the runoff in 2021. I've been pleasantly surprised with how they've been as swing states.
Okay, enough of that. Orban.
The arrest warrants issued by the International Criminal Court for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his former defense minister, setting off a diplomatic firestorm, not just in the Middle East, but in the United States and around the world. The White House saying it utterly rejects these warrants, saying that the ICC does not have jurisdiction over Israeli leaders. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu coming out swinging, denouncing the warrants as anti-Semitic and saying that they undermine the fight of all democracies against terrorism. But these warrants make serious allegations, saying there are reasonable grounds to believe that Netanyahu and the defense minister used starvation as a weapon of war by deliberately blocking humanitarian aid to Palestinian civilians in Gaza, and at points deliberately attacking Palestinian civilians. The death toll in Gaza now above 44,000. That's according to the Gaza Health Ministry, which says the majority of those killed are women and children. Now, most of the world's major democracies, the UK, France, Canada, are members of the ICC, and in theory, they would, to comply with their treaty obligations, have to arrest Netanyahu if he set foot in their territory. There is one major outlier, the authoritarian Prime Minister of Hungary, Viktor Orban, today saying that he would welcome Netanyahu in his country and would guarantee he would not face arrest
What a
if
pussy
he visited
bitch.
there. Raf Sanchez, NBC News, Bethlehem.
Finally, the ICC has issued arrest warrants for Benjamin Netanyahu and former...
No.
No.
Now, you did warn us some months ago
this
about the
cunt.
ICC, and you've been proven right there. The International Criminal Court has now issued arrest warrants for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
Wow, you mean the
and former
genociders
Israeli
getting
Defense
charged
Minister
for genocide?
Yoav Gallant.
Wow.
Does this mean, Douglas, that the democratically elected Prime Minister of the only Jewish state in the world is going to be arrested if he travels to France or Britain or Germany or indeed Australia?
Well, we're going to see on this, Rita, but it's got an exceptionally dangerous precedent.
No, it isn't.
The International Criminal Court, of course, neither is now Israel nor America are signatories to it, very wisely in my view.
Getting paid a lot of money, I guess.
There's no scenario in which an Israeli or American soldier or politician, retired or serving, should ever be subjected to the whims of one of these corrupt so-called international bodies. But of course, many European countries and others are signatories to the International Criminal Court. This prosecutor from the UK, Karim Khan, has been the one pushing these arrest warrants. He did also issue an arrest warrant for one leader of Hamas who's dead. So that's brilliant, obviously. It seems that the International Criminal Court in its jurisdiction now has not just anyone in the world, including democratic leaders in its sights, but also the dead. So that's a total farce. But it's going to be a very interesting test, this. So now there are only arrest warrants out for the first time for democratically elected leaders. They've tried this stunt on Vladimir Putin, but they've never dared to try it on a democratically elected leader before. And they have with Netanyahu and Gallant. It has serious repercussions, as I mentioned in the New York Post.
It's happened in Africa with democratically elected
Very
leaders.
Cool. Do we just see the self-referencing there? Sky News referencing the New York Post. Very cool. Murdoch referencing Murdoch. Very cool.
Neither the Israeli Prime Minister nor the former Defense Minister can go, say, to Europe or even fly over European airspace. Some European countries have already said they absolutely will not recognize these absurd kangaroo court warrants. Hungary, Austria, a number of other European countries have said absolutely they won't. The ones that I'm interested in are, for rather obvious reasons, I'm very interested in Britain. The Labour government is squirming about this. It has previously said it would observe the International Criminal Court's judgments and warrants. I think they probably know, among other things, that this puts them in an incredibly unpleasant, ugly, visibly ugly diplomatic situation vis-a-vis not just Israel, but America. And of course, also, maybe they also know, Rita, that if you're going to start going around issuing arrest warrants for war crimes, there are certain former Labour prime ministers who could quite easily in the near future be in the sights of that same kangaroo court. But the other country I'm very interested in is Germany, because, of course, Germany, isn't it fascinating, Rita, that a court set up after World War II to prevent war crimes should end up in its first judgment against the democratically elected leader, singling out the prime minister of the one Jewish state, and that Germany, a signatory.
Ironic, isn't it?
This is a fallacy. This is a literal fallacy.
Also, there has been democratic states.
This is a literal fallacy. They are gaslighting you. These cunts are literally gaslighting you to be like, oh, the thing that got set up for the Jews is now punishing the Jews. Where? Don't do genocide.
Don't be a Jew. I mean, don't do genocide.
You couldn't.
And the fact that undermines it would actually
Don't tell Ethan about
be
my
arresting
joke.
the leader of the one Jewish state. Fascinating to see what Germany does.
Douglas Murray, thank you so much for your time tonight.
Thank you.
What is the practical effect of this order? What countries can Benjamin Netanyahu
Oh, look,
not
3 cunts
visit
at a
now,
desk.
'cause he could be arrested?
Well, this is a very good question. Certainly, there are certain states
It's
who
a
have
very
immediately
good
said they
question.
will not be enforcing these warrants, Argentina, Hungary, and the Czech Republic. But even those states that haven't publicly come out to say that they would enforce have quite a difficult balancing exercise now to conduct, because the validity of these warrants is going to be critical to the consideration that these states have to take. On the one hand, they may consider themselves to be bound as members of the court to acquiesce acquiesce to any request that they enforce these warrants. But on the other hand, they are also bound by immunity in international law, which heads of state like Netanyahu enjoy. And if these are, in fact, as I strongly argue them to be, unlawful warrants made on the basis of no jurisdiction without validity, then seeking to enforce them would in and of itself be a breach of the international customary laws on the immunity of heads of state. So it's putting a lot of these individual members of the ICC in a very, very difficult position.
James. Well, given all of that, and given what you've talked about and spoken about so eloquently about just what a threat to jurisprudence and legal principles this ICC is, we know in the past it's been used by dictators to prosecute enemies and things of that nature. Should nations like Australia simply pull out of the ICC?
Well, that's one option. Another is to make it very clear to the court, up with this we will not put, and to indicate very strongly that all of the questions about jurisdiction which were raised with the court, both in 2020 when the pre-trial chamber was first considering the opening of an investigation in this context, and also again now in the context of this application for warrants. Many states, international legal experts, international organizations made representations challenging the court. And that is the key here. If the court cannot be reformed, if it cannot be stopped from this political agenda, then leaving it is always an option. But seeking to raise this issue on the agenda when it threatens international law more broadly, and when it also essentially puts at risk all other law-abiding...
she's like, an option is we could take our ball and go home.
I've only got a minute left, but I just want to ask you, Penny Wong, our foreign minister, you know who she is,
and
Ed Husic, one of our other Labour ministers, they've come out and said, oh, no, the ICC must be allowed to carry on, it's independent, we respect its independence, blah, blah, blah. This comes along with a raft of other things that Penny Wong in particular has done. They've recently banned Ayelet Shaked from coming into Australia. She's a former justice minister from Israel. What does this tell you, just very briefly, about the Australian Labor government, Penny Wong in particular?
Penny Wong,
please specifically talk shit about Penny Wong.
Well respected and well attended. It's pretty shameful, but perhaps not something that's surprising in the context of the string of anti-Israel initiatives that this government has taken. The recent change in the last week
Penny Wong,
in
we
UN
hate
votes,
that bitch.
A historic shift in Australia's voting record. Critically, though, this is putting Australia at odds with US foreign policy. I mean, even the Biden administration called out the arrest warrants as outrageous, but certainly the next US administration is going to be even
I hear about Penny Wong more than I hear about Anthony Elbows.
Has been endorsing towards Israel, the United Nations, and other international organizations, and that cannot be a good thing for Australia going forward.
Natasha Hausdorff, always great to chat to you and get your clear-eyed vision on what is actually going on.
Clear-eyed, okay.
How significant of a move is this by the ICC, and what is being alleged?
This is very significant, Mel. It means that there's an increasing number of countries are coming out and...
Are we done with this? I'm fucking done with this.
It means that they committed war crimes.
Sure fucking did.
And they need to show up to trial. If they're innocent, they have nothing to fear for the trial.
I mean, look at Julian Assange. If he just went to the trial, he wouldn't have had to spend all that time in jail.
Yeah, but those charges were fake.
Self-imposed jail, at least. But for now, I am calling it because
Netanyahu is like Julian Assange.
It'd be 6 hours. All right.
Hang on, I gotta do the raid.
Okay, I'm gonna.
I'm not sure. I might come back.
It's easily Googleable.
I might come back in a few hours. Can I talk, please? I might come back in a few hours to try to get something from the Europe market, which like picks up in like 6 hours or so, which I assume everyone here won't be around. But I'm going to try and nap. And then if I can nap and wake up, I'm going to try and hit that Euro market.
Okay. If you want to.
Damn. Who do I even click on today?
Hold on. Let me pick. How many people
Debating Marxist.
How many people we got today to raid with?
There's not many right now.
No. Everybody is gone.
Pretty late.
Yeah.
Oh, the Frank News is live.
Go to him. He always raids us. Let's raid him.
Yes.
How do I join?
Look on the Twitch chat.
Yes, I see. All right.
On your browser.
Join. I don't have 250 things, I think. Oh, no. Here I go. We've gone. Rating. Let's see.
I can't hear, so.
No?
You have to tell me if he said anything.
He's talking about the British Army.
He only
whether
had
they're
one
ready.
viewer before I rated, so it's getting pretty late.
He's talking about the British Army and whether they're ready to fight Russia.
Acknowledge raid. See it.
Huh?
He said it. I said acknowledge raid.
No, he did. He put it on screen and shit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's what I was asking about. Oh, look, it even has on his update queue, he has the social queue, even though it's kind of smushed.
Yeah.
But it says right there, the most recent thing is follow, subbed, and then it's raid at the top.
Yeah. We would have to do the custom background and shit.
Yeah.
And also be able to
help him out because he had dropped to 1, so just instantly us coming in would have boosted him up to...
Well, he's at 6 now.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm.
But he might have just started because it says throwing out a late night, early morning stream.
All right. Well, I'm going to end it now.